Welcome to the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation, live at the Walk-Ons in Midtown, Tampa for the Bucs Cowboys Wild Card Playoff game. I'm Scott Reynolds. Alongside me is Pewter Report's Bailey Adams. We always say we have a big show tonight, but it doesn't get any bigger than the playoffs, Bailey. This is it. This is win or go home tonight. This is a rematch from week one when the Buccaneers beat the Cowboys in Dallas to start the season 19-3. We're going to be previewing that for the next hour. John Gilmore, former Bucs tight end, will also be joining us. We're at the Walk-Ons in Midtown Tampa. This place is filling up, Bailey.
It is. It's been pretty crazy over here.
And thankfully, more Buccaneer fans than Cowboy fans so far.
Yes.
They've got a heated patio out here to watch the game. It's supposed to get into the 40s tonight. I mean, it is winter, right? Even though it's Florida. But they got some great drink specials. TVs galore. Awesome food. If you like beer, they got plenty here. The two specials they have on all their game days, Miller Lights, $3.99 for a pint. The 22-ounce pour, $5.49. Blue Moon pints, $5. And, of course, the 22-ounce pours for $7. Stay tuned for Pewter Game Day coming up at 8:15 tonight. Matt Matera is going to be taking you all throughout the game live. Brought to you by Celsius with in-game analysis. Adam Sleebon will be on with him tonight, and we're looking forward to that. We're going to be here live until 7 o'clock before we head over to the stadium. Raymond James Stadium is going to be electric tonight. They got the red end zones tonight, Bailey.
Playoff end zones.
It's a big game. They're going to have a red out tonight. It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't wait for the atmosphere. It's going to be great. Looking forward to getting over there. Hopefully, you can already see some of the TVs here. They've got NFL Countdown going on outside the stadium, and there's already a ton of fans behind them.
No doubt. And so we've got an amazing show. The biggest thing is we want you to subscribe to Pewter Report TV on our YouTube channel. If you haven't done that yet, make sure you do it. And make sure you're following pewterreport.com for the best Bucs coverage. We're going to have a complete wrap-up of the game, most impressive, most disappointing, your game recap, quotes from the locker room, wall-to-wall coverage, 2-point conversion will come tomorrow. And we'll find out if the Bucs win in advance to go play the 49ers next Sunday night, Bailey.
Yeah, it's weird how this whole Super Wildcard weekend thing works out now where the schedule for next weekend is already set. Yeah. So everybody already knows going into tonight, the winner of tonight's game will play Sunday night against the 49ers out west. It didn't go so well for the Bucs last time, but they can't be focused on that right now. It did go well last time against the Cowboys. That's what they got to be focused on right now is taking down the Cowboys first. That's right.
And Bucs fans, we want you to be focused on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV. We've got the Pewter Report podcasts. We're going to have them this week, tomorrow, Tuesday, either wrap up the Bucs season or start previewing Bucs 49ers Wednesday and Thursday as well, all at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Of course, tonight after the game, I'll be live with Matt Matera. I'll be at the stadium. Matt will be at his home studio, and we'll wrap up this Bucs-Cowboys game tonight, win or lose. So stay with us all night long tonight. Pewter Game Day, followed by the Pewter Post-Game Show. Bailey, we had some big news today. Big Red's coming back for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Ryan Jensen off of the injured reserve list. He's active tonight. The Bucs cut J.J. Russell, backup linebacker and special teamer. And Big Red's going to start tonight.
Yeah. It's big news, figuratively and literally. It's a big man coming back into anchor the Bucs offensive line. They've missed him all year long. It's great to have him back. We'll see, some of the details came out about that injury today.
Yeah.
Some of those torn ligaments in his knee, including his ACL, have no idea how he's made it back at this point.
Yes.
I mean, it was the beginning of August when that injury happened, and
Yeah.
here we are just halfway through January, and he's back, and that's huge news for the Bucs tonight.
It is. He will start at center. Robert Hainsey has a hamstring injury. You're going to tell us all about the injuries, but Luke Gedeke will get the start tonight at left guard. The Buccaneers are confident he's a better player now than he was. And Gedeke, remember, he played in that week 1 matchup against Osa Odighizuwa. That's one of our matchups tonight. We'll talk more about that later in the hour. But Gedeke got the start at right tackle against the Falcons last week. It actually held his own, played pretty well. And so he will get the start at left guard. What they don't want to do is play Robert Hainsey. And if he gets that hamstring injured again, and then something happens to Ryan Jensen with the knee, now with Nick Leverett's status in doubt, they don't have a center.
Right.
So they're preserving Ryan Jensen's backup, Robert Hainsey, to make sure that Ryan can go wire to wire tonight. If not, they want Robert Hainsey stepping in at center, not left guard. We'll see how that works out. Bailey, let's get to the rest of the injury news. The Bucs got a lot of good news outside of just Ryan Jensen's return.
Yeah, so a lot of the good news comes on the defensive side of the ball. A lot of guys questionable but expected to play, like Carlton Davis, Mike Edwards, Logan Ryan, Keanu Neal, Carl Nassib. Basically everyone that can go, I believe, at this point on the defense outside of Shaq Barrett, who, of course, is on IR. Defense is going to be at full health tonight. That's going to be huge for the Bucs going up against this Cowboys offense. The bit of bad news, as you referenced there, was Nick Leverett with a shoulder and a knee injury is doubtful to play. He stepped in at left guard for Luke Gedeke back in week 7 and really hasn't looked back. He's played really, really well. So that's a huge loss. I think it would have been the perfect scenario to have Ryan Jensen back and have a full, healthy Nick Leverett at left guard. But, they're going to have to call that audible there with Luke Gedeke, assuming that Leverett can't go. But mostly good news on the Bucs side of things. The Cowboys side of things, they're even healthier than the Bucs are. Trayvon Mullen has an illness, and he is out. That is the only one with any kind of injury designation on the injury report for Dallas. They did also activate nose tackle Jonathan Hankins, who was dealing with a pec injury. He was on IR for a while for 4 games. He's activated. They've elevated Xavier Rhodes from the practice squad at corner. So they're getting some reinforcements back, just as the Bucs are.
Yeah, Hankins will play a lot tonight, especially on rundowns. They're excited about that in Dallas. Also hearing today, Xavier Rhodes expected to start opposite Trayvon Diggs. In nickel, they're going to move Bland, their rookie, who's played really well. He's the starter opposite Diggs in their base defense. He moves inside to nickel. They'll be using Rhodes and nickel on the outside opposite Trayvon Diggs. So some interesting, last-minute reinforcements for both Dallas and Tampa Bay tonight. This is going to be, quite the game. I wanted to let you know, if you don't, the Pewter Report podcast is energized by Celsius. It's the official energy drink of Pewter Report. And, of course, Celsius is the official sponsor of the Pewter Report Tailgate Show, presented by Age Rejuvenation and live here at Walk-Ons. And Celsius, they've got some great new flavors out. The Fantasy Vibe flavor, I haven't tried it, but I hear some is on the way. It's a mandarin orange marshmallow combination. That sounds dreamy to me. I love it. And they also have lemon lime. So there's a couple of new flavors out. We're going to have another one out as well. So it's a new year with some new Celsius coming out. But they still have a lot of their standbys, the tropical vibe, the Arctic vibe, the peach vibe, as well as orange, which is my favorite, wild berry. You've got the peach, mango, green tea, watermelon. There's all sorts of flavors. That's one of the best things about Celsius, Bailey, is the flavors. Yeah. It doesn't taste like a crappy energy drink. It tastes like a great tasting beverage that starts your day in the morning or powers your workout or helps you get through a long afternoon at work. But it's not just the taste, right? You want the energy. That's why you want an energy drink. And the great thing about Celsius is 7 essential vitamins in each can that makes them one of the healthiest energy drinks on the market. And there's no sugar crash later on. Why? Because there's no sugar and there's no preservatives. So you're getting all the energy that you need without the sugar crash later on. So how can you get a hold of one of these cans of Celsius? Well, go to Celsius.com, click on the store locator, put your address in. You'll find out the health and fitness stores, the convenience stores, or bodegas, as Matt Matera would say, or the grocery stores that carry Celsius. Then go grab a couple cans, try them. Once you find the flavors you like, buy them in bulk at Amazon. Use the subscribe and save option. You save some money. They ship them right to your door, and they'll come every week, every other week, once a month. You set how often you want Celsius delivered. They come right to your door, and you'll save some money by doing that. If you're not sure which flavors you like. You can also order the variety pack online. I just shipped the variety pack to my daughter Ellie out of K-State.
I just ordered one today.
Here you go. As Matt Matera would say, variety is the spice of life. So make sure you get your hands on the variety pack over there at Celsius as well. So, as I mentioned, we are here at the Midtown Tampa Walk-Ons location, where we've got Miller Lite pints for $3.99, 22-ounce pours $5.49, Blue Moon pints $5, and 22-ounce pours of Blue Moon for $7. Buc fans are filing in. There's still some tables available, so if you're coming down for the game, whether you're going to tailgate here and go to the stadium, or you just want to find a place where the Buccaneer fans are to watch tonight's game, make it Walk-Ons. They've got two locations, one in Midtown Tampa, where we're at. The other one is the Wesley Chapel location, where if the Bucs are winning this game, they're going to be heading up there. We'll be heading up there next week for the Bucs 49ers game, if that's the case. So we're going to start our Bucs Cowboys preview by bringing in John Gilmore, former Bucs tight end. John, we made it this far. We're in the playoffs. We've seen this team win the NFC South. They've got the home playoff game against the Dallas Cowboys. It's a rematch of Week 1. What are your thoughts on Ryan Jensen coming back just in time for this game?
Well, you've heard me say this before, Scott. You know, he has to get his football legs up underneath him. Been out the entire season, coming back the first round of the playoffs. It's a tall order, man. Even for a Ryan Jensen, a guy that's been around the block, a vested veteran.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to be the Ryan Jensen that we know him to be. But I think even if he's half himself, I think that's a good option tonight.
What we've heard is Ryan Jensen took the first string reps at center all week. Now, the thing is, the Bucs aren't practicing in pads this time of year. So there's going to be an adjustment to that. Not just playing a full wire-to-wire 60 to 70, 75 snap game, John, but also getting hit in full pads for the first time since the second day of training camp. That's got to be an adjustment.
Yeah, and he'll adjust quick, man. He's been in the league quite a while. You know, once he gets into the flow of things, he'll knock all that off. He'll get in the groove. But for me, it's seeing the field, right? He's center. Yeah. And, you know, these guys up front for the Dallas Cowboys, they move around a lot. You got guys playing different spots throughout the game. You know, obviously, as you know, Ryan Jensen's the guy that has to see that and communicate that to really a line that's really shooken up right now. Everybody's playing kind of different positions on the interior there. So, you know, my concern for him is just knocking the rust off, being able to react quickly to what he sees the defense do.
I think the good thing about this is if for some reason Jensen struggles, if he gets re-injured, and let's hope that's certainly not the case, they have Robert Hainsey now, who's not some green kid coming off the bench, as was the case last year if he was needed, because that was his rookie season, and he was making that transition from right tackle to center. Now you've got Robert Hainsey, who's played wire-to-wire at center and done a pretty credible job. So if Jensen has to go out for a series or is out for the rest of the game, at least you have Hainsey, although he's a little ailing himself right now with a hamstring. But at least you've got a guy in Hainsey that has been there and done that, has the rapport with Luke Gedeke, who he's played next to, with Shaq Mason, who he's played to, and with Tom Brady, who he snapped to.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hainsey's a guy that have to feel good about. He's anchored that offense the entire season, right? So if we get in a situation where he has to come in, he has to spell Jensen for a series or two, I think the Bucs feel good about that. I think that's the right move by sitting Hainsey with the soft tissue injury, bumping Gedeke out the left guard. Probably would have liked to seen Hainsey play that left guard. I think that's everybody was speculating on once Jensen came back. But with that soft tissue injury, it's the right move.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, is getting Luke Gedeke that started at right tackle against the Falcons, getting his feet wet again, getting him back in the pool, getting used to swimming, right? Where the last time we saw him on a regular basis was when he was platooning in Carolina in Week 7 with Nick Leverett. Then he hurts the foot. Leverett takes over against the Ravens the next week and has been that starter at left guard ever since. We've seen Gedeke come in a little bit as that jumbo tackle, that slash the third tight end to come in. So he's got a little bit of playing time. But how important was it for him to see some action last week in live NFL trench play and play that game pretty much wire to wire in order to prepare him for stepping back in at left guard?
It's huge. And I actually liked him on the edge, Scott,
yeah.
You know, playing that right tackle. I thought he did a bang-up job last week. You know, when he played earlier in the season at that left guard position, he just didn't seem too comfortable. Obviously, he's a rookie. He's still trying to figure out the game, but it just didn't seem like, even though that's his natural position, and I do believe he played both guard and tackle in college, he looked really good at that right tackle spot last week. But to your point, man, to kind of get that rust off a little bit, get him back in the mix this tail end of the season, that last game, I think that was huge going into this first playoff game.
Well, we're talking about the offense tonight. This offense has got to score points. It could be Byron Leftwich's last game if they lose tonight. I'm hearing that the team will be making a change at the offensive coordinator position at the end of the season. Remember, Todd Bowles inherited this coaching staff from Bruce Arians. This is Bruce Arians' coaching staff. This is not Todd Bowles' coaching staff. It's hard to make some replacements when you take over on March 30th, 2 weeks after the start of free agency. And I think that the defensive staff might stay intact, but there might be some changes on the offensive side. So as we talk about the Bucs offense, let's talk about when the Bucs have the ball on offense. We'll bring back in Bailey Adams to talk about that with John here. But your thoughts tonight, what number point-wise does Tampa Bay have to hit tonight? They've averaged 18.4 points per game. That number is probably not going to get it done. They scored 19 in week 1. How many points do they have to score tonight, John, to beat the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, the Dallas Cowboys, they've been averaging right around 30 points over the tail end of this season. So, I'm not a mathematician, Scott, but I'm going to say we need to go ahead and get somewhere around that 30-point range. And, we can't get off to that late start that the Bucs are accustomed getting off to. Bailey in the first round of this playoffs, they've been the comeback kids all year long. And that I don't think that's going to fare too well for them tonight.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit here and there lately where they'll start hot. First drive look great. Get down there, they'll settle for a field goal, and then you don't see much the rest of the game. So a key to this game, I think, is them getting out there, getting points early, and kind of finding that rhythm that they haven't really found for much of the year at all.
Yeah, no, we got to get back to that rhythm that we saw 2 weeks ago versus the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. That's the Tampa Bay Buccaneer offense that we're used to seeing, man. We got to get off to a fast start versus this defense. They're not the best pass defense in the world or in this league. They're kind of middle of the pack. They got some good cornerbacks. They got some experienced safeties. They get after the passer, as you know, 54 sacks on the board. So this isn't a defense that scares me too much. Obviously, up front, we got to be solid up front. But how Tom has been getting the ball out of his hands so far this season, especially versus the blitz. You blitz him, he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where we talk about those slow starts, and what those slow starts have forced the Bucs to do is come back late. They've had to do that. 5 fourth-quarter victories for Tom Brady and the Bucs this year. And so if you get into that late-game situation and you're only down a few points, you'll feel good. But it'd kind of be better if they just didn't, right? It'd be better if they put the foot on the gas early and don't let off and keep it going all night.
Well, I think the Buccaneers need to build momentum in this first game, man. It's going to be a big game next week, and I'm already calling my shot here. I'm picking the Bucs tonight. But it's going to be a big game next week versus the 49ers. We know what happened last outing versus the 49ers. I think for them to build momentum going into that game is going to be crucial. The last-minute comeback in the fourth quarter and overtime, that's not momentum, Bailey. That's not what I'm talking about. Right. We need to get off to a fast start, and we need to keep building and building on top of that.
I like it. Calling the shot early.
Yeah, I'm going with the Bucs
tonight. The Bucs getting on to next week against the 49ers. But let's go back to that Panthers game that you mentioned. Last time we saw Mike Evans, because Mike Evans was out with an illness in week 18. I don't know that he would have played much anyway. Just kind of saw the starters leave early after about a half or about 2 quarters. But last time we saw Mike Evans, he had 10 catches, over 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was the best we had seen Tom Brady and Mike Evans this season. Do you think that's something they can sustain tonight in this game? Because if they can, it's hard to stop it.
I think it's there, man. Like I said, they have a decent secondary. Obviously, Diggs being one of the top premier corners in this league. That's going to be the matchup to watch. But no, I do think the opportunity is there. Mike got on the board last game for 50 yards. Chris Godwin, it was a serviceable game from him. No big numbers across the board. But I think with Julio Jones healthy, we've mentioned the play of Russell Gage down this stretch and what he brings to the table. Hopefully they can get K-Dot more involved tonight. I do think that we could have a big game out of, either Mike Evans or Chris Godwin or both. Who knows, man? They had 2 of them. Both had big games versus the Carolina Panthers, putting up over 100 yards receiving.
Yeah, you mentioned Russell Gage. Russell Gage has been a guy who they've seen a lot of action. He's seen a lot of action down in the red zone. He's been that guy down there in the red zone, in the red area, where the Bucs have struggled for much of the year. Kind of seeing him step up in that area is where we've seen some of those improvements. Back to Chris Godwin, because we think about Chris Godwin against the Cowboys in week 1. He was coming off that ACL injury, and everyone thought it was just miraculous that he was able to play in that game because he was ready to go week 1 after tearing his ACL late last December. They got him involved early. They hit him with a screen, 24 yards, and it was a good moment to see. He ends up leaving that game with a hamstring injury and re-aggravating something there. Kind of delays his start to the season. But now here we are, starting the playoffs. He had a 1,000-yard season, 102 catches. A really, really good. You got a comeback player of the year case on his hands, I think. There's been some other ones in the league, but I think Chris Godwin has staked a claim to that award. What are you looking at? You talk a little bit about that connection between Brady and Evans. But Godwin has been that guy who's been a possession guy. He's been a guy who's getting targets early and often, 8 or 9 catches a game. What do you see out of that connection, just as a complement to the Evans connection?
Yeah, look, Evans, even though he's leading this team in yardage, one can make the argument that Evans is the complement to Chris Godwin. I mean, look, like you mentioned, he's a possession receiver. I'd say out of the two, he's probably the most consistent. That could be argued. We went a little spell there where Mike Evans was quiet for quite a few weeks, and then we saw the switch flip against the Panthers. But look, man, that's one of probably the best 1-2 punches in the NFL. And then there's a bunch of guys that complement them. Leonard Fournette, we know what he does in the pass game. We call the type of passes he catches an extension of the run game.
Right.
But athletically, man, we got some pretty serious players at the skill position. So when you talk about that 1-2 punch, I'd say Chris Godwin and Mike Evans can arguably be one of the top combinations in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard to beat, and they have been one of the top combinations for 4 or 5 years now, it feels like. So really, really an established connection coming into this game tonight. Another established identity, I think, of someone on this offense is playoff Lenny.
There you go.
We've seen him 2020, and then even last year, I think he missed the wild card game, but came back against the Rams and was banged up in that game, and he put it all out there. Leonard Fournette has been that guy in the playoffs. So you think we see some more of that tonight, or do you think we still see a healthy dose of Rachaad White? Maybe Rachaad White gets a chance to make his name in the playoffs.
No. Bailey, if it's not broke, let's not try and fix it tonight.
All right.
Playoff Lenny, it's time to get him dialed up. Let's grease those wheels and ride the hot hand, man. Lenny, he's the guy in the playoffs. He tends to do his thing. Playoff Lenny, we've seen it play out live and in person. Obviously, going back to week 1, one of the bigger performances of his season was against the Dallas Cowboys, posting over 100 yards rushing. I would struggle to watch the Bucs go away from Lenny tonight, but then again, Bailey, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that's true. And you go back to that week 1 game, Leonard Fournette had over 100 yards. I think it was probably his best game of the season, and it was one of the Bucs' 2 best rushing performances of the season. They had that game where they ran the ball well. Leonard Fournette, and they struggled in the red zone, right? They won 19-3. They left some points out there, but that was one of the more comfortable wins of the season. One of their other comfortable wins of the season, one of the probably only other one, was against the Seahawks. Rachaad White ran the ball really well in that game. They were able to have that element to their offense, because we even saw coming out of that week 1 game, we thought, all right, this is the identity of this team. They're going to be able to run the ball. They're going to take some of the pressure off of Tom Brady. They're going to play good defense, and that's how they're going to win games. And as the season went on, we saw they couldn't run the ball.
Right.
They couldn't run the ball at all, and then all that pressure was on Tom Brady. Had to lead the league in completions and pass attempts. So maybe we see some of that tonight, where there's a little bit more balance to it. I know a lot of folks don't like that Bucs run game because it hasn't been good this year. But if they can get that going tonight, it'll open up so much more for them.
Yeah, look, and not to mention, Ryan Jensen is back right there to anchor down that middle. I remember week 2 when we came in here to do the show, and we were overly excited about what we saw in week 1 out of the run game. But I think we've come to learn over the past couple of years, we know who the Buccaneers are as an offense. They're a pass-first type of offense. The pass opens up the run game. But again, Leonard Fournette can be just as deadly out of the backfield, especially versus pressure. He can make some things happen once the ball's in his hands. Doesn't necessarily have to be that traditional handoff out of the backfield.
Right. And I think we've seen that work a little bit better than the actual run game, is that extension of the run game. Getting those running backs in space. I think we've seen a lot out of Rachaad White and Leonard Fournette in that aspect. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit healthy dose of both of them. Another guy you mentioned earlier, Cade Otton. Really, really, I think probably the middle of the season he came on really strong. He was looking like a key part of this offense, especially in the second half. You'd always seem to pop up in the second half of games. Hasn't been quite the same the last few weeks. This is an opportunity, obviously, as a rookie first playoff game, first taste of playoff action. The atmosphere is going to be crazy. You think he has it in him? I'm sure he has it in him. But what do you see out of him tonight in this game, and how much he can get involved in this pass offense?
Well, first of all, I'm big on K-Dot, and I think he has a big future with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I believe you would agree.
Yeah.
We've talked about him often in this pregame show. The past couple of weeks, he's been a little quiet. He struggled a few weeks back. He struggled in the run game a little bit, and then, he wasn't showing up that much in the stats. Going back to week one, we didn't get much production from the tight end position. And I don't expect too much production from the tight end position tonight. I think we're in a situation here where Tom Brady's starting to get back in the groove with his go-to guys, Chris Godwin, Mike Evans. He's distributing the ball well to the wide receiver position. No knock on the tight ends, man, but I think those guys are going to be that security blanket, that outlet that Tom needs tonight. I don't see them being that premier wide receiver in a game. Not tonight, not tonight's game.
Yeah, and I understand that because you look at the way the Bucs are probably the healthiest they've been in a long time. I mean, Mike Evans was sick last week with the illness in Week 18, but he's back. Chris Godwin's looking as good as it's ever coming back from that knee injury. Julio Jones coming back would be huge to see him step up. So, yeah, if they don't have to lean on the tight ends and they play more of that safety blanket role, I think that would really help. But speaking of that health and that, Tom Brady said it last week on his podcast thinks they were going to be the healthiest they've been all year. Everyone immediately jumped to, he's talking about Ryan Jensen. And we kind of saw throughout the week, it was, the same old Todd Bowles. He's like, we'll see. He's got some tests to pass. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. Sure enough, him being activated today, having him back to anchor that offensive line is such a big deal for this group.
Having Ryan Jensen back in the mix is huge. Regardless of how he's going to come out this first game, whether he's getting his legs up underneath him or not, an 80% healthy Ryan Jensen is a good Ryan Jensen to have. I think Tom Brady's going to feel a little bit more comfortable with Ryan Jensen back at center, and he could very well give this team the spark. And I never thought I'd say that from an offensive lineman, but he very well could be this team to be the guy to give this team the spark, man, down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the comfort that Brady's probably going to have back there, even though it's coming back. This is his first game since last season, since that Rams game almost a year ago. But just having him in there, I think Brady's going to feel more comfortable. And it's just going to be an emotional boost, I think, to these guys in the offensive line. I mean, they love Ryan Jensen. And, they know what he means to this team and to that unit. So having him back is huge. The element of it that will not confuse you, but it'll kind of give you a little bit of pause is not having a healthy Nick Leverett at left guard. You're thinking, all right, Luke Gedeke stepping in, and Jensen and Gedeke haven't played together. And Gedeke's a guy we've seen struggle at times here and there. So, as far as having Jensen back, it feels like a huge boost, but I think there's still some concern about that interior.
It's concerning for me. I think Luke Gedeke has a lot to learn at that guard spot. There's still a ton of growth that needs to happen, and ideally, you wouldn't want to put him in this position in the wild card playoff game. But look, it is what it is, man. The next man up, Nick Leverett. I think he's been playing good football. It's a shame that he couldn't suit up tonight, and Luke Gedeke's up. But I think we would all agree, putting him on that film. When he was playing that left guard position, I felt he struggled at times. And it was to my surprise and pleasant surprise, I should say, that last week he looked pretty good at that right tackle spot. But he's in the interior tonight, so he needs to go ahead and strap up.
You get to this part of the year, and it's so much of it is about next man up. And we saw it in 2020 when Alex Kappa went down. It was Aaron Stinnie that stepped up and played really well in that position. And, last year, Tristan Wirfs went down, and, you had to step in Josh Wells for the second round. So it really is. There's a lot of attrition at this time of the year. And if the Bucs can manage that and keep moving on, give Nick Leverett a chance to get back, that'll be huge. So Gedeke's really in for a big one tonight. And the last little bit to touch on here, of course, on the edges is Donovan Smith at left tackle and Tristan Wirfs at right tackle with that matchup with Micah Parsons. That's one we saw the Cowboys exploit a little bit with Donovan Smith in week 1, and it's one they're probably going to exploit a little bit more tonight if they can.
No, absolutely. If they did, shame on them. Obviously, Micah Parsons got home twice in week 1, 2 sacks on the board out of number 11. He really took advantage of Donovan Smith. 2 Penn State brothers going at it, right? They know each other well, and I'm sure they're out there having fun and talking a lot of trash. And that gives you a little bit more edge. If I'm Michael Parsons going against one of my buddies from Penn State, I want to have bragging rights. So I think Donovan Smith is going to have his hands filled tonight. I think all across that line they're going to have their hands filled with the twists and the stunts that they run up front. Michael Parsons, man, 13 sacks on the board. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely a force to be reckoned with, and it's one of those things where the Bucs have to put their offensive line and their offense in better situations throughout the night. And if you want to put yourself in a better situation with your finances, you got to head over to Immuni Financial.
At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude,
Congratulations. We're so happy for you.
Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow, today. Muni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Muni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, and insurance services all across the country. Muni Financial can help you. They've got 40 years of experience. They're based out of the St. Petersburg area. They're certainly familiar with the Tampa Bay market, but again, across the state of Florida and across the country, Muni Financial can help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Do what I did. Call Muni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. Even if you have a financial advisory company or person you're working with, it's always great to have a second opinion, especially when it comes to your finances. Give them a call, 1-800-868-6864, or visit them on the web at immuni.com. Now let's take a look at when the Bucs are on defense against the Cowboys. John, this is going to be a game, too. I asked you about how many points the Buccaneers are going to need to win tonight. You talked about the Cowboys and their big-time scoring offense. They only scored 3 points in the Week 1 loss to Tampa Bay. How many points does Tampa Bay's defense have to hold Dallas to tonight?
Well, I like to see him hold him under 21, and you'll see where I'm at later on when we give our score predictions, Scott. But I anticipate the Bucs having a big day versus the Cowboys. The Cowboys, their running game, going back and looking at last week's game versus the Commanders. Obviously, there was nothing on the line for the Commanders. Kind of not the best game to look at, Bailey, but the past couple of weeks, man, their running game's been stagnant. Obviously, they got some new weapons in T.Y. Hilton over the stretch here that we have to defend. Didn't have those guys in Week 1. But look, I think the Buccaneers got to step up tonight, keep them under 21 points, and hold these guys strong because they're dealing with some different weapons.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And you look at that run game is the big deal up front. Having Vita Vea and having Akeem Hicks in there makes a difference. And they're going to have to step up in a big way tonight with Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard. And that's a 1-2 punch. We talked a little bit about that Bucs 1-2 punch of Chris Godwin and Mike Evans on offense. Their 1-2 punch over there on the other side in the run game with Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard. That's a tough one to match up against.
Yeah, it's a two-headed monster, man. Pollard, he's the real deal. When this guy gets the ball and hits that hole, he's a guy that you got to deal with. So, we haven't been exceptionally great versus the run, but they haven't been exceptionally great over the past couple of weeks running the football.
Right.
So I think they're going to focus more in the pass game. We've been better in the pass game. I really like what Sean Murphy-Bunting has done over the past few weeks. Carlton Davis, obviously Jamel Dean probably having the best season out of all the quarterbacks. I don't think there's any argument there. That goes without saying. I think we'll match up well with these guys tonight. I think they'll try and move CeeDee Lamb around a little bit and find favorable matchups. Dalton Schultz, he's a guy at number 86 you want to keep your eye on because traditionally the Bucs have struggled with tight ends and defending the middle of the field, and he had a decent outing versus us in Week 1. So I suspect that they'll try and get him the ball. But all in all, man, I think if we stop the run, if we can stop the run versus these guys, force Zeke to put that ball up there. He's thrown interceptions in the last 7 games. I know you know this stat, Bailey. Almost every game this season so far. 15 interceptions on the season. He's not doing a very good job taking care of the football.
Right, and we saw it in Week 1 where the Bucs got a lead, and then they didn't really stop the run that well against the Cowboys, but the Cowboys didn't really have the way the game flowed. They didn't have a chance to really run the ball a ton. I think Zeke averaged somewhere around 5 yards per carry, but the Bucs had gone up in that game, and they were able to get after Dak Prescott and really limit him. Really did a great job with CeeDee Lamb. And some of that, something that I wrote about on PewterReport.com is dealing with, getting pressure on Dak Prescott and having to do that again. It's a little different now than it was in Week 1. In Week 1, they had Shaq Barrett, and he did a really good job in that game of getting home. But it stays the same. Mission stays the same tonight. Anthony Nelson's been playing pretty well lately. They'll have Carl Nassib back, Joe Tryon, Shoyinka, and then we'll see some of that pressure they like to generate with Devin White. Devin White got home twice in that game, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that tonight too.
No, and I hope so. I think if you go back and look at the numbers from this season, the Bucs are down from a blitz standpoint traditionally than what we're used to seeing, right? They weren't the blitzing team that we're accustomed to seeing. I'm thinking they turn up the heat here in the playoffs. As you mentioned, Devin White got home twice in Week 1, had a big game out of him. So I think you go back to that game plan, take a look at what you did right, apply the pressure, really force Dak to beat us in the air. And if that's the case, man, if we can take away that run, Bailey, and really force this kid to beat us in the air, I think things will bode well for the Bucs tonight.
And I think things have piled up on Dak Prescott a little bit. I mean, he's thrown an interception in the last 7 games. He's thrown 11 over that span. And he comes into the playoffs, and the Cowboys come into the playoffs in general with this thing about them where the Cowboys can't get it done in the playoffs. Can Dak Prescott be the one to get it done in the playoffs, especially on the road, where they haven't won a road playoff game since the early 90s? There's a lot of pressure on them, and I'm wondering if he's going to feel some of that. If you get after him early, force him into a mistake early, if this thing can kind of snowball on him, because he really never got his feet underneath him in that Week 1 game. The Bucs really kept him off balance, and he never got going. Part of that was taking away CeeDee Lamb. Right. He had 11 targets in that game, 2 catches, and it did it by a combination thing. You saw Antoine Winfield Jr. on him sometimes. You saw Jamel Dean. You saw Carlton Davis. So I'm interested to see tonight how Todd Bowles goes about this. If he does a similar thing where he tries to cover CeeDee Lamb by committee, or if he does what he did against the Bengals and lets Carlton Davis travel again like he did against Jamar Chase. If he puts Carlton Davis and says, hey, this is our best, we're putting him on the best. If you had the choice, what would you do in that situation?
Look, if I can get my matchup, I'm taking Jamel Dean, obviously, on CeeDee Lamb. If I can draw that matchup, the thing that scares me, Bailey, and I hope it's not a Cinderella story, is the T.Y. Hilton acquisition, right? That's a weapon we didn't have to see in Week 1. Obviously, he's up there in age. He's been around for quite a while. But he put on the tape over the past 3 games. The guy can still get it done. He can still take the top off coverage. He's a guy that you have to account for. And if you take CD out of the game, if we're able to lock up Schultz, he's the type of guy that kind of scares me a little bit if we don't account for him, man. So T.Y. Hilton, he's another guy that we have to keep an eye on. They have a few more weapons that they didn't have in Week 1. And that obviously is something that the Bucs have to address.
Yeah, absolutely. And T.Y. Hilton's been a guy who, like you said, he's come back here late in the season, kind of rejuvenated his career in a way. And if you want to rejuvenate as you're getting up there in age, you got to visit Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Before I leave, or I'm not going to come back.
Age Rejuvenation, the presenting sponsor of tonight's Pewter Report Tailgate show. Also, the official sponsor of my SR's Fab 5 column on PewterReport.com. You've seen John Gilmore. He looks good, folks. And the reason why I say that is he looks like he can still play. And, John, you feel like you can still play right now. You're 43, but, brother, you're in great shape, and Age Rejuvenation's been a part of that.
Oh, man. T.Y. Hilton's coming back. I feel like I might have a shot, Scott. And you see right there in the slider, I feel like I could play another 10 years in the NFL, and that's not a lie. That's not a publicity stunt. I'm not sitting there just throwing out one-liners or throw out one-liners. I truly feel like I'm my best self.
And the reason why, folks, is testosterone therapy. Like myself, I'm 50. John's 43. For men, you naturally lose testosterone over time. It's just part of getting older. The great thing is you can fight it. You can get testosterone therapy at Age Rejuvenation, and what that does is that turns back time. It helps your mental acuity. It helps your stamina throughout the day, getting through the day. John, I used to have to drink 2 Celsius, 1 in the morning to get me up, and then 1 in the middle of the afternoon just to kind of power through my day. And I don't have to do that anymore because Age Rejuvenation's testosterone therapy has really helped me. I know it's helped you. Folks, make sure that you go to agerejuvenation.com, sign up for their free complimentary consultation. They're offering $500 off the initial testosterone therapy treatment if you mention Pewter Report, which I know you're going to. And if you're looking for some weight loss help, they also have weight loss specials going on right now after the new year. So agerejuvenation.com, 5 Tampa Bay area locations to serve you. John, as we look now at our key matchups, we've talked kind of about the offense, about the defense. Let's drill down to some key matchups real quick, and we'll hit on these. For the offensive side, and you're the offensive guy on this show, so we're going to take a look at those 5 matchups on the offensive side. Let's start with Ryan Jensen's return. Now, when I published these stories on Saturday, it looked like maybe Robert Hainsey and Nick Leverett could possibly be in play, but that's not the case. Now it's going to be center Ryan Jensen versus Chauncey Golston. This is a guy that played, it started against the Commanders on Week 18, had 11 tackles from the defensive tackle position. He's a rookie out of Iowa. They're going to be playing a lot of defensive tackles next to Osa Odighizuwa. They're going to be playing Gallimore. Hankins is coming back. But this is a guy, Golston, who really brings some quickness alongside of Odighizuwa. And if Ryan Jensen's going to get a test tonight, it might be from this rookie who's got some French legs and got some quickness. I'm giving this to Jensen, though. I like the Wiley veteran.
You know, Golston, I don't know enough about this rookie. He's from Iowa. They feed the boys right in Iowa. I can tell you that much. Being a Penn Stater, man, those are some strong kids coming out of Iowa. You know, I'm not going to bet against Jensen, but it is his first game back. I got to see it on Kate Scott. The eye in the sky doesn't lie. Until I see it, it's tough for me to start co-signing, but I'm going to give this one a push.
Okay. The next one is Luke Edeke. The rookie makes his return to the left guard position where actually fared okay in week 1. He started to kind of go downhill for him after that when he faced better defensive tackles. He only allowed 2 pressures to Osi Odighizuwa, who's kind of a quicker, undersized tackle for the Cowboys. He's in the second season. He had 4 sacks this year, not one against the Bucs, though. But I'm going to give the edge to this to Odighizuwa. He's developing into one of the more promising young defensive tackles, and we'll see how Edeke fares in his return to the left guard position after being supplanted by Nick Leverett for most of the second half of the season. Edeke, though, as we mentioned earlier, did play at right tackle, so he's got his feet wet, and he's ready to go again at left guard.
Yep. And like I said earlier, I think Edeke's still in growth mode. As a young player, I'm going to go with Odighizuwa, and I'm going to give him the edge here.
Left tackle Donovan Smith. He's got a tall task tonight against Micah Parsons. You remember Smith only played a handful of snaps, got injured in the first quarter, hurt that elbow on a play where Micah Parsons got one of his 2 sacks. Then Josh Wills came in, and Parsons got the other sack on him. Now, Parsons has 13.5 sacks this season, John, but only 1.5 over the last 6 games. And the reason for that is I think he's about 240 pounds. He's played more defensive end this year than a linebacker, certainly more than he played last year as a rookie. I think he's a more effective player as a blitzer than as a hand-in-the-dirt guy, where he's getting beat up by these 320-pound offensive tackles. Parsons did say he'll bring his best for the playoffs, so we'll see. I'm going to have to give this matchup to Parsons, though. Donovan Smith has not had a good year, and he's coming back from a foot injury.
He's been dealing with injuries. He hasn't had his best season. We've talked about that over the past couple of weeks. You know, I think number 11 is a guy he's seeing in his sleep at night, if I'm being honest. He knows what he has to deal with in Micah Parsons. You know, shame on the Buccaneers if they leave Donovan Smith out on the island tonight and don't give him help from a tight end or a running back. Shame on them. But obviously, I'm going to have to give Micah Parsons the edge on this one.
I'm with you on that. The next matchup is running back Leonard Fournette, who had his only 100-yard game against the Cowboys back in Week 1. A promising start for Leonard Fournette, 127 yards on the ground. Didn't really materialize into a good season, though. He split carries with Rashad White, and we'll see if playoff Lenny can make a return. They need him tonight Leighton Vander Esch returns from his neck injury. He's more of that run stuffer, and I think you're going to see Damone Clark on third downs, the rookie out of LSU, match up with Fournette in the passing game. But I like Fournette. There's something about playoff Lenny. I think he wants that moniker again. And we'll see if really having last week he only played a couple snaps. We'll see if he's got some fresh legs for the postseason. Leighton Vander Esch just has not lived up to the billing, in my opinion. And I'm going to go with Leonard Fournette.
Well, men lie, women lie, the numbers don't lie, Scott. I'm going to go with the historical numbers here. A great game versus the Cowboys in week 1. He has the nickname playoff Lenny for a reason. So I'd be a fool to bet against him. I'm going to go with Leonard Fournette.
Our final matchup on the offensive side for the Buccaneers against the Cowboys defense, Anthony Nelson versus left tackle Donovan Smith. I'm sorry, versus left tackle Tyler Smith. This is going to be something that we're going to watch. I'm sorry, I just ended the defense there. Let's finish up with the offense. Wide receiver Mike Evans, there we go, versus cornerback Trayvon Diggs. Mike Evans, last time we saw him, he's catching 10 passes, 207 yards, and 3 touchdowns against the Panthers. He was out last week with an illness. Trayvon Diggs did not fare well against Mike Evans, gave up a touchdown in the first match this year. He's a Pro Bowler, but the interceptions went down from 11 last year to 3 this year, and he's still giving up the same amount of touchdowns in the season, 5 last year, 5 this year. I like Mike Evans. He's hot. He's ready to go. I think he and Brady are reconnecting. I'm going to go with Mike Evans in tonight's matchup here.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs is still a top 10 cornerback in this league. I think we would both agree. Not having the type of season he had last year. I think he did overall. He did a good job holding Mike at bay in the first outing. He had that big touchdown. But look, I'm going to go with you, man. I think Mike's going to feed off of that momentum after the last big game he had versus the Panthers. I hope that's what we see down the stretch here in the playoffs out of our offense. And believing in that, and I very rarely go against number 13. I'm going with him again tonight.
Speaking of momentum and 13, let's go to the defensive matchups of this game, Bucs versus Cowboys. Antoine Winfield Jr. This is a player that had 13 tackles last week for the Buccaneers when going wire to wire, really, at the safety position against the Atlanta Falcons. We're bringing in Bailey Adams now to talk defensive matchups of this game. Antoine Winfield versus CeeDee Lamb. Now, CeeDee Lamb is going to see a little bit of action against Jamel Dean. We're going to see a little bit of action against Carlton Davis. But on the slot, where CeeDee Lamb plays most of those reps, I think he's going to match up against Antoine Winfield, who had an interception in the first Bucs-Cowboys game. But, I think this is a push. I'm going to give Lamb his respect, even though he only had a pair of catches for 29 yards on week 1.
Yeah, I think we saw Antoine Winfield Jr. struggle a little bit against Carolina a couple weeks ago, from that slot position. I think with this one, I'll go CeeDee Lamb just based off of that. But I think, obviously, Antoine Winfield Jr. or whoever matches up against him, I want to give them that respect, too, because they did a really good job against him last time out.
Devin White, boy, that first game this season against the Cowboys, Devin White was all over the field. Almost had a pick 6, had a pass breakup, had 2 big sacks in that game. One against Dak Prescott, one against Cooper Rush, and then you've got I think 8 or 9 tackles. He had a great game. Dak Prescott can hurt you with his ability to scramble and extend plays, and I think you're going to see Devin White spying him a little bit and blitzing him. This is also a chess match. This is the Bucs defensive captain, the captain of the offense, obviously Dak Prescott. I think this is a push. I'm going to give Prescott his due, even though he's thrown in an interception in each of the last 7 games, including 4 games with 2 interceptions.
Yeah, I like Devin White. I do. I think what we saw him do in week 1, and he can replicate that tonight, I think it will go a long way for this Bucs defense. And I think that week 1 performance probably went a long way in helping him get that NFC Player of the Month award back in September, because he really had such a good game against the Cowboys. And yeah, I think this is one of those things where they're going to have to blitz him. They're going to have to, he's going to have to make sure that Dak can't extend those plays like he does. And I do. I like Devin White. I like Devin White in this matchup.
The other game that we're going to see is the passing game. Is the other linebacker, Levante David, who is Pro Football Focus's top-rated Buccaneer in terms of their grades. And why not? Levante has been a steady Eddie all year. He does a great job of kind of erasing the tight ends. Dalton Schultz is the second leading Cowboys receiver. He's the check-down guy. He's not a really big yards after catch guy, but he's the safety blanket at tight end for Dak Prescott. If the Bucs are getting a pass rush against Prescott, he'll look to Dalton Schultz. Boy, what a time it would be for Levante David to come up with an interception. But I like David in this matchup against Schultz.
It's been a while for Levante, but I like Levante in this matchup as well. I think he covers better than almost any linebacker in the NFL, even though he's getting up there in age. And this is a guy who's in a contract year, and he's been a Bucs lifer. And I think it would be huge for him to step up in this game, in a home playoff game, get them, extend this season a little bit longer.
You see the big man right there, Vita Vea, defensive tackle, going up against center Tyler Biotics, who's coming back from an injury. He missed last week. It's forced the Cowboys to shuffle their line. Oh, he's got an ankle sprain. Vita Vea's got a calf injury. If Vita Vea is healthier than Tyler Biotics, look out Biotics, because he will push him right into the pocket of Dak Prescott. I like Vita Vea. I like Vita Vea. Sack in week one. He's played on and off, dealing with this calf injury. I think he's ready to go after sitting out last week. And I wouldn't be surprised if Vita Vea gets exactly not on Prescott.
Yeah, I want to lean to a push just because I think it's whoever really is healthier, whoever is managing their injury better at this stage. But I think it is Vita Vea right now. So I will agree. I'll go with Vita Vea.
The last matchup we have, Anthony Nelson, who's had a great second half of the season, just like he did last year. The important thing is, not only does Nelson have 5.5 sacks, which is tied with Devin White for second on the team, behind Vita Vea at 6.5. He also leads this team with 3 forced fumbles. He's got a pair of strip sacks, one against the Panthers, one against the Cardinals the week before that. He's got a shutout last week against Atlanta. But I like Anthony Nelson in this matchup. He got his first sack of the season week 1. Wouldn't be surprised if he does it again against Tyler Smith, who's moving from left guard back to left tackle. The rookie's been impressive this year so far, but Nelson just seems really hot.
Yeah, I think we've seen the best of Anthony Nelson the last few weeks, especially down the stretch of the season. And they need him. They need him big. Him and Carl Nassib, I think both of them, especially with JTS, too, they're all going to have to step up. We saw Shaq Barrett have a really good game against the Cowboys in week 1. Obviously, he's been out since that Ravens game with the Achilles injury. I like Anthony Nelson in this one, but I would lean a little bit toward a push.
Yeah, so there you go. There's offensive and defensive matchups tonight. I think if you look at the totality, it's kind of a split. We had some go for the Cowboys. We had a couple pushes in there. And we also had some that went to the Buccaneers, and mostly on the defensive side. I think the key tonight for the Buccaneers, Haley, when I look at it, making my prediction, that they really have got to win this game on defense, and also with Tom Brady. They've got to win the turnover battle. They can't beat themselves tonight. They've got to focus on beating the Cowboys. And when you look at that week 1 matchup, that's what happened. That's what took care of the ball. Dak Prescott. He played one of his worst games of the season. The good news for the Buccaneers is he started the season playing really bad football. Maybe that continues tonight against the Buccaneers. When I look at this, Todd Bowles made a gamble. We called it. We called for Todd Bowles to fire Byron Leftwich a couple times this year. He didn't do that. There is going to be a change in offensive coordinator at the end of the season. Whenever that is, hopefully it's not this coming week. But he bet on his defense, and he bet on Tom Brady carrying this team to the NFC South title, getting that automatic home playoff game at 3 yards in your season now. I think that's got to be the formula tonight. Strong play by the defense, strong game from Tom Brady, getting some takeaways on defense, which they finally started to do, and really no turnovers on offense for Brady.
Yeah, no, I'm agree with you before we get to my prediction, but that's got to be the formula. That's probably been the same formula all season long. Mix in, your odd fourth quarter comeback here and there. That's been going on a lot too. But it's one of those things where you look at this matchup, and it is like we look at those matchups just now, offense and defense, and it's pretty split down the middle.
The biggest thing for the Buccaneers, if they can win the battle of the red zone, it means getting some touchdowns themselves, something that they struggle doing. Only 1 touchdown in that first game. That came on a Mike Evans fade pass. What happened to fade pass? I'd like to see that. Like the fade pass to Evans again. But they also got to play better red zone defensively as last time at Raymond James Stadium. They gave up 3 touchdowns, 3 Panthers in the red zone, so they've got to play better there. I like the Buccaneers in this one. I'm thinking the score is going to be 24-19. The Bucs find the end zone 3 times and get a field goal flying sucker. The Bucs defense holds the Cowboys to some field goals, and I like the Buccaneers to upset the Cowboys and move on. We'll have Bailey's prediction and John's prediction after a word from Age Rejuvenation.
At Age Rejuvenation, we have a lot of interest about erectile dysfunction in men.
It's not like my sex life was dormant, but you can always improve.
I was having an adverse effect on my marriage and was very happy with the results.
We have various treatment programs available to enhance their physical abilities that can improve blood flow and sensitivity.
The pulse wave has made it so much better.
It's been a significant improvement. The good news was that I heard it from my wife.
Stop waiting. Start doing Age Rejuvenation.
I'm excited for this.
Time for predictions here. Me and Buc John Gilmore. You actually pretty early in the show. You gave it away. You know who you think is going to win this game. You got the Bucs. You got that Bucs. What do you see out of this game, and what's the score?
Well, Bailey, I think this one comes down to fast starts and momentum. It's something that the Bucs desperately need. And if we're going to see any success in the playoffs, it starts tonight. Right? So I'm betting on the Bucs. I feel good about this game, Bailey. Not just because I love the Bucs, but because I actually in this matchup. I think we're going to get off to a fast start. I don't think I know the Cowboys have been struggling. We talked about taking care of that football. Dak Prescott. He's doing some bad things with football. I just don't think his guys are proving like they need to be going into the playoffs. I'm going to go with 19. I like Scott. I like the 19 Cowboys. 30-point game for the Buccaneers.
I saw twice this season. I think one of them was against that Chiefs game. Last time they were at this stadium, we saw 30 points.
Look, our best football was played in week 1. We had a lot of distractions on our plate at the quarterback position. We just weren't firing like we should. Still aren't. Being honest. But let's hope that what we saw out of the Bucs versus the Panthers, that's just a little glimpse of what's to come in the playoffs. And with this type of talent and the type of veterans that we have in the ball club, that may be the switch. That may be the shift. That's all we needed, Bailey. 30-19.
30-19. I look at this game, and I think a lot of it comes down to which version of the Bucs shows up, which version of the Cowboys. They're kind of in, they've got a 12-win team, but they're still kind of a Jekyll and Hyde situation that we saw down the stretch. They didn't play their best football. So it depends on which Bucs show up, which Cowboys show up. And I don't know. I don't know the week as it's going on. I'm leaning towards the Bucs. I'm going with the Bucs. Going with the advance. I got the Bucs 24, Cowboys 20. 1 point off from Scott's prediction. 24-20. Setting up a rematch against the 49ers next week. That's what we're going with. That's what we're going with. Things across the board. I know sometimes when you cross the board in predictions doesn't bode well. Hey, let's see if it does tonight.
And I'm going with 3 takeaways, by the way. I got a pick for SMB. I got a pick for Antoine Renfield Jr. And I'm going to give a fumble recovery to either like in Levante or JTS.
Okay, I like it.
3 takeaways.
Bucs have done that well in the playoffs the last couple of years. They've got to continue that tonight. But we want to thank you guys so much for bearing with us here. We've been here at Walk On here in Midtown. We're going to continue the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation. With Pewter Reports, Matera and Josh Capo. They bring you all the way up to Pewter GameDay at Pewter GameDay. We're out.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners to a continuation of the Celsius Pewter Report Tailgate Show presented by Age Rejuvenation, and it was live at the Walk-Ons in Midtown. I'm your host, Matt Matera. Joined with me is Adam Slavon of PewterReport.com. But before we talk about this game and anything else that goes on, I just want to, on behalf of the rest of PewterReport.com, I want to sincerely apologize for all of the audio issues that were going on over there. We saw everybody in the chat. I know we got some super chats from Matthew and I believe Shaggy as well. Appreciate the super chat. We knew that there was an issue. We were not ignoring it. We tried to fix some things up and it just wasn't working through. We were hoping that we were going to be able to fix the audio while we were doing the show. And then towards the end, we knew that myself and Adam were coming on at 7. So sincerely apologize about that. We've done the show every single week, and there haven't been too many issues, thankfully. But tonight it truly reared its ugly head. So I want to sincerely apologize to all the fans, because you guys deserve much better than that. And sorry for the audio issues. But now that we're doing the show from our own home studios, we won't have that audio issue, and very happy to be talking about the Bucs versus Cowboys playoff matchup on primetime Monday Night Football on ESPN. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call. Well, like I said, I'm Matt. That's Adam. Adam, how are you doing? Thanks for joining the show. And you excited for a big game today?
Yeah, some playoff football. I'm really excited for it. It's going to be a great game between the two teams. And I really like seeing Bucs Beach Bash, like all the ESPN people out there. It looks like a great atmosphere.
Yeah, Tampa was the place to be today. You had First Take going on at the convention center, as Emily says, "Hi Matt, hi Adam, hello, hello, hello." And you had First Take over there. They had the Monday Night Countdown right at the beach. You see it right now. Steve Young's over there, former Buccaneer great. So, you got a lot of guys there as well. RG3, which is cool. Booger McFarland, who was on the initial Super Bowl team. He got injured, but whatever. They won the Super Bowl. Booger also won with the Colts. Curtis, we're really true fans. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate everyone that sat through all of it. I totally understand why you might want to leave, but some of you guys power through it, so definitely appreciate that. Shaggy wants to know, Matt, what day is it? It's game day, baby. Actually, a game night, I guess, that we should say. Now, Adam, we are starting a little bit earlier than we typically do for these game day shows. I didn't have to do with the audio, but I guess in a funny turn of events, it was kind of a blessing in disguise that you and I are starting a little bit earlier. The traffic is going to be absolutely crazy getting to Raymond James Stadium. So even though we did the show at the Walk-Ons in Midtown, it's still going to take a while for Scott and Bailey to get over to the game. So we actually ended that a little bit earlier so Scott and Adam could get over to the game before it gets going. So since we have a little more time to kill, we're obviously going to talk a lot about Bucs versus Cowboys. We're kind of going to do a little bit of a review of the week, some of the players and coaches that we talked to, their comments about the game, what they kind of expect is going to happen. And we're also going to talk a little bit about what happened over the weekend with the playoffs, because playoffs, you get some better teams, not always the case. I think there were some predictions for absolute blowouts in this week, particularly Bills-Dolphins, but we saw a lot of awesome matchups over the weekend, Adam. I think we have to start off with the Saturday games, particularly the Saturday night game with the Jacksonville Jaguars against the LA Chargers. The Jaguars down 27-0, come all the way back and defeat the LA Chargers. Was it 31-30? I believe the final score was. Just an incredible game. Third largest comeback in playoff history. Your thoughts about that and anything else that really piqued your interest over the wild card round?
Yeah, hopefully the Bucs Cowboys game doesn't come down to that large of a comeback at all. But that game was really a tale of two halves. Trevor Lawrence in the first half looked abysmal, just throwing interception after interception. Sante Samuel Jr. had a hat trick in a half.
In the first half,
Yeah. But the way that they came back, being resilient coming back, it's kind of echoed what we've seen out of the Bucs this year, late in games, just finding a way to win. And I actually think that they're going to put up a big fight against the Chiefs, more than people think, just because of how good they looked in that second half. That momentum is going to carry over into the next game. And speaking on that, the Giants-Vikings game was another game that piqued my interest moving forward to Sunday, and just how well Daniel Jones looked against the Vikings. I thought he looked like a guy that they could pay a large contract to, be a franchise guy. And again, I think the Giants are going to put up a great fight against the Eagles next week and try to knock off some of these top seeds, because I don't think it'll be 1-2 against 1-2. There will be an underdog in there somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. And for the Giants, especially, I mean, the Vikings are frauds. We've been saying it all year long. The Vikings are frauds, and they absolutely proved it in that game. Danny Dimes, Saquon, those are two guys that are playing for a contract, and I think they both earned it with that type of game. And to your point, playing against the Eagles next, it's a rivalry game, two teams in the same division, the third time that they're playing. I believe the Eagles beat them twice, but that last one, the Giants didn't play any of their starters. No Daniel Jones, no Saquon, and they kept it a close game against the Eagles with all of their starters. They needed to win to obviously clinch not just the NFC East, but the NFC division itself. So that's going to be a very, very intriguing game. The Bengals-Ravens game as well. First of all, Bills-Dolphins. Credit to the Dolphins for staying in that game. Final score 34-31. I think Buffalo, we're learning. They're obviously a very talented team. Some weaknesses on defense. But overall, great team. But they turned the ball over way, way too much. I think that's a big reason why they lost to the Minnesota Vikings, in that crazy game during the year. They just turned the ball over way too much, and that's what
especially in the red zone too. Especially in that Vikings game, they turned the ball over. I think Patrick Peterson had the game-winning interception, so that might lead them not to making the Super Bowl. Would be their turnover issues.
Yeah, that's absolutely very true. So obviously, Bengals Bills next week going to be a super fun game. Going to see that one. They were the two teams involved when Damar Hamlin got injured, got hurt. Thankfully, Damar Hamlin is doing all right. He's doing better, and now we can enjoy that game too. I have to admit, I fell asleep before the end of the Bills-Bengals game. I was pretty busy that day. But the
last thing I saw was that touchdown return.
Yeah,
I fell
Sam
asleep
Hubbard.
during it too, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild moment. So I think the biggest running theme for the wild card weekend is there were a couple games that the favorites were favored by over 10 points. Now, one of them was the 49ers, and they came true on that deal of being a 10.5 point favorite. But even Seattle had a lead at one point in that game, in the second quarter. It was really the second half when the Niners really ran away with it. But, they say, hey, everyone's undefeated. Everyone's record is 0-0. And I think it really showed that wild card weekend that no matter how good or bad a team could be playing with their third string quarterback, you can still keep it really close. So a lot of exciting games, and the Bucs and Cowboys are the closing act for the super wild card round, the finale. So hopefully it's a fun one to watch. We have a super chat from M. Tormeno. Thank you very, very much for the $4.99 super chat. If you guys do super chat us, we will have you cut to the beginning of the line. Also want to give a shout out to Matthew from early for the super chat, and I believe he's either Spunky Boy or Shaggy with another one as well. So appreciate that. M. Tormeno says, odd that Keanu Neal is inactive after full participation in practice all week. Thoughts? Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprising one. I'll read off the injury report real quick. Not the most surprising one. Sorry, the inactive report. It's quarterback Kyle Trask, tight end Kyle Rudolph, who's doubtful this week, wide receiver Brashad Perryman, safety Keanu Neal, and guard Nick Leverett. So Leverett and Rudolph are both doubtful going into the game. Not wildly surprising there. We'll talk about Jensen and Hainsey and that whole situation. Keanu Neal, he left the Week 18 game with a hip injury. He's been dealing with a couple of injuries this year. I think it's just more, let's face it, when all the safeties are healthy, and depth is very important. I'm not.
He's kind of the last guy on the
I'm not shooing that away. But when Antoine Winfield Jr., Logan Ryan, and Mike Edwards are all available to play, Keanu Neal's snaps go down heavily.
I think he played 9 snaps in one game when he was the last on the chart.
Exactly. So it is a little bit surprising. I just think it's more of maybe, sometimes players, you'll see it. If it's a Sunday game, the injury report will come out on Friday, and then there will be almost like a bonus injury report the next day on Saturday where they might add someone to it. That happened to Carlton Davis earlier this year. So it's definitely surprising, but it does happen from time to time and season to season. It's happened to the Bucs, I think, twice this year. So some type of setback with Keanu Neal. Unfortunately, he will not be playing in this game. But as we said, Tampa Bay has good depth at the safety position, so not a huge worry there. But with all of that said as well, Adam, I think what's the saying? I think we buried the lead a little bit. The huge news, of course, is the fact that Ryan Jensen is back. It is happening. Ryan Jensen has been activated off of injured reserve. He is playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
His debut is a playoff game.
His debut is a playoff game. As Ken says, let's go. I don't know if he's saying that because the audio is better or that we're on or he's just pumped for the game or the Ryan Jensen news. But it is very exciting. Ryan Jensen, not only returning, but throwing right back into the fire, starting at center. It looks like Luke Gedeke is going to be the starting left guard. Someone that you've spoken to in recent weeks, having that Wisconsin connection. I know Scott Reynolds has spoke to Luke Gedeke as well. Give me, Adam, just your overall thoughts about this situation that the Bucs find themselves heading into this playoff game.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with Gedeke because we kind of spoke on him. Now, the first 7 games were a struggle for him. Let's not kid ourselves with that. He went through his rookie struggles, facing a lot of top-tier interior defensive linemen, the likes of Cam Hayward, Grady Jarrett, guys like that. But kind of talking to him, one thing that he mentioned he wants to get better at, not just going into next season, but being on the sidelines, watching film of himself, is pass protection. He wants to get better in that regard. And he's going to have his hands full tonight with some of the defensive linemen that Dallas has. But he's a strong Midwest guy. Know that from experience being in the Midwest.
Farm strong.
Yeah, he's farm strong. Tristan Wirth said strong as an ox. But I think he'll look a lot better tonight than maybe people think. There's a reason that he's starting at left guard over maybe Robert Hainsey. And having Gedeke play a little bit better, that'll be huge. But having Jensen back, that's essential because he is an anchor along the offensive line. Even though he hasn't played this season, his communication with Brady, that's why they put up so many points. Like the way that they see the defensive line pre-snap, I saw something, it's pretty similar, like the way that Jensen and Brady think. So having them on the same page, I think will benefit the offense quite a bit.
Yeah, without question. I think obviously the thing we all want to know when it comes to Ryan Jensen is, will he be able to play for the full 4 quarters, maybe overtime? Oh boy, did I just predict overtime there? Will he be able to hold up for the whole game? More out of stamina than I think just like dealing with hits and things like that. But the tough thing to really anticipate in practice, he started all week at center, and that's great. That's obviously helpful. Getting timing down with Tom Brady, the type of snaps he does, and everything like that. As John Wolf says, Jensen will hike when Brady claps, like they're a college football team. It's not necessarily the physicality I'm concerned about. It's more it's one thing to get hit and block. It's one thing to do that for 50 to 60 snaps, which he's going to have to do tonight. Yeah. And late in the season, there's barely any physical contact going on at practice. It's more about just getting everybody through the season. So yeah, you can look at it at one side and say, all right, fresh legs, you got a guy coming in that should be like ready to go. And obviously he's going to be firing out of the gate. He's playing for the first time in, almost a whole year. Yeah. And so I know the excitement level will be there. I'm more curious when it gets to like the second quarter and the adrenaline kind of wears off a little bit, where he's going to be from that point. I wonder as well, I think they were going to activate him no matter what, but the fact that Hainsey is dealing with the hamstring injury, I wonder how much consideration, if Hainsey was completely healthy, would they go with him over Gedeke at left guard? Because I do think it's tough. You're going to ask a guy that's played one position all season long to all of a sudden start at another position. But with that said, if you knew Jensen was coming back, you can start him at practice during the week. On the flip side, Gedeke just played right tackle, the week before. Now he's going to left guard. So he's kind of dealing with a similar situation. I really do think that having that time off, just looking at the game from a really different perspective, can really help Luke Gedeke, because I think we got to
Yeah.
understand, he's still a rookie. Not every rookie comes out extremely strong like a Tristan Wirfs did, like Rashad White did this season. It's a little bit different for everybody, and I think that's necessarily the case with Luke Gedeke. So I'm excited to see what he can do. And I also think he'll be on a bit of a tight leash as well. If he's struggling, they'll throw in Robert Hainsey, because
or
it's
even
win or
like
go
Brandon
home.
Walton or somebody. They'll replace him. It won't be like during the season giving him a longer leash. Like you said, it will be a tight leash.
Sibby Richards says that first Jensen pancake gonna hit like crack did in the 80s.
Oh boy.
Haven't done crack, so don't know what that's like. But yeah, obviously ran rampant back then. Yeah, it will be exciting to see Ryan Jensen go on. Another position group that I want to talk about, and then we'll get into some clips and videos and everything that we got during the week. We're getting all 4 wide receivers for the Bucs healthy and ready to go for this game. So just curious what your expectations are for specifically Julio Jones in this game. I know Mike Evans missed last week, but he probably wasn't going to play that much either. We talked a lot about Chris Godwin this week. What are your expectations for Julio Jones?
Julio Jones, if I'm not mistaken, had a big game in week 1 against the Cowboys. I believe he had like near 70 receiving yards. He just adds another vertical element if Leftwich chooses to spread the ball further downfield with some of the wide receivers. Now you have Trayvon Diggs against Mike Evans. You have Deron Bland against Chris Godwin. Julio Jones, can he finally be that key to the Bucs offense now that it's playoff time? Julio Jones wasn't signed for week 4 of the season. Exactly. He was signed for now. He was signed for the playoffs. His impact, he's a future Hall of Fame wide receiver. He needs to be that X factor tonight. And I think he will be for the Bucs offense. But having a guy like Russell Gage, he's kind of been, we've mentioned in the past, that red zone option for the Bucs throughout the season, as small as he is. But I think those 2 wide receivers are going to have a big impact, as Evans and Godwin they both have dynamic playmaking corners matched up against them.
Yeah, they do. I think that's going to be a really fun matchup with, as we talked about this week, Mike Evans loves asking for one-on-one coverage, which we'll see with Trayvon Diggs against Mike Evans. How are they going to really guard Chris Godwin? Will they double team him? What exactly will they do in that type of situation? We won't exactly know until we see the game go on. I mean, again, they played in week 1. No one really crazily balled out for either side. I mean, the score was 19-3. Mike Evans had a touchdown, but it was a goal line touchdown that the Bucs used to hit all the time, but this year just wasn't really, wasn't the case for Tampa Bay. So I'm actually going to play a podcast clip that we had from earlier in the week during the Bucs versus Cowboys preview show. It was myself, Scott Reynolds, and Rick Zoyce on. Rick Zoyce is a longtime friend of Scott Reynolds and a Cowboys insider. So he had a lot of great information specifically about the matchup with Mike Evans and Trayvon Diggs and how Deron Bland will be used in the Cowboys secondary. So we're going to play that clip for a little bit if you didn't see it on the show. A lot of Bucs wide receivers against the Cowboys defensive backs in this video. So let's see if I can line it up correctly, and we will play that video. Should be coming up in just a moment.
I think you're going to see a lot of Diggs on Evans because they're going to have to give safety help to whoever that other corner is. They're also going to need to play those. He's going to want to play those safeties up in that short middle of the field where Brady loves to attack to help with that. So I think they're going to go, Diggs has traveled on a lot of receivers this year. It's not, they don't always do it, but when they feel it's favorable, they do it. I think you're going to see Diggs there. And I think the safety help's going to have to go to the other side and also coming up and helping with Godwin engage underneath. So that's what I think you'll see there. I think you're going to see a lot of Evans and Diggs one-on-one. I thought Diggs played well against Evans week 1. There was that fade in the end zone, which we can debate whether that was OPI or not, but yeah, I thought he played well against them. So I think at this point, that's a matchup they feel good about, and they're going to try to help in the other areas.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about both corners because Diggs is obviously a very exciting player. We all know what he did last season with the number of interceptions. And while he is obviously very aggressive, that's how you get that high number like he did. He's obviously very susceptible as well to get beat deep because he's going to take that chance and try to make the big play. And because of that, he'll get burned. And Mike Evans, I mean, he asked for it all the time. He even said it today when we spoke to him. I hope I get one-on-one coverage. I hope I don't get safety help. But it sounds like, as you said, that the Cowboys are very confident in that. And then on the flip side, with Deron Bland, I mean, he's a rookie that leads the Cowboys in interceptions. So, like, what have you seen from him this year? And how great has that been for the Cowboys? Because, the draft can be a crapshoot. You bring in a rookie. You never expect the guy to explode onto the scene. But leading the team in interceptions obviously goes a long way.
Yeah, 5th-round rookie at that. So he's been a blessing. Had Anthony Brown not went out, I think this would have been a really solid rotation at cornerback. Or had Jordan Lewis not went out, if you would have had any combination of the three of those, would have been a really good situation. Diggs has gotten beat. He is aggressive. He's been much better at it this year as far as not biting. He has had some instances, but he's been much more disciplined about it. But he's aggressive, and you want that out of a corner. At least I would. I'll take that.
Right.
Bland is really savvy for a rookie, and the thing that I love about him is he plays the ball really well in the air. If you watch some of the picks that he's had, they're not just getting thrown to him. He's making a play on the ball. He's getting his hands in there with the receiver's hands. He comes away with a lot. There's a lot of times where he'll be in zone and he'll just drop out. He'll read a route in front of him that somebody else has, and he'll drop into that zone and cut that lane off. So he's very savvy.
Now let's talk a little bit about Underdog Fantasy. It's a new, not Underdog Fantasy, mybookie.ag. It's a new year, a new you. So give yourself a fresh start with mybookie.ag. Whether you bet to earn or to make games more exciting, MyBookie gives you the most for your money with their redesigned deposit bonus. Just use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, on a deposit of $50 or more to receive a cash bonus instantly to your MyBookie account. Using this bonus is simple. You bet your deposit amount just once, and you're ready to cash out. It's a no-strings-attached situation with MyBookie. Bet on the NFL, UFC, or play for a share of big cash prizes in the weekly online blackjack tournaments. With so many brands to choose from, you need a platform that makes it simple to bet and win like MyBookie. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. I actually had some great winnings over the weekend, Adam. I took the Giants money line, which was a very nice hit. I was very happy with that one. I took, what else did I have? Oh, my favorite bet that I hit of the whole weekend, two. They both happened on Saturday. First, I did a prop bet of Christian McCaffrey to rush between 101 and 125 yards. It was a payout of plus 419. He rushed for 119 yards. Started out the game with a bang with like that 68-yard run or whatever it was. So I was like, all right, this is good. This is great. But now, like, don't go over. So he hit that. And then when the Jaguars made it 27-7, I live bet the Jaguars to win. And obviously they came back and won. So I had a very nice payday.
That's a courageous bet.
Yeah,
27-7.
Exactly. Well, you can throw a little bit and you end up winning a lot. So I'm very happy with those ones. I did the Giants money line. I took second half over in Ravens Bengals. So even though I fell asleep before it ended, that ended up hitting, which was really nice. And then as we saw on the screen before, the Bucs are a home underdog. They
updated it on ESPN. Now it's 3-point underdog, so a field goal.
Wow, there you go. Yeah, so I know I got it as an even payout. which was super nice. You don't always get that too much with the Bucs. But what would your pick be? Are you taking? We can do predictions later, but as far as the point spread, 2.5, you taking Dallas? Are you taking Tampa Bay? And the over/under is 45.5. What would you do with that as well?
45.5. My prediction for points is 44, so I'm going to take the under on the points, and then I'm taking the Bucs. We can kind of get into the prediction a little bit later, but I'd be taking the Bucs in this game. I can't bet against Brady.
Yeah, it's very tough to bet against Tom Brady at this point of the season. And Mike Evans actually spoke a lot about the Cowboys defense. So he had a couple things to say about that. I'm going to play 2 videos in a row of Mike Evans talking about the Cowboys defense.
I mean, they're down at corner. They got 2 guys injured. There were some solid players. The backup is solid. We're watching more film on him. 26. He's made some plays, but when we're healthy, it doesn't matter who the DBs are. So hopefully we get a lot of cover 1. I love that. And Diggs is a really good corner as well. So he's matched me 2021 and first game of the season. He was on me a little bit, but not the whole game.
That Carolina game was.
Well, they're a team that's simple. They're a good team, but they're simple. They don't run anything really exotic or defensively and offensively. They're just a really talented team, and they're just going to play straight up and see if you can beat them. So we got to come with our best.
So the second thing that Mike Evans said, and I don't even want to give
simple.
I don't want to give this man too much publicity because he tends to say a lot of erroneous things that people really get worked up about, and then that's why the show gets ratings. But Skip Bayless, a known Cowboys fan but Tom Brady lover, took exception to Mike Evans saying that the Cowboys defense is simple. And I didn't see the whole take, so I'm not going to put words in Skip Bayless's mouth. But I get the perception that Skip Bayless is unhappy with what Mike Evans said because he's taking it as Mike is alluding that there's nothing special about what the Cowboys do on defense. They're not a difficult defense to go against. And I don't think that's true. I think what Mike is saying is that this is a really good defense, but they don't do a lot of exotic blitzes and different stunts. And, for example, the Bucs have become famous for Todd Bowles calling up a defense where Vita Vea lines up as a linebacker or Levante David poses as an edge rusher, or, you can name 3 or 4 different things, moving against Holyfield Jr. to the slot. The Bucs have an exotic defense. They do different things. They give you a lot of looks. Not every team does that, and that's totally okay. And I think another good example of that, and by the way, I want to give a shout out and a thank you to Mr. Bucs Nation for the $1.99 super chat. He says, got to support my boys. Go PR. Thank you very much, Mr. Bucs Nation. Check out his YouTube channel as well. It's an awesome YouTube channel. James is a great guy. And James is going to the Senior Bowl this year, which will be cool. We'll have to meet up with him at some point. Pewter Report is going to be packed out at the Senior Bowl. It's going to be myself. Adam is going as well. Scott Reynolds is going. Josh Capo, who will be on the Tailgate show a little bit later, is going. And Bailey, who was on the Pregame show as well. Bailey is
2
going
weeks from now.
Yeah, 2 weeks from now. We'll see if this is coming off the heels of a Bucs NFC Championship game or if we'll be really focused on the draft because the Bucs will be eliminated tonight or next week. But thanks to James for that super chat. Like I said, if you super chat us, we will make sure we get you to the front of the line, as we like to say. But Adam, your thoughts about what Mike Evans said about that last part about the Cowboys defense being simple, I guess is what we should say.
I won't dive into what Skip Bayless says because Skip Bayless says a lot of different things that people can take exception to. But I think what Mike Evans was really saying was they really do have a lot of high-end talent in Dallas on both sides of the ball. On offense, defense. On defense, you have Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. You don't need to be creative when you have two guys like that can disrupt the game however they choose to. You have Micah Parsons coming off the edge. He had 2 sacks in week 1. He's going to have a big impact whether you line him up creatively or not. Or Trayvon Diggs, he's going to be a playmaker. Just guarding Mike Evans one-on-one, that's going to be arguably the best matchup today. So Mike Evans, like his comment, I can see how people would spin it, but Dallas has talent, and they're just going to go out and play.
Right. I don't think Mike Evans by any means was saying that, like, oh yeah, this team's going to be easy to beat, or hey, I'm enjoying getting to go up against this defense that we should be able to take advantage of. I definitely do not think that that's what Mike Evans was saying at all whatsoever. And Byron Leftwich spoke a little bit about Micah Parsons. Micah, the last couple of weeks, he's really only been playing on one side as an edge rusher. They have not moved him around as much. Only 1.5 sacks in his last 6 games. So little bit of a cold streak, I guess we could say, for Micah Parsons. This is what Byron Leftwich said about Parsons and the Cowboys defense during the week.
Thing you saw in the beginning, right? You knew they would have guys getting after the quarterback. You just cut the tape on, right? 11 shows up everywhere. He's a hell of a football player. The motor that he has, he's a great football, really one of the great football players in this league. So we'll have that challenge. But it's not just him. They have a lot of guys with their hand in the ground that know what they're doing and is very capable and really good at what they do. So we got to prepare for that. That's what we're doing. That's what we'll do this week to get ourselves ready for this good football team. People can say what they want. This is a 12-win football team. So, I mean, we only got 8 of them, so we look at anybody above us as, as great football team, so we'll prepare that.
So in the past, Adam, last season, the Bucs had this magic number of 30. If they reached 30 points per game, odds were that they were going to win. This year, their average points per game plummeted to 18, essentially 18 points per game. So I think now reaching 20 points is kind of the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the magic number for the Bucs this season. So going up against the Cowboys defense, how did the Bucs reach that new magic number of 20 points? Or what do they have to do in order to win this game offensively?
I think offensively, it comes down to what the defense does. And will the defense put them in advantageous, field of position? Like, will they get favorable will they be in field goal range, or will they be at midfield when they start their drives? I think that'll be key to getting points on the board, because the offense, it'll be interesting to see how they operate in the first quarter, how creative Leftwich is. Do they do a lot of play actions, maybe disregarding the runs up the middle, unless playoff Lenny just comes out swinging? But which could happen. I mean, we could talk more about him, but the offense, I don't know if they can fully do it by themselves. We haven't really seen that this season, which is so surprising. In 2020 and 2021, so used to seeing 30 points a game by the Bucs offense. Another chip block on Parsons for sure. But I think it'll come down to what the defense can do.
Yeah, I hear you. It's almost like I don't know how much we can take from offensively from the Bucs in that first game against Dallas specifically, because one, they ran the ball extremely well and they hadn't the rest of the season. But you could say, all right, well, again, it's a new season. They're going up against a team that was the one team that they actually ran the ball successfully against. And then you throw in Ryan Jensen and the fact that Leonard Fournette is Lombardi Lenny. He ups his game in the playoffs. And, Leonard Fournette, I know some of this came with the Jaguars, but for his majority of his playoff career, especially with the Bucs the last 2 seasons, Leonard Fournette is 6-2 in the playoffs. That's a pretty damn good, pretty damn good average. I think we also have to factor in that his running back counterpart, Rachaad White, was not the same Rachaad White in that game than he was, the last 2 months of the season. So the Cowboys are going to see a lot of players that they've obviously watched tape on, but different iterations and different versions of these types of players. I think Chris Godwin, again, we talked about it during the week. You saw it in the video that we discussed as well. Godwin is a much different player now. Got injured in that first game. I think Kate Otten is another great example. So in an odd way, Adam, I kind of feel like it's more difficult to expect what Tampa Bay is going to do. I also think, we had a great comment earlier. I forgot who it was, so I apologize. But they were asking essentially, is there any chance that the Bucs kind of slept-walk through the regular season and now they stopped hitting the snooze button on their alarm clock and they're actually going to wake up now? I don't know 100% if that's the case, but I do think like Tom Brady didn't want to get hit earlier in the season, and I totally understand why. But now he's willing to take those hits. I think you saw it in the Carolina game. He's willing to chuck it down the field where you have
and that was when the division was on the line.
Exactly. It was a de facto playoff game. If Brady continues to do that, I think you're going to see the 30-point Buccaneers that we've seen in years past. And I truly think he's like, hey, we have 4 more games left this season. I can take a beating for those 4 games. So I really do think if Brady commits to holding on to the ball, which again is crazy to say about an NFL quarterback. You usually want to say get rid of the ball, but for Brady, it's different. If he commits to holding on to the ball, willing to take some of those shots, hopefully he can avoid them altogether, but I think just by holding on to the ball and getting those guys open, naturally you're going to get hit more often. But if he's willing to do it, man, I think the Bucs, I don't know about making a run because San Fran is really, really tough, but I think they can at least be successful in tonight's game.
I really like that point. It kind of reminds me of LeBron James back during the regular season. I think his time with the Cavs.
Load management.
They would just kind of glide through the regular season. As long as they have a playoff spot, hey, anything can happen. We've seen it before all throughout the season. Upsets happen. The underdog comes out to play. And there's no greater quarterback to have in these situations than Tom Brady. I know Logan Ryan spoke about it extensively during the week. But you can't count out the GOAT. And Tom Brady in the playoffs, he just puts up numbers. He puts up comebacks. So you never know.
Yeah, I wasn't able to. You had sent me some videos of Rashad White, Logan Ryan. I wasn't able to upload them on my computer at the moment. But sum up for us essentially what Logan Ryan said. It was about having Tom Brady as a teammate and how, there's no other quarterback you'd rather want.
Yeah, and Logan Ryan, he won a Super Bowl or a couple Super Bowls with him in his time with the Patriots. So he knows what it's like to have a guy like that in the locker room, seeing what kind of leader that he is. And Tom Brady's resume speaks for itself, going over the postseason records for all the different quarterbacks in the NFC. Bailey did a really good article on that.
Yep.
It goes, Tom Brady has 35 wins. He's 35-12. And all the other quarterbacks in the NFC, they have, I think Dak Prescott was next. He has 4 games in the playoffs. So in these kind of situations, Logan Ryan was alluding to, there's no other guy that you'd want. And history kind of speaks for itself there.
Yeah, without question. Shaggy says it is now a 4-game season. Yes, it is. And I think Brady really said it best during, he said a little bit on his Let's Go podcast, but he also said it when he was up at the lectern. It's not a podium. It's a lectern that they speak at. During the week. There's a Twitter account literally called It's a Lectern. And it's just one of those accounts that will comment on a photo or a video where someone says so-and-so at the podium, just says that's a lectern. And I did that earlier this year and the lectern people came after me. So I learned it's a lectern. He is speaking over at a lectern. But anyway, he essentially said, he was asked about being an underdog at home, and he pretty much said, listen, it doesn't matter who's better. It doesn't matter who has the better team or more talent. It's who plays better that game or that day where you guys meet up. And he really alluded to his first Super Bowl win when he defeated the St. Louis Rams, now LA, but the St. Louis Rams, the greatest show on turf at the time. He said, essentially that the Rams were probably the more talented team out of the two, but the Patriots played better in that game, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl, and Brady went on to have the greatest career in NFL history. So, again, I think we learned over the weekend, any given Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, really anything can happen. So I truly would not count the Bucs out. I had a story about it during the week. Don't count them out just yet. They're not listening to the hype. It doesn't matter. Everyone's 0-0. The Cowboys clearly have some flaws, and we'll talk about the Cowboys offense against the Bucs defense in just a moment. But I don't know. I feel much better about this game than I did hours ago, days ago, even like a week ago.
And seeing Brady before the game, I see the Buccaneers kind of posted like some photos. He looks locked in. He's dressed up for the occasion, and he's going to come out firing.
Yeah, he was hoodie Tom this week. As you know, we were at practice. We put it on our Instagram as well. Tom was rocking the hoodie. Seemed dialed in and looked to be ready to go. So I think we're going to see the best version of Tom Brady in this game. But obviously, Brady can't do it alone. We talked a lot about the offense and the defense and what we might see. The defense is going to need to do their part as well, Adam. And one thing that I think the defense has going for them, outside of their health, I think that's the biggest thing. They are much, much healthier. We talked about the safeties earlier. No Keanu O'Neal, but Antoine Winfield Jr., Logan Ryan, and Mike Edwards are all playing. So that's a huge sign. Carlton Davis has returned, so you're going to have Davis and Jamel Dean. SMB, obviously, playing much, much better. So if something were to happen to either of those guys, and then the defensive line, Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks are going to play. But I think the biggest thing for the Bucs in recent weeks have been that they're finally getting the turnovers that many have been asking for in the beginning of the year. So Lavonte David spoke on Monday, and I asked him about just, we all know turnovers come in bunches, but are they peaking at the right time? Are they hitting their stride when it comes to creating these turnovers? Are they hitting their stride right now heading into the playoffs, which is obviously most important? So Lavonte David talking about that. This is what he said.
To the playoffs.
That's our game. That's how we want to play. We had a big drop off. We were very disappointed about that, but being able to, get back in our groove, creating turnovers. They come in bunches, we always say. So hopefully we can continue that up. And the most important part, and that's throughout the playoffs. So we just defense that just want to give our offense as many opportunities as we can to be able to put points on the board, and that's just something that we thrive off of. And even getting something and taking them for touchdown, because we haven't had many of those this year. So just the competitive nature of us. It starts in practice walkthroughs. We always just focus on taking the ball away, and that's just something that we want to get back to.
What can you say about the?
I think it's going to be a special game as well for Lavonte David. He's, I don't want to say flown under the radar. I think he's been properly covered this year. And listen, he's not vintage Lavonte David anymore. All right. He's still a really good player. He's not going to be the guy that gets a ton of turnovers and make all the splash plays. But I think when you look at last season, that was such a trying time for Lavonte David. He had a Liz Frank injury. He missed some time. He came back for the playoffs, but was not even close to 100%. Really had to labor through that injury and was able to go. Then you look at this year. I mean, really both inside linebackers, Lavonte David and Devin White, they pretty much played every single snap up until the Week 18 game. Devin White has had his ups and downs, but played much better as of late. Lavonte, I think, has always been very consistent. Still a really great tackler. Really just the takeaways that we haven't seen as much. I think they deserve a ton of credit just for being able to go every single week and just kind of being an anchor for this team that has seen so many players in and out of the lineup at the secondary position, along the defensive line, especially at edge rusher, to just have two constant pieces and your two defensive captains on the team, along with Vita Vea. I just think they deserve a lot of credit for, not just doing their job, but in a year that's been so up and down, they've been the kind of even mainstay the whole time, just able to go the whole way.
Yeah, and Lavonte, he's finally getting his roses and probably being as covered as he should have been earlier in his career, because he hasn't gotten the accolades that maybe he deserves for being arguably one of the best inside linebackers in the NFL in the past decade. I mean, you have like Luke Kuechly, but
try to find Kuechly and Bobby Wagner, I would say.
Yeah, try to find any other inside linebackers that were as steady and dominant as he was for as long as he was on non-playoff contending Bucs teams. And having him and Devin White, which version of Devin White are we going to see tonight? Are we going to see the playoffs Devin White? Are we going to see the week 1 Devin White, or the ups and downs? So I think between those two, anchoring the middle of the defense as captains, it's going to be huge for them. And branching further into the Bucs defense, you have the run defense. You talked about Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks. Having those two in against Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott, they need to stop that run game. And when they've been in, it's been so much more effective that way. And then in the secondary, stopping CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, yeah.
And having, whether it's Jamel Dean, Carlton Davis, or Antoine Winfield Jr., trying to lock him up. If they can shut him down, Prescott's not going to do anything, because he didn't do anything against the Commanders or us or the Bucs in week 1. Just under like 50% completions, throwing turnovers. He's had 15 interceptions this year. So all 3 levels of the Bucs defense are crucial, but it all starts with Levante David and Devin White.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about Dak Prescott, the passing game, what they have to do there. Larry Foote did talk about Levante and some of the other defensive players this week. So I'm going to play 2 videos of Larry Foote talking about his guys on defense and kind of what he's seen from the Cowboys as well.
To not let, the level of play slip.
One thing I can speak for myself as a player, when you start getting to the end, that kind of motivates you a little bit, rejuvenates you, because the end is near. Levante, he's a pro. I mean, he still looks good. I really judge him how he looks on the practice field. He's still, breaking, getting out his cuts. I call him the screen sniffer. Every time they run a screen, he finds a way to make the play. But he's playing at a high level. Those type of guys, if you're playing that well in your 30s, God truly blessed you.
It seems as if Dak in particular is turning the ball over a lot. What do you see when you watch that?
Well, they're running the ball good. You see Pollard starting to, come into his own. 88 is starting to rip the league up. You got to know where he's at. A couple of rough weeks from Dak, but, he's coming off an injury. But they got weapons. The line is getting healthy, so it's going to be a big test for them.
They have weapons for sure. As I was about to say Larry David. It's Larry Foote.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah. Have you seen that show?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, finally.
All right.
Finally, you've seen something that I've watched and tried to reference. So, all right, we're off to a great start. Yeah. They do have weapons, the Cowboys offense, but I think they are a little more identifiable than other teams. And you're probably saying, well, what are you talking about? You can say that about the Bucs, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is, like, if you take out Mike Evans, if you take him, not like Saints Bounty Gate, take him out. If you limit him in the game, I think the Bucs can turn to a lot of other options. They could get Julio going. That's why they brought him in here. Cade Otton has saved the game at times for the Bucs. I think the Bucs can go to options C, D, and E if they need to get to that. For the Cowboys, it's, as Larry David Foote, it's Tony Pollard, it's Ezekiel Elliott, and it's CeeDee Lamb. And you brought up a great stat on, I guess, Thursday's show.
Yeah.
Where they shut down CeeDee Lamb. He had 2 receptions for less than 30 yards. And you see why the Cowboys only scored 3 points. When Vita Vea and Akeem Hicks are in the game, if they stop that run, I truly believe that the key to success for this game is if you stop the run and you force Dak to keep throwing it, the Bucs are going to win this game. Because it's really only CeeDee Lamb that does a lot of damage for the Cowboys team. And, Rick Zoyce, who was on the show the other day, we played the video earlier, he kind of compared the complaints about Kellen Moore were very similar to Byron Leftwich. Not as much of creativity, relying on your guys to win their one-on-one battles, but if they don't win their one-on-one battles, they're kind of screwed. I think, we've kind of learned, obviously CeeDee Lamb is great, but Noah Brown, some of their other wide receivers, aren't exactly second string, third string receivers. They're more third and fourth string receivers, which is why the T.Y. Hilton thing is such an interesting dynamic and scenario to this game. I love this matchup for the Bucs. I love the fact that they're either going to bracket CeeDee Lamb or at least have enough trust in Carlton Davis or Jamel Dean to stop CeeDee Lamb. And on the flip side, if those receivers aren't winning their one-on-one battles, which they probably won't, because again, we trust the Bucs secondary and Antoine Winfield Jr. in the slot, Dak's going to panic. He's going to have nowhere to go with the ball, and I think that's where you'll see some of the interceptions that the Bucs might be able to get in this game.
I agree with that, and just kind of what T.Y. Hilton brings. That's something that the Bucs didn't see in Week 1. He's probably their second best option. Maybe Dalton Schultz if they try to involve him, but you have great linebackers for the Bucs up the middle, as we mentioned with David and White. Maybe locking him up. White has enough speed too, so it'll be interesting to see what Dallas does on offense. But if they can't get Lamb going, maybe they use Pollard in the receiving game more. But it is a really favorable matchup for the Bucs.
We have a $20 super chat from Teddy. So thank you so much, Teddy. We appreciate you. You're in the chats all the time. So thank you. We're actually going to play a video in a little bit talking about the breakout players for the Bucs in the playoffs. And it was sparked by a question from Teddy. So Teddy, thank you so much, man. Thank you for this $20 super chat. He says, this is the least stressed I've been before a playoff game because of our regular season play and record. Most said we wouldn't / shouldn't even be here. New season, no pressure, and the talent and experience to pull this off. Let's effing go with the pirate flag and the skull and crossbones. Teddy, as far as the pressure-wise, I completely, unequivocally agree with you. I think all the pressure is on the Dallas Cowboys. I think you hear the rumblings about Sean Payton. You say, oh, is this another situation where Mike McCarthy chokes again and the Cowboys choke again? And the Cowboys choke year after year after year. I mean, the way
Mike
that
McCarthy's
they lost,
done it for a decade.
Exactly, going back to the his regime with the Packers, and obviously you would know all about that. I think, the game hasn't even happened yet, and so many people are like, oh, well, will Mark McCarthy be the next head coach? Will Jim Harbaugh be the next guy? They haven't even played yet, and they're already running Mike McCarthy out of town. I think the Cowboys, everyone's bringing up the stat that they haven't won a road playoff game in over 30 years. Neither you or I were alive the last time the Cowboys won a road playoff game. I was actually born a couple months after the Cowboys won their last road playoff game. Some also notes to date, or dates to note, would be, I believe a year ago is when the Bucs beat the Eagles in the first round of the playoffs. So once again, you're getting the Bucs against a NFC East team. Also, the last time the Cowboys had a road wildcard game was when they played the Seahawks, which they lost. Of course, that was the infamous Tony Romo fumble on the chip shot field goal to win the game. So maybe those two things colliding kind of helps the Bucs as well. But yeah, Adam, I think this is all the pressure is on the Cowboys in this one.
Yeah, and especially on their offense, like we mentioned that. But for all the slander that Kellen Moore has gotten, their offense has still put up a lot of points, but they just haven't been hot at the right time. Like they've been going in a downward trajectory, while the Bucs in the past couple weeks, we saw it in the Carolina game. We saw it the first half of the Atlanta game. They've been kind of upward, as crazy as that sounds, as they have failed to break the 20-point threshold that much.
Yeah.
But I don't really see the Cowboys offense, like firepower wise, getting to the Bucs level in this game, at least.
And I think a big trend and a running theme for the Bucs this year has really been resiliency. They were down by 10 in the fourth quarter to the Cardinals, and they came back. They had the big comebacks against the Rams and the Saints, two teams that they had issues beating in the past. So I think that's why the Bucs are a little more calm, cool, and collected too. Like, it's probably not going to be pretty. There's going to be points where we're going to slam our fists on the desk or the table or wherever you're watching the game from. But this team sticks together. They don't necessarily panic. And they know if they're in it in the fourth quarter, like that's when Tom Brady takes over. So I'm going to play a quick video of Mike Evans talking about the resiliency of the team this year.
We've been through tough times together, so we know how each other responds to moments like that. So, we've been doing that all year. Our division helped us out by, it was a low division this year as far as record. And, we just got the job done to punch our ticket.
I mean, is it a character?
Byron Leftwich had a funny comment about it too. I'm going to try to find it at the moment, but he was he was essentially talking about that. I don't know if it's resiliency, but just like finding a way to win the game, and it's been so different this year because they're winning in ways that they haven't like really won before. So
every week's kind of been a battle.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I could find it. I have a lot of Byron Leftwich videos. Let's see. Yep, actually, let's go. Byron. Yeah, it was about the whole team really growing as coaches and players because of all the stuff that they went through and with these late comebacks and everything like that. So let's go to Byron Leftwich in just a moment.
Like we was fighting every week. It felt like we was fighting every week for a win, and we was in a battle every week. It was none of them came easy this year, the wins or the losses. Nothing was easy for us. Sometimes you have years like this in this league, and I think it's good for players and it's good for coaches because I think we all grew. I think our players got better. I think we as coaches got better. We was faced with a lot of situations that we've never been faced with in the past with this group. And I think we got better through it. I think our players got better through it. So sometimes you have these moments, and when you have them, you accept the challenge. You accept the challenge of what you're faced with week in and week out, knowing that nobody knows those challenges, right? Nobody really understands those challenges that you're going through every week. And to be sitting right here as one of the teams that has an opportunity to be in the tournament, I think it's a sign of our players. I think it's a sign of the how good a job our coaches done throughout the year, because this was a different year. This was a different year to say the least, and to be able to fight through it and still end up in the tournament, it just says what type of players we have and what job I think our coaching staff did, offense, defense, special teams.
You guys have.
And just want to remind everybody as well that you don't have to change the dial or go anywhere else when the Bucs and Cowboys kick off at 8:15. Stay right here, right on our YouTube channel, Pewter Report TV, and tune in with us for the Pewter GameDay show presented by Celsius. It'll be myself and Pewter Report's Josh Capo giving our live reactions, analysis, insight, and everything else in between for Bucs versus Cowboys. It's always a great time. We've been through the good, bad, and ugly with this team. So excited for this playoff edition of the Celsius Pewter Report Game Day show. And, of course, we just had the Tailgate show before. We had those audio issues, but luckily we're all good now, especially with our home studio setup. But we typically do that live at the Walk-Ons in Midtown and had it presented by Celsius and Age Rejuvenation. So at this moment, we're going to hear a quick message from our friends over at Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. Both John Gilmore, who was on the Pewter Tailgate show, and Scott Reynolds have spoken very highly about it, how it's made them feel both younger and just feel better and more energetic. And Scott's talked about how he's lost weight. And, John still looks like that he could play football right now. I mean, that's a current modern day picture of John Gilmore. That is not John Gilmore from his playing days, but obviously looks to be in great shape. So check out Age Rejuvenation, their testosterone therapy, peptide therapy, and stem cell therapy, how it can help you. That is Age Rejuvenation. Let's get to some more comments. Appreciate everybody that is in the chat. Had a lot of great participation from everybody today. Dante is looking for vintage Julio Jones tonight. That would be ideal. And Adam, as you said, this is why Julio Jones is here. It doesn't really matter what he did in the regular season. He had moments of, hey, this does look like vintage Julio. He had some spots.
That catch and run in Germany on that drag route, that was a big moment.
Shaggy talking about the game day show that's coming up. You can pause your game feed or pod to sync up if that's an issue. Yeah, so sometimes what we'll do is obviously, we're watching from two different places. So sometimes our feeds are a little bit different. So we are typically a play or two behind when the actual live play goes on. So I like to say it's good. You can watch the play and then get my reaction and either Adam's reaction or Josh's reaction, whoever's on that show. So that's definitely a good way to do it. Tyler, telling everybody to hit that subscribe button. Please do. If you don't mind, subscribe to Pewter Report TV. We're very close to 10,000 followers. Would love to get to it by tonight. That would actually be super cool if we could do that, if you like all of our coverage. I Like Rice says, let's go, Pewter people. Let's effing go, Bucs. I think another fun thing about the playoffs is sometimes you get those unsung heroes. You get the guys that you weren't expecting to, become maybe not household names, but a player that you're talking about that you wouldn't necessarily expect to. I know we talked about breakout players a couple shows ago, Adam. Definitely want to get some of your selections for that. Scott and I had a discussion about that on Monday's episode. So we're going to play a quick video from that episode where we talked about who could potentially be the breakthrough player for the Bucs in this year's playoffs. So let's get to that video. Sean Murphy Bunting was that guy, getting all of the interceptions. So offensively, the first guy that popped into my head, and I don't know if this counts because it depends on how many snaps the Bucs will give him.
Right.
But Rachaad White, obviously, I think can kind of be what Leonard Fournette was to the Bucs in 2020. Just being the guy that they're going to ride out. I'm not saying the run game is going to get insanely better, but I think Rachaad White or Cade Otton as well. I don't want to steal too many players, but Cade Otton has shown he can not take over games, but he can, be a huge factor late in games. I would love for him to start doing things in the first half and continue to. He's Mr. Second Half, in my opinion.
Right.
Is Cade Otton. Defensively, just riding what he's been doing in recent weeks. Anthony Nelson, if he can continue to get to the quarterback, I think that goes a long way for this Bucs defense. The strip sacks, the just consistent pressure. I think Anthony Nelson might be it.
I'm going to start on defense, and I'm going to go Sean Murphy Bunting. The guy's just played really, really good football. He's in a contract year. I think one of the biggest things for him, Matt, it's been two things, right? It's been injuries, right? He's been banged up at times, but then it's also when he's healthy, it's been a lack of confidence.
Yeah.
And I just think, he's got into his head sometimes. He doesn't have Jamel Dean can give up a touchdown. That I don't think he's given up one this year. Maybe he gave up. Actually, I think he gave up one or two in the Packers game, but he's had a really good year. But Jamel Dean is just like he's like happy-go-lucky. He's like, oh, well, give up a touchdown. I'm going to go out and get a pick the next play. That's just his mentality. I think Sean has kind of beaten himself up a little bit, but his confidence is riding high right now. I would not be surprised at all if he, the only problem with Sean, though, is he's probably not going to see many snaps now in defense unless they really want to, cycle him in and kind of preserve Jamel Dean, because Jamel Dean has got a banged up toe, right? And you have Carlton Davis with the shoulder. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see kind of a three-headed monster rotation at the outside cornerback spot, because you're going to see Antoine Winfield Jr. in the slot for sure. Yes. But I like SMB. I think he's going to come up with some plays here in the preseason game against Dallas. And I think on the offensive side, I don't know. I'd love to say Rachaad White. It just seems like whether it's Byron Leftwich or Todd McNair, the running backs coach, I don't know. It's like he starts the game and then we just don't see enough of him, Yeah. And I think that the thing that could be holding Rachaad White back is Byron Leftwich. So I'm going to go with Russell Gage. I don't know why, but Russell Gage just seems to kind of be that guy that's showing up around the end zone. And
yes, he crossed my mind as well. And I was thinking, like, he's kind of been the goal line receiver for the Bucs this year. They've gone away from the fade pass to Mike Evans. Chris Godwin tends to do a lot of his work over the middle of the field. Like, again, trying to go from the 20 to the other 20. Hasn't really been a red zone presence as much outside of screens at the line of scrimmage. So Russell Gage, I think, is a good pick because he seems to be that, the security blanket red zone guy for the Bucs in recent weeks.
Yep.
So. Okay, Adam, I will ask you the same question. Who's going to be a breakout player for the Bucs in hopefully a longer preseason run, postseason run?
Yeah.
I don't care what they do in the preseason. But yeah, for the playoffs, who are you picking?
Yes, I liked both your pick and Scott's pick on both sides of the ball with Rachaad White and Sean Murphy-Bunting. I'm going to go a little bit different direction on offense and defense. I'll give you two guys. So start with defense. I like Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and what he could potentially do in this game. A lot of the focus is going to be on Vea and Hicks up front, Anthony Nelson on one side. They're going to game plan against them pretty well. Dallas has a really solid offensive line group. So I think a guy that will step up could be Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. He has a lot of athleticism, physicality. Maybe didn't have the year a lot of Bucs fans were expecting him to make that second-year leap. I personally think it'll be a 3-year leap, year 3 leap for him. So I could see him starting that playoff run like Sean Murphy-Bunting, like Devin White, kind of build that momentum into next season. On the back end in the secondary, I would say Mike Edwards. He could be a guy making a lot of plays. Coming into the season, we expected him to be a ball hawk, a guy creating turnovers. We saw that big pick 6 against the New Orleans Saints. I think he'll have a big play. I don't know when it'll be in the playoffs, but I definitely see that happening. And then shifting onto the offensive side of the ball, you said Rachaad White. I like Rachaad White. He's my first pick on that one. He's really come along as rookie season's gone on for him. He had the big breakout game against the Seahawks in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great – you have a 1-2 punch in Fournette and White. And White's kind of that lightning. And I think he'll have a big play in this game as well. And unsung heroes, can I go with an offensive lineman?
Yeah, go for it.
I would say Luke Gedeke. Call me crazy, call it bold. I think he's going to have a solid game for the Bucs at left guard. He didn't have a great 7-game stretch as rookie, like earlier in his rookie season, but I think he'll have a solid game today.
I'll call it home state bias for you. I'm just busting your chops. I do like the Edwards pick. He was someone that I had named as well that you did not see in that video. So would be a great moment for Mike Edwards to reprise his ball hawking role, which, let's remember, this day a year ago, he had an interception against the Eagles. So maybe he'll get another one. You heard us make some picks right then and there. You should be making those picks over at Underdog Fantasy, which, by the way, the very talented Josh Capo, who will be on the show in just a little bit, had a whole article about his picks for the Bucs Cowboys games tonight. Some of the players and options that are available, which ones he liked. So check out that article at pewterreport.com if you want to win some money. Underdog is the easiest way to get some action on the NFL with their pick'em game and their rivals games. You just pick an over or under on your favorite or least favorite player stats. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single night. Underdog keeps it super simple with their easy-to-use website and mobile apps. You pick between 2 and 5 players to fill out your pick'em slip. Get every pick right and take home some cold, hard cash. Use the promo code Pewter, that's PEWTER, and get your first deposit doubled up to $100 by Underdog. Even if you learn from Plant City Math, you know that is a heck of a deal. So once again, promo code Pewter, PEWTER, and start making those picks over at Underdog Fantasy. Adam, I will let you go first.
Ooh.
What picks do you have for this game?
So I went with a full 5 picks.
Whoa, you crazy, man.
Crazy. So I had 3 Bucs and 2 Cowboys. So I'll start with the Bucs. I think Tom Brady, he's going to have higher than 18.05 fantasy points. I feel like that's a solid line. He had a great game against the Panthers. Playoff Lenny, only 38.5 rushing yards is what they have him at. So got to go higher. Rashad White, 15.5 receiving yards, as Josh pointed out in his article. He's reached that threshold 5 of the past 6 games. I think that's a solid line for him. Great check down option for Tom Brady. And then for the Cowboys, Dak Prescott. I went with lower than 249 passing yards. He didn't reach that in week 1. He struggled late in the season. I think that's a safe bet. It's probably going to go under. But I think 21.5 of those passing yards at least will go to T.Y. Hilton as the Bucs lock up CeeDee Lamb. They might throw to Hilton more, so I went higher on that. And those are my 5 picks.
That is very bold, man. I respect it. Yeah. I think those are all quite logical picks. I don't think, you went high with the volume of picks, but I thought they were all very reasonable ones. I went on the much shorter side. I only made 2 picks.
Oh.
Because I want to win. I usually hit like 3 out of the 5 or whatever it is. I just want to win, damn it. And that's what I'm going to do with these 2 picks. For the Cowboys, I'm going higher than 22.5 receiving yards for Tony Pollard. I just think if CeeDee Lamb gets shut down, sure, you have Dalton Schultz, but Pollard does a lot more damage out of the backfield as a receiver than Ezekiel Elliott does at this point. And then for the Bucs, I'm going higher than 277.5 passing yards for Tom Brady. I think it goes into everything that we talked about before with Brady being able and willing to take more hits and hold on to the ball in order to get those big chunk plays down the field. So I think you see a lot of the splash plays, maybe not the 3 touchdowns to Mike Evans like they did in Carolina, but throwing it down the field, which obviously will accumulate a lot more receiving yards. I also don't think the running game is all of a sudden magically going to be solved, but crazier things have happened. So those are our picks for Underdog Fantasy. Feel free to ride with or fade. Just rattle them off one more time, Adam, just in order of what all your picks are.
Yeah, so I had 3 Bucs picks, 2 Cowboys picks. For the Bucs, Tom Brady higher than 18.05 fantasy points. Leonard Fournette is going to be playoff Lenny, higher than 38.5 rushing yards. And Rashad White higher than 15.5 receiving yards. For the Cowboys, Dak Prescott lower than 249.5 passing yards. And T.Y. Hilton will be higher. He'll have at least 21.5 receiving yards.
Awesome. And I have Tony Pollard over 22.5 receiving yards and Tom Brady over 277.5 passing yards. So those are our picks for Underdog Fantasy. We have a couple of minutes until the game kicks off, and Josh Capo will be joining me for the Pewter GameDay show. So while we have a couple of more minutes, we're going to make our predictions for the game. Adam, we will start with you.
Ooh. So I said before when we were going over or under that they'll be under 45. I think it was 45.5 points.
Yep.
Josh is funny. So I think it'll be a Bucs win. Shout out to Josh. It'll be Bucs 24, Dallas 20 is my prediction. I think the Bucs will surpass the 20-point threshold. I think Dallas is not going to be able to do too much on offense compared to what they did at times during the season. I think the Bucs did a really good job shutting them down week 1. I think that'll continue. But I think the Bucs, they'll come out. Tom Brady will look better. He'll look more similar to the Carolina game as opposed to maybe the Steelers game, the first Panthers game. The offense will fire a little bit more and get kind of into a rhythm. So my prediction's Bucs 24, Dallas 20.
I'm glad that Unreasonable Things has joined the comment section. It's been a while since we heard from Unreasonable Things, so glad we can get all of your negativity for this one. I also have the Bucs winning, And I also have the Bucs scoring 24 points. I think everything that we said about Tom Brady, I think that the fact that you have Jensen back is going to provide some energy, some adrenaline. I believe having all 4 wide receivers healthy could make a big difference. And it's the playoffs. You got to let it fly. You got to empty the tank. I think we're going to see the best version of Tom Brady. I think the defense is going to show, hey, we're actually still a pretty good defense once we actually get to play with the lead. The Bucs defense has played well in a lot of games. They've been getting turnovers more as of late, which obviously is super, super critical for this team. So I say the Bucs are going to win 24-17. I think the defense capitalizes on 1 or 2 turnovers from Dak Prescott. The Bucs are able to move the ball way better than they have in the past. I'm not saying it's going to be absolutely perfect, but they're going to do what they need to do in order to win this game and advance to the next round. So I have the Bucs winning 24-17. Adam, appreciate all your contributions for the show today. He will be on at halftime as well to give his thoughts about what goes on in the first half. But we are about a minute away from the start of the game, so we're going to play that music, get Josh Capo in here, and watch Bucs versus Cowboys. Let's play that video. Welcome, Pewter Report readers, viewers, and listeners, to a brand new edition of the Pewter GameDay Show. And it's a playoff edition of the Pewter GameDay Shows. We're going to talk about everything Bucs versus Cowboys, giving our live reactions and analysis and insight into everything. The Bucs are about to kick off. That means they'll get the ball at halftime, which is very nice. I'm your host, Matera. Joined with me is my fellow colleague from Pewter Report, Josh Capo. Josh, thank you for joining me. And how thrilled are you for some playoff football?
Matt. Guess what day it is?
It's a game day, baby. More like game night, but it's a playoff game night.
Hell yeah. All right. We got to sync up our TVs, right?
Yes, we do. What do you see on your screen?
I just saw the kickoff. They are bringing the offense and the defense out. Looks like we're synced up.
Yeah, they got Dak Prescott, like a graphic of Dak on the screen right now. Yeah, I think, all right, awesome. I think we are all good to go. So very excited for that. Loved your article on PewterReport.com about Underdog Fantasy, what picks going with there. So I hope they all hit. As the Cowboys start off with play action, Prescott rolls to his right, throws it to CD Lamb, but he drops it. It's incomplete. Would have been a short gain anyway. Good coverage by Joe Tryon Shoyinka on the play as well.
One of the best pass coverage edge defenders in football. So, and then just real quick, going back to that Underdog Fantasy thing, I'm hoping to make Bucs fans some money so they can stop getting mad at me for being the only Pewter reporter to pick the Bucs to lose tonight.
Second down, it's a screen to CD Lamb. That ball is dropped as well. So the Bucs playing very aggressive early, and CD Lamb is very, very shaky. Let's remember, he had a bad game against the Bucs in week 1, and not a great start for CD Lamb.
Yeah, it looks like Dallas may have a little bit of nerves. Maybe their not so great playoff history is in their head a little bit. 2 not great plays to start out, and now they're facing a 3rd and 10. This is exactly where Todd Bowles and this defense wants to have Dallas.
You have Sean Murphy Bunting on the field on the left side to the Cowboys' right. Dak throws over the middle. It's knocked away by Carlton Davis. Incomplete. Bucs force a 3-and-out to start the game as they were looking for T.Y. Hilton, one of the new Dallas Cowboys. A fantastic start for the Bucs defense.
Absolutely. And a couple of things you noted, Sean Murphy Bunting lined up on the outside as the left cornerback, which is where Carlton Davis typically lines up. Davis was lined up as the right cornerback. Didn't see Jamel Dean on the field for that third down.
Yeah, quite interesting. Quite interesting to see. And we also see Devin Tompkins' first return in a playoff game. And the former Buc, Brian Anger, sends the punt away. Devin Tompkins receives it, takes it up the field, head towards the sideline a little bit for about a 5 to 7 yard gain. So Bucs will get their first crack at it as Tom Brady makes his way. And it is the return of Luke Gedeke. No, well, it is, but Ryan Jensen at starting center. So very exciting to see Jensen back. Luke Gedeke getting the start at left guard. And Bucs fans will be watching with bated breath for both offensive linemen coming back. Really, the whole line is coming back. You know, Tristan Wirfs, Donovan Smith. Only Shaq Mason played in the last game.
Right. I keep saying Luke Gedeke revenge game. So we'll see if that proves me right. Great to see Big Red back in there at center.
It really is cool. And they start with the run to Rachaad White. He is tackled for a loss. Micah Parsons, ever heard of him? He takes Rachaad White down for about a 2 or 3 yard loss. Not exactly how you want to start.
Yeah, first down run. Love to see it. Not at all.
And they pulled Donovan Smith on the play. So Parsons did the right thing of just following where the guy was pulling.
Yeah,
and let him right to Rachaad White.
Yeah, they pulled both Smith and Gedeke, and somebody was supposed to take that backside defender who's trailing, and nobody did. And that's why you end up in 2nd and 13.
Brady and shotgun, clean snap. The throw is just a little bit high for Russell Gage, and the Bucs find themselves in a 3rd and 13 very early on.
Great place to be.
Yeah. He had Russell Gage open too, it looked like.
Yep.
Let's see. They had, all right. So Gage was open.
Just ran a little dig route over the middle. He was going to sit down in front of the safety there. Brady just overthrew him. That's on Brady.
They ran a little stunt there with Parsons. He started on the outside and then moved towards the inside.
Yep.
Parsons going one-on-one. Brady has to move up. They're going to get Donovan Smith for a hold. Complete pass to Mike Evans anyway. And this is what we worried about, Josh, that Donovan Smith has been subpar this year. That's no secret. If you're going to put him on that island, they called it on Donovan Smith. If you're going to put Donovan Smith on that island, you have to be ready to prepare where if he struggles, you can't just let this go for all game long.
Right.
You can't. It's the playoffs. So we'll see how quickly there's an adjustment for the Bucs offensive line. Both teams start out going 3-0.
And ESPN has an amazing stat on Donovan Smith. 74 accepted penalties on him since 2015.
Yikes.
He's most of any offensive lineman over that time period. The next closest player has 11 less.
Jake Camarda, the Bucs punter, gets his first punt of the game, punting to the very dangerous Kevontae Turpin. And he's showing why he's dangerous right now. But a great job by Giovanni Bernard. The veteran running back makes the special teams tackle. You don't see that too often. Channeling his anger at the Tampa Bay media by making a great hit on Turpin in the return game.
I wonder if anybody's going to trail him after the game to ask him about it.
Hey, if he would have forced a fumble, then he's definitely getting talked to in the locker room. Nicely done by Giovanni Bernard. That was really cool to see.
Yep, absolutely. One thing I'll be looking for as the Bucs come back out on defense after this commercial break. So we saw Sean Murphy Bunting lined up as the outside corner on that third down there. Jamel Dean was in on the very next play as on the coverage unit for the punt. So interesting lineup change there because Dean has had a superb season. Play fell off a little bit towards the end of the season, but still an amazing season overall. And maybe that goes to some of the injuries that he's had late, but an interesting call by Todd Bowles to put Sean Murphy Bunting in over him.
Yeah, I think that kind of, in a weird way, I know I flubbed my words before, and said preseason when I was talking about postseason, but it did kind of remind me of the preseason when Sean Murphy Bunting got the start at corner for most of the preseason, opposite of Carlton Davis. I'm not saying they're going to do that for the whole game.
Yep.
We've gotten requests for 3 and outs to be added to the ticker, and we love the Pewter people, so ask and you shall receive. But I'm going to give credit to the Bucs defense, and we're going to keep track of the Bucs defensive 3 and outs as well. So give me
there we go.
1 moment just to update that. 3 and outs.
I feel kind of like it should be Bucs defense versus just Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
How many 3 and outs can Parsons create on his own? So we did get, I guess, a bit of an update in our Pewter Report chat. According to Bailey Adams, he said that Ian Rappaport of NFL Network said that Jamel Dean has been dealing with an illness this week. And that could be why Sean Murphy Bunting's out there.
That would make some sense. There was an illness going around recently. Julio Jones was ill a couple of weeks ago. Mike Evans missed the Week 18 game with an illness, so unfortunately, it looks like it hit Jamel Dean now.
Yep.
They showed some celebrities at the game: Hulk Hogan, John Daly, and then Buccaneer greats Warren Sapp and Derek Brooks.
Yep.
Dallas runs it for the first time, and a great job by Akeem Hicks, Mike Edwards, and Devin White in there to clean it up as well. That was the first run of the game for Dallas, and it is stopped for a negative gain.
Credit to Vita Vea as well, as he just manhandled the center Biadasz and kind of created that gap for all the other defenders to come through.
Yeah, important to note that, again, Vita Vea is returning to the lineup, did not play in Week 18. And didn't play before Week 17. He had missed the 2 weeks before Week 17, but it was a winner-take-all game, essentially, as they run it to the outside with Tony Pollard. He bounces off of Devin White, gets a couple of yards up the field, but nothing too disastrous for the Tampa Bay defense. Still going to be a 3rd and long for Dallas on this second drive of the game.
Yep. Good penetration by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka to kind of force Pollard's hand in terms of where he had to cut up field and pushed him kind of into the Bucs defense there.
3rd and 7. The crowd is loud in Tampa Bay. A lot of Bucs fans, obviously. Cowboys fans travel pretty well. But nice to see.
Speaking of which, my wife is a Cowboys fan. So
no kidding.
Yep, fun night for me.
Oh, Vita Vea gets to Prescott, and they're going to blow the whistle. Whitfield breaks the ball loose, but I believe the whistle was blown at that point. Vita Vea led the team in sacks with 6.5. He gets the first sack for the Bucs in the postseason. And we get to update the 3 and out ticker. How great is that?
Also, with a sack, does that mean we get to live life like a pirate?
Yes, we do. And very fitting because Gasparella is coming up very soon. First of all, let me update that ticker. 2 3 and outs for the Bucs defense. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this after the return by Devin Tompkins. Gets it at the 30, heads for the sideline again, breaks a couple of tackles, almost lost the ball, but tackled at the 40. So solid field position for the Bucs on their second drive. But, of course, that was set up by the sack by Vita Vea, which, of course, is brought to you by Pirate Republic. They have 3 awesome flavors that you can get. They have multiple flavors, but in terms of what you can get here in the United States, you have the Long John Pilsner, that's in the red can, the Take No Quarter IPA in the green, and the Golden Haze of Piracy Belgian wheat beer in the gold. All great flavors, great tasting. They're based out of Nassau, Bahamas, made their way to Florida for football season and now the playoffs. You can get Pirate Republic over at Total Wine and More, Lucan's Liquors, and Party Liquors and ABC Liquors as well. That's where I typically get my Pirate Republic beer. So live life like a pirate and drink Pirate Republic beer.
So game's kind of starting off like most Bucs games. Offense looked horrendous. It's a Bucs game.
You had yeah, it was horrendous. I was like, well, the second play wasn't bad. It was just an overthrow, but it's like, all right, well, you instantly Brady gets hit. It's an incomplete. Like,
yep. You got the left tackle just losing his mind against, admittedly, a top 5 edge rusher in the game.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we can sugarcoat the fact that it is a very tough matchup. But this matchup coming in. That's why you have to double team and do things like that.
And that's one of the things I think a lot of Bucs fans don't necessarily consider is what the Bucs ask of both Donovan Smith and Tristan Wirfs is a lot more than most tackles are asked to do. They put them on an island almost every passing snap. That is how this offense operates. And they don't give them as much help as a lot of other offenses do. And for Tristan, I don't think anybody's worried about him, right? Because he's that elite. It's him and Lane Johnson on the right side. They're in a category all of their own. Donovan Smith, he can have games where he has very high level play. Almost every game, there's 2 to 3 snaps where you go, what are you doing? And then when he goes up against somebody like Parsons, who combines fantastic burst and speed off the line, really great bend, and then he can transfer speed to power so easily, that's a matchup that Smith's not going to win often enough by himself. Mm-hmm. So they do need to scheme some stuff up, put some tight ends on that side, chip him, throw Lenny out there to clear him out like he did in week 1.
Yeah, that was a big thing. I think we kind of forgot about the big chip block by Leonard Fournette that Parsons complained about. Brady completes his first pass of the game for a very short gain, but it was to Mike Evans. So Evans records his first reception, and Ryan Jensen immediately in there pushing some Cowboys players. So getting nasty right away.
He's going to bring the edge back to that offensive line.
Yes. 2nd and 8 for Tampa Bay. Fournette in the game. We saw Rachaad White on the first drive as K-Dot goes in motion. Brady and shotgun. They run it with Lombardi Lenny. Gets about a yard or 2 up the field, tackled by Leighton Vander Esch. We've been seeing the Bucs run out of shotgun, I think, more towards the latter half of the season than we did in the beginning. But sets up 3rd and 5, so small improvements. Last drive was a 3rd and 13.
Asking the offense to be elite on 3rd down is not a recipe for success. I'm hesitant to say this, but first few snaps, Gedecke's looked okay.
Yeah. Can't fault him. Brady looking, pump fakes, throws. The ball's up in the air, and it drops for an incompletion, but that was scary. And the Bucs offense ties it up with the 3 and outs. We are deadlocked at 2.
Yeah, Micah Parsons once again creating that pressure. This time he got inside on Donovan Smith. I think Smith may have held him yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hand on his throat, it looks like.
Throat or face mask, and definitely could have been called. And that's going to be a matchup to watch. And so far, Smith has not looked like he is ready for it.
Arda on for a second punt of the game. That one's all the way back. Not a great punt by Golden Leg. Goes for the touchback.
Yep. 54 yards straight into the end zone.
All right. I'm going to tweet out that. Everyone bear with me for just a moment. We are tied at 2-2. We're tied at 2-2 in 3 and outs between the Bucs offense and defense. All right, well, the defense is doing their job. The offense, not just yet. So maybe, just maybe, the Bucs defense had some Celsius before the game, and that's why they're playing so well to start things out. For those that don't know, Celsius is the presenting sponsor of both the Pewter Report podcast, which we will do after the game today, and the Pewter GameDay show, which you are watching right now. Celsius has 7 essential vitamins. It's the healthy version of an energy drink. 0 crash or sugar, so you don't have to worry about getting the essential energy and then just feeling tired or unable to stay awake later on. It's the healthy version of an energy drink, so no crash there. You got a variety of flavors from the Arctic Peach and Tropical vibe. You can go for the cola flavor, cucumber lime, strawberry kiwi guava is pretty great as well. So if you want to have a Celsius and you haven't tried it yet, go to the store locator on the Celsius website, punch in your address, and it will let you know where you can find a Celsius at your nearest Walmart, Target, convenience store, your bodega that everyone loves to get up in arms about when I say it. So check out Celsius energy drinks. And when you know you love them, and we know that you will, that's where you go to Amazon, do the subscribe and save, and start getting Celsius energy drinks in bulk. Get the variety pack, because why have one flavor when you can have so many different flavors of Celsius energy drinks? And variety is the spice of life. Go to Amazon, click on the subscribe and save, have it sent to your house or apartment every week, every month, quarterly, whenever you want. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. Hashtag Celsius Live Fit. Hashtag Celsius Energy. Tony Pollard runs it towards the left side, makes a nice cut, and gets about 5 or 6 yards on the play as the Cowboys start their third drive on offense. As MJRVI says, double Micah the whole game and put Rashad in. I'm not going to blame anything for Leonard Fournette. They both have like one rushing attempt. Prescott goes play action, has time, looking, throws towards the right. The throw is high. Nice catch by Michael Gallup.
And Sean Murphy-Bunting missed a big opportunity there. He wraps up Gallup and brings him down. He had the opportunity to push him out of bounds, and with some rule changes that happened just a couple years ago, it would have been an incomplete pass.
Yeah. That was such a stupid rule. It's like, well, he would have landed inbounds if he wasn't pushed. I remember that happened late in the game, and they gave the guy a touchdown. It's like, no, if he's not in bounds, he's not in bounds.
Right.
That is the first down of the game, though. It only took 5 drives.
And halfway through the first quarter.
A blitzing Antoine Winfield Jr., or just Antoine Winfield Jr. playing up at the line of scrimmage, makes the tackle on Tony Pollard.
And that'll be an interesting matchup, is Antoine Winfield Jr. as the slot corner going up against CeeDee Lamb, who plays about, I want to say, a little over half to 2/3 of his snaps in the slot. SMB and Carlton Davis switch sides. SMB on the right.
They do
some on the
more play action. JTS with a great spin move. Oh, man. Dak just got it loose. Antoine Winfield Jr. is there to make the play. Love that spin move by Joe Tryon-Shoyinka. Are they going to call roughing the passer?
Looks like it.
You got Akeem Hicks for roughing the passer.
Hope to see a replay on that. So there's it.
Come on. It's the playoffs.
I don't know if they got him for late or if they got him for falling with all of his weight, which it didn't really look like he did.
That's such a stupid rule. You're going full speed. That's not something you can
right.
Control at a great pace.
It's almost like what they want him to do is to spin Dak around, land on his own back with Dak on top of him.
They essentially want to ballroom dance.
Right.
Pollard looking for a crease. He finds one, heads up the field. for about a 15-yard run, and the Cowboys are very much in striking distance.
Yep.
Hopefully they hold Dallas to a field goal, though, because I have a prop bet of Russell Gage to score the first touchdown of the game.
Looks like Devin White had an opportunity to get him and just couldn't finish the tackle.
They pulled Biadasz on the play. Biadasz,
I think.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one.
And they got a lineman lined up as a fullback. They pitch it to Pollard. All of the Bucs are there. Nicely done. Edwards ends up with the tackle. And Carl Nassib's in the game. Good to see Carl Nassib there. He obviously has been out the past couple of weeks with a pectoral injury. But Nassib is out there on the stride.
Dallas is very much doing what I was hoping the Bucs run game would do, which is they are attacking at the edges, pitches, outside zone. They are testing the Bucs' ability to play horizontally. And that's how the Bucs run game was so successful against Dallas in week 1 in what was probably their best game all season.
Prescott throws down the field. It's caught for a touchdown. Dalton Schultz and the Cowboys strike first, leading 6-0.
My wife just flicked me off.
Like it.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's see the replay.
It was a stick and nod. So Schultz basically fakes a little stick route where he just goes up 5, 6, 7 yards, and he was going to turn around and then nods back to the inside. Nobody carries him up the seam, creates a big hole.
Oh, the extra point is no good. Shades of the 2021 season opener when Legatron, Greg Zerloin, missed a bunch of extra points and a field goal. Now I believe it's Maher misses the extra point. And Bucs catch a break. They're only down 6-0.
Yeah. So at this point, they're down 6-0. Only 51 minutes and 28 seconds left in the game. They should go no huddle.
Probably. Why not?
Up tempo. The season.
Yeah. Let's get to the people in the chat. The Pewter people. Unreasonable things. Oh, he's saying the
unreasonable
stuff.
things.
Yeah. Schultz is better than the lousy Bucs linebackers. Well, Mike Edwards was on him on the play.
Right.
So that kind
also unreasonable things. Last time I checked, Levante David was still a Bucs linebacker. Like, I get it over one of the linebackers, but are you really going to say Levante David is lousy?
Appreciate Tom Cruise. I know y'all lagging 5 minutes, but I can't listen to Aikman and Joe Buck. Well, there you go. Maybe we're the next Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth.
I'll take Greg Olson. That dude calls a phenomenal game.
And I love Kevin Burkhardt. So
there we go.
Perfect.
We have our people to emulate.
Love it. Love it. Francisco is hoping that this offense responds. Buck Squad says, why the hell are we so bad? Sometimes the Bucs start out slow. That happens. It's me, Pewter Report Joshua, the other Pewter Report Joshua. That missed kick will come back to hurt the Cowboys. I agree.
I like actually how he wrote it. He wrote hunt the Cowboys.
Yeah.
There's a visual in my mind of like a missed kick following them around.
That would be a good fight, a pirate against a cowboy. Like put them on a deserted island, kind of like the island that Jack Sparrow was stuck on.
Yes, I love it.
And have a cowboy, and it's just one pirate, one cowboy on an island. Each gets, like a cowboy should get a horse.
Yeah.
I don't know what you could really give a pirate besides like a ship.
I'm thinking of like the dichotomy between the foolishness of Jack Sparrow and then like Christian Bale's 3:10 to Huma Cowboy.
I never saw that movie.
Oh, such a good movie. Him, Russell Crowe, very good movie. Highly recommend it. And then since we're doing recommendations before the first offensive play after the kickoff went for a touchback, thank you so much for putting me on to Sopranos.
Yes! I'm glad you love it. I'm glad you like it.
So good. And I love texting you about it.
Yes, I know. I appreciate every time that you text me. I get excited about it. Another thing I actually wanted to say about the show that I love, I know obviously Tony's mom is a big subject as the Bucs go play action and then throw it to Chris Godwin. Julio Jones waiting to block somebody, but no one gets to him. So it goes for no gain, maybe even a loss on the play.
I think 1 to 2 yard loss.
Tony's mom is like a really important character, but I always love when she goes like, she's like, enough of this, and like throws her hand like this. Yeah, that's another thing I love about the show and her. Great actress, Nancy Marchand, R.I.P. She was a great actress. 2nd and 11 for the Bucs, and they run it. And probably their biggest gain of the whole game.
That's so sad.
Do we hear a third 3 and out? Do I hear a fourth?
Going once.
Yeah.
Going twice.
I'm gonna load up the 3.
2nd and 11, inside zone run out of shotgun. Could have predicted it.
Brady in shotgun has time. Not as much time. Dumps it off to Rachaad White. Can he break a tackle? He does. Well, he wasn't really breaking a tackle. He juked.
Yeah.
He juked Trevon Diggs out of his shoes and picks up the first down of the game for Tampa Bay. Nicely done by Rachaad White. Yeah, Brady was looking down the field.
Yeah, he had good time to begin with. He had to continue to move through his progressions. Finally, Osa Odighizuwa broke through against, looks like it was Jensen and Gedeke.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that the offensive line performed poorly on that because they gave Brady all the time in the world that he needed.
I think they also dropped back Micah Parsons in coverage on that play. As you see Parsons immediately disrupt like the next play.
Seriously, put a tight end over there.
Yeah, you have to
leave your back in. Yeah, leave your back in. Gosh.
I understand it's the first quarter, but this is a clear adjustment that has to be made soon. I mean, this is the third offensive drive. Twice already, Micah Parsons has had a huge impact on the game. Second and 10 for Tampa Bay. You got Mike Evans out on the left, Chris Godwin in the slot, and Julio Jones on the right side. And Cade Otton as well. Brady looking to his left, throws. It is caught in traffic by Godwin, and he gets Tampa Bay's second first down of the game. And Godwin comes up, hyped up, yelling, pointing for a first down. You could tell Chris Godwin is very excited about this game.
Sorry, I missed that one, Matt. I was tweeting something about Byron Leftwich.
Totally fine. That's why we're both here.
Yeah, only positive. Only positive, of course.
And once again, they did not rush Micah Parsons on that play. I get you're trying to confuse Brady in the offense, but Parsons has done way more damage actually getting after Brady than confusing him as back.
I was going to say him rushing just confuses Donovan Smith.
Yeah.
Look at Rachaad White go.
Nicely done. Some great dips and dives and dodge and ducks by Rachaad White, and he gets the Bucs a first down.
I've got it. I know where you were going with that. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Yes. Nicely done.
Amazing movie.
Yeah, probably another movie that our intern Adam has not seen.
We need to create just a list.
Yeah.
And make that an assignment of his.
Well, we have a long ride to Mobile, so we'll do it then.
There you go. Looks like Rachaad White might be a little banged up after that.
That's all right. That's why they got Lombardi Lenny. Bucs finding some traction on the ground for 2 straight plays. Bucs getting closer to field goal range as both offenses have woken up after a slow start.
There's Byron.
Good old Byron.
I will say his hat game is stronger than any.
Yes, he has a great hat game. It's his birthday the other day, so happy belated birthday to Byron Leftwich. Bucs go play action. Parsons goes right up the middle. Brady gets rid of it. It is.
Did he catch that? Oh man, almost a really nice diving catch by O'Keefe.
I thought he got it at first, but it'll be 3rd and 6. They blitzed Parsons right up the middle on that play.
Yep. Through the A gap, trying to test Gedeke. I didn't
Jensen
get it.
pushes Michael Parsons. Parsons doing
Great
a
acting.
dance. I mean, I don't know what
Great
Parsons was doing in the Bucs huddle. Yeah, Troy Aikman even just said that. I don't know what he was doing. What are we doing now? All right, looks like a timeout.
Timeout, Dallas.
For the Cowboys. So as the Cowboys take a quick timeout, this gives me a brief moment to talk to everybody about pin chasers. You saw Ryan Jensen trying to knock over Micah Parsons. Well, in bowling, you're trying to knock over those pins. There's a couple of locations where you can go to pin chasers. You can see on the screen there. You can also go to one pretty close to the Avenel Training Center where the Bucs have their practice. It's a fun night out with friends and family. Food's very underrated. They have great deals all the time, from all-you-can-eat pizza to all-you-can bowl and dollar beers. It's a great night out for friends and family. You can book your kid's birthday party there, and you can also have an office outing at Pin Chasers as well. Go to pinchasers.net to see what deal they have for you. As Brady throws it over the middle, and it's caught by Mike Evans for a first down, and the Bucs are in field goal range.
Interesting thing Evans did after he broke that first tackle. Looks like he almost gave himself up on the second, so he didn't fall victim to something that's occurred with Chris Godwin the last few weeks, which was getting stripped.
Fumble Rooski.
Yeah. Smart play by Evans there. He wasn't going to pick up much extra yardage. All he was going to do is take a few extra hits and potentially lose the ball.
There's a couple of different strips that you can see if you're on Dale Mabry, but that's not the type that Bucs fans want to see at Raymond James Stadium. Brady rolling out, throws to his left. It is knocked away.
Wow.
That was an odd play. There was like 6 Cowboys. And
yeah.
To just Cam Brate.
I want to say it was only like a 2 or 3 route play. You can see they they're trying to make it look like a run. Brady obviously goes with the play action and boots out. So I'm thinking, yeah, it's a 2 route play. You've got Cameron Brate and Mike Evans.
Otten kind of spilled out late too over the middle. Brady had kind of already started throwing it. So
credit to Dallas's defense for not being fooled on that at all.
Brady looking pretty good in the Shanahan bootleg offense.
There you go.
Brady to Godwin in a more traditional type of throw. And that goes for about 6 or 7 yards up the field. So Bucs will have 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. Very manageable.
Lots of third downs on this drive. You're asking them to be perfect.
The one first down that they got before 3rd down was actually a run. It was the Rachaad White run.
Yeah.
So go figure. Brady's graphic is pretty funny. Like
that hair.
Yeah, the headshot photo. They fake the screen to Godwin. Brady's running around. Then he dumps it off to Godwin. He gets it and heads up the field, takes a shot. But it's a first down for Tampa Bay. Tom Brady's been moving all over
out
the
of
field.
Structure. Patrick Mahomes move over.
That was very Mahomes-esque. They pump faked it twice. Nicely done by the Cowboys to, they had that play snuffed out.
I love how Brady got number 27 to legitimately think he was going to, what was that?
Yeah,
curse?
No, for sure.
Oh, shoot. Tom Brady might run for this first down. Let me go ahead.
Hey, last game of the year, can't hold anything back. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. A very exciting first quarter. Cowboys lead 6-0, but the Bucs are driving, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see. We'll see if the Bucs can tie it up, take the lead, or be down 6-3. So we shall see. Going to be very interesting what goes on at the start of the second quarter. And while we have a little bit of a break, let's hear a message from our pals over at Age Rejuvenation.
When I got over 40, all of a sudden I didn't have the same kind of energy that I used to have, and I was sluggish all the time, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I started to have some sweats when I was sleeping and different things that, as I looked into it, I found out could be a lack of testosterone or low testosterone. So I reached out. I've known Brett and everybody here at Age Rejuvenation for a long time, so I knew that they were the right people to help me. They did look at all of my testosterone levels and all of my hormone levels and found that my testosterone was very low. So they put me on the pellets, which I love because there's something about not having to take a shot every week and doing 6 months at a time that really is convenient. My wife certainly noticed the difference, just my energy day to day, how motivated I was when I got up in the morning to just get up and start doing things as opposed to laying around the house and being unmotivated. All of a sudden I was like looking for projects, looking for things to do around. Don't tell her I said that, but looking for things to do around the house.
Look better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. Scott Reynolds talks highly of it. John Gilmore talks very highly of it. You can feel younger, you can lose weight, and a lot of great things it can help you with. So check out Age Rejuvenation today and let it help you. Oh, gotta change the ticker once again. To the second quarter.
Well, once you get to the playoffs, I guess results over process. Not loving a lot of the decisions that Leftwich has made in terms of play calls on this drive, but the execution has been there to get them down to the 5, first and goal at the 5.
We'll see if first play of the second quarter, Brady in shotgun. Julio goes in motion. Brady throws to his left, and it's knocked down by Micah Parsons.
There's that guy again.
Maybe the Bucs will block him.
I don't think it's going to be Donovan Smith, though.
Yep, they're looking for Julio on that one. They obviously had it. They had it blocked that way with Godwin out there, and I think either Kate Otten or Cam Brate. Now you got Russell Gage. If Russell Gage scores, I'm going to be so mad that I didn't just get first down score. Brady, pump fakes, throws high. I guess you saw the play beforehand?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. It is intercepted by Javon Curse.
Yeah, I think somehow I got about 5 seconds ahead of you. I apologize, buddy.
That's all right. I didn't know if you were predicting the play.
No.
Ooh, that's a rough one for the Bucs.
Yeah.
Brady, I don't even know who he was looking for. Maybe Mike Evans?
His initial read wasn't there, so he pump fakes. In doing that, the offensive line thought it was going to be a very quick. Nope, Shaq Mason just ends up falling down, it looks like. I think it was Shaq. And then the pressure got to him, so he just kind of went to throw it out of the end zone, but didn't get enough mustard behind it. And Curse was able to pick it off.
They are definitely going to show some stupid stat of like, that's the first red zone interception by Tom Brady in a playoff game. Yep, here we go. Since 2019 with the Patriots.
Yep.
There you go. Right on cue. Tyler says, WTF? A lot of F-bombs by people in the chats, understandably so.
Hey, I'm going to try to sync up with you. I think I'm now a couple seconds behind, so let me know what you're seeing.
Okay, at 2nd and 10, 85 just went in motion for the Cowboys. Dak just got the snap. play action, throws it to Zeke. Zeke makes the catch, heads up the field, tackled by a gaggle of Bucs, including Devin White and Levante David. So it'll be 3rd and short.
Okay.
Are you ahead, behind?
I should be right with you now. Maybe a second off.
Cool.
So first down, the Dallas continues to try and see if they can test the Bucs edge to their cornerbacks, basically their secondary in terms of the run game. The Bucs keep holding up well. Second down, they were able to convert there. Oh no, they didn't. 3rd and 1.
That looks like he's going to QB sneak it. They pitch it with Zeke. Either way, it's a first down for Tampa Bay. Dallas. Yep, that's who wears the star.
Did you have a Tom Brady anytime interception on your parlays today?
I did not. I took
props. Sorry, props.
Nah, I took the Bucs money line. I took the over, so that didn't help. I took the Bucs 2.5. And I did Russell Gage first touchdown. Yep. And then for underdog, I did over Brady passing yards and over receiving yards for Tony Pollard. I don't think Tony Pollard has had a reception in this game yet. So
not yet.
No.
I will give a credit because I've been dogging him while Bucs fans love him. Anthony Nelson had a good pass rush on that last play there. He was able to get into Jason Peters' pads and drive him backwards towards Dak.
Winfield up the line of scrimmage again. They hand it off with Zeke, and Levante David makes another tackle.
That's a 3rd and 3.
Yes, it does. We'll see what Todd Bowles calls as Pollard comes into the game for Dallas. Will he send a blitz? Will he try to get home with 4?
So you've got Bucs on the money line and the over?
Yeah, and Bucs plus 2.5.
I took Bucs plus 3 and the under.
Yeah, I wasn't like crazy confident in the over, so I bet on it, but I didn't really bet too much as Pollard makes a reception for a first down.
First one towards your underdog.
Yeah. The way this game is going, Brady's going to have to throw it a ton. So Prescott looking to try to scramble. Akeem Hicks gets to him. A short gain for Prescott.
Dallas went hurry up there, caught the Bucs a little off guard.
Yeah. A change in the offense. Who would have thought hurry up can help a team?
Not anybody in this time zone.
No. You got Pollard in the backfield for Dallas. They're going to run it with him. Bucs have it snuffed out right away. Devin White gets a TFL. That's tackle for loss for those that don't know.
Interesting there. Dak, it looks like he changed the play at the line of scrimmage. So he saw something where he thought that run could be successful. He was wrong. That's my amazing analysis for that.
Yeah, nicely done by Devin White. JTS in there as well. Would have cleaned it up. Should something else have happened?
Anthony Nelson got really good penetration on the edge there to seal it, force Pollard back inside to his defenders.
You got Logan Hall in on this play as a defensive tackle. He gets double teamed. Prescott over the middle. Nobody home. T.Y. Hilton. Was that T.Y. Hilton? T.Y. Hilton makes the catch, and it's a first down for Dallas.
Don't love the Bucs depth, the depth of their secondary on that play. You had both corners behind the line or the line to gain. You had the safeties extremely deep, and they're showing it now. Like you're giving Dallas all this room underneath.
Yeah,
And
they only needed
Dak,
like 8. Yeah, they only needed 8 yards, not 15.
Yeah. Say what you will about Dak Prescott. I know he's a very a lightning rod in terms of his talent. He can read a defense, and he will take what they will give them.
You know what? It's also very easy to read a defense and complete passes when you have a wide, and I mean wide open tight end. Ferguson takes it all the way down the field, and Dallas is very close to scoring again.
For a second there, I thought that was Dalton Schultz, and I was like, I'm going to go delete my Underdog Fantasy article.
Yeah.
But with it being Ferguson, I'm still okay on the Schultz under for yards.
Were you a SNL guy at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
Celebrity Jeopardy, turd
Oh,
Ferguson.
yeah. Oh, look at this hat. It's a lot bigger than a
yeah.
normal sized hat.
Tony Pollard runs it with Dak as the lead blocker. R.I.P.
Burt Reynolds.
Norm McDonald.
Burt,
And
yeah.
R.I.P. Burt Reynolds
Burt
as
Reynolds,
well.
yeah. Norm McDonald as Burt Reynolds.
Yeah. As there's a holding penalty on Dallas. Dalton Schultz, your underdog guy.
Bucs turning themselves into underdogs here.
They are.
Yep, right there on Anthony Nelson.
Hey, Nelly. It's like, can we just fast forward to the part where the Bucs are down
And they finally decide
in the fourth quarter? Yeah.
Their working offense. Is somebody explaining NFL rules to Mike McCarthy? You would hope the head coach of one of the 32 NFL teams would know the rules.
Right. Then the Dallas Cowboys of all teams.
All right, Bucs defense, you've got first and goal from the, 14?
Yeah.
You've got to hold them to a field goal.
They're going to run it with Pollard. He cuts to the outside, and they essentially get all of the holding penalty back. Or close to it.
But they lose a down.
They do lose it down.
So win Bucs?
Sort of. Yeah, Anthony Nelson just not quick enough to set the edge. 7-minute drive for the Cowboys, really sucking the life out of the crowd as they're going to run the option with Prescott. He holds onto it and gets about a yard short of the end zone. I thought he was going to get in there for a second.
No. Yeah, over 7 minutes on this drive, right after the Bucs went right around 7 minutes of their own. This is far from 3-and-out type football.
No. Crucial third down for the Bucs. Wonder if Dallas will go for 2 if they score. They're going to run it with Zeke. Zeke is stopped at the line. Nicely done. KJ Britt was in on the play. What?
Interesting.
Pat O'Connor as well, friend of the program. Logan Hall. And it looks like Dallas is going to go for it. Why is KJ Britt in?
Could be because of the 7-minute drive. Somebody needed a break there.
But you had Devin White and, I guess it is goal line.
Yeah.
All right, 4th and goal. This is going to make or break the over right here. You have 2 drives to the goal line and neither scores. Prescott held on to it. He's going to walk into the end zone. An easy touchdown for Dallas. And it's not a blowout, but it's 12-0 and not looking great.
Bucs got them right where they want them, man.
Yeah, they do. They do.
This is exactly where they've been all year long. Why change the script now?
I was like, he didn't hand that ball off, but he did a good job of just hiding the football. And the extra point by Maher is no good again.
Wow.
Again. Very old school football for the Bucs.
Just amazing. This is very much like week 1.
Yes, it really is.
2021. And those missed extra points came back to haunt Dallas and were a big reason why they lost that game.
Man, that was
Well, Matt, it wouldn't be you and I on the live stream if it wasn't a bunch of terrible football to begin the game.
I'm trying to think, which games were you on for this year?
So you and I did Atlanta where they jumped out early.
Yeah, that must have been the first one.
It was, and then they petered out late. Hold on, let me bring it up. I'll see if I can remember. I know we did Arizona together.
Yeah.
Because we were joking about Christmas and overtime and how we wanted hazard pay from Scott.
That's right. Yeah.
What other games did we do? Let's see.
I know the Niners game was with Adam.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't on that one.
Yeah, the second Falcons game was with Adam.
Yeah, because I was in Atlanta for that one.
Yes, you were. Were you on for the Panthers? Like when they beat the Panthers?
Yes, you and I did that one together.
Correct.
We did not do the original Panthers game because I was in Charlotte on that one.
Yeah.
We did the Seahawks together.
Did we really? Nice. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Trying to think. So we did the Falcons. We did the Ravens Thursday night game together. I believe we did the Rams together. And then the Seahawks. I wasn't.
There's one game I did with Paul Atwell where the Bucs came back and won. So it was either the Rams or the Saints.
Might have been the Rams then. I know I didn't do the Browns with you. I didn't do the Saints at home because I was in Tampa for that one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if I did the Bengals game with you. I don't think I did.
No, I believe that was Adam.
And then Cardinals and Panthers. So a few. Yeah. And, always entertaining, just not throughout the entire game.
Right. Yeah, it just
as the kickoff goes through the end zone for a touchback, and Tom Brady comes back out, now down 12-0, thanks to the Dallas kicker.
All right, crucial drive for the Bucs. They do get the ball at halftime, but there's 6-something minutes left.
Yeah, you want to get that touchdown because field goal you're still down by 2 scores. You get the touchdown here, depending on how much time is left, puts you in a position to hopefully go ahead.
And
on
yeah,
the drive
and
after
Ryan Suckup just needs one extra point, which I think he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean he's not capable of much longer than that, but definitely.
Yeah. Bucs in shotgun. They throw the coveted screen to Chris Godwin. Oh my God!
He ran over Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah. Listen, that wasn't bullying and dummying a defensive back. That was a linebacker.
That had shades of pop culture reference. Major League 2 with Jack Portman coming down the third baseline, running over the little cowhand catcher. And say, get off the tracks when the train's coming through.
Great scene from Major League as they run it with Leonard Fournette, and he gets a first down. I do appreciate this comment from Unreasonable Things.
Love you.
Who says we have literally 3 plays. It's pretty true. It's run up the middle. It's the screen swing pass. And then like one chunk play down the field.
Right? Sorry, my daughter was giving me a kiss and a good night. She reminded me I'm not allowed to yell at the TV because she's going to bed.
That's fair. I'll do the yelling. And they get tackled for a loss of 5 5 yards because they ran it on first down. Like that.
This team. This team. Don't ever change, Byron.
They even pulled Donovan Smith on the play. Every time they pulled Donovan Smith, the guy that's supposed to, the guy that's in front of Donovan ends up making the play.
Yeah, because they're not bringing anybody to take down that backside.
Brady throws over the middle. Ooh.
Short.
It was short. It might have gotten tipped too. We've reached the Tom Brady yelling aspect of the game.
Brought a double A gap blitz.
Oh, we had him too.
Yeah, he couldn't step into the throw because Lenny missed the block because he just threw his shoulder. And I believe that's who Tom was yelling at.
Yeah. So 3rd and 13. Perfect plan. It's a screen to Chris Godwin. Go for it.
Comes up about 2, maybe 3 yards short. And I'm with you, Maddie. This is...
They are going for it. No.
Well, they may line up and then just try and draw them outside. Nope. Todd Bowles. Coward football.
Hey, at least they got a first down. As Matthew says, our play calling is so bad. A screen on 3rd and long, people are not happy.
I'm trying to pull up the 4th down decision bot right now.
Fun little stat though. While Bucs fans are not having a lot of fun, Scott Smith tweeted out: Chris Godwin now has 110 catches on the season, combining the regular season and playoffs. That's a new single season record for Tampa Bay, surpassing the 109 that Keyshawn Johnson had in 2001. So congratulations to Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Granted, half of those were screen passes, but nonetheless, a great season for Chris Godwin coming back.
110 catches for 130 yards. I'm exaggerating, of course, but
yeah,
that average depth of target is quite low.
Honestly, watching the Bucs right now makes me want to have a beer, but not specifically one beer in particular. Really, I just want the 22-ounce beer that you can get over at Walk-Ons, where we had the Pewter Tailgate show. And Walk-Ons is an awesome spot. There's a lot of locations, but specifically in the Tampa Bay area, there's 2. There's one in Midtown where we had the Pewter Tailgate show tonight, and there's one in Wesley Chapel, closer to where Scott Reynolds lives. Awesome food. It's Cajun style. If you're into that, they also have they have literally everything there. I've had pasta there. I've had prime rib. Wings are great. So yeah, check it out. Ton of TVs. Great place to go watch sports games, watch playoff games, anything like that. And their happy hour deals are awesome. You can get a 22-ounce beer for the price of just a regular beer. But the cool thing is, if you go on Tuesday, if you go tomorrow to either celebrate a Bucs win or try to quickly get over the fact that the Bucs lost, they have happy hour deals all day at Walk-Ons on Tuesday. Not just your typical happy hour, 4 to 7, literally all day, every day on Tuesday. So check out Walk-Ons. It's partially owned by Devin White. Great spot to get a bite to eat and have some drinks as well. So Walk-Ons, Midtown, Wesley Chapel, host the Pewter Tailgate show all the time. Have a beer, a 22-ounce one. I know a lot of Bucs fans are going to want that right now. We also do have 2 super chats we will get to in just a moment. After this play, as Dak Prescott is in shotgun, he throws over the middle. It is caught by T.Y. Hilton, who's really making his presence felt in this game.
Adam had him as an underdog play, right?
Yes, he did.
Good call, Adam.
We have a $2 super chat by Blueberry SGD, $2.98 super chat. Blueberry, Leftwich thinks this is a 7-game series. That is a hilarious chat comment.
Thank you,
as Josh is losing it. And then Aaron Perkins with a $5 super chat, just giving us a super chat. No comment needed. But thank you so much, Aaron. If you have another comment in the chat, I'll put it up anyway. So thank you for the super chat. But yeah, appreciate you guys with all the super chats.
Thank you both, and thank you, Blueberry, for bringing a little light to what is already a very dark game.
Yeah. Brady Prescott over the middle to Dalton Schultz.
Just wide open.
It feels like, Josh, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Cowboys are really taking advantage of when the Bucs are playing a lot of zone.
Yeah.
And they're hitting those spots over the middle. The Schultz touchdown, I think, was important to note.
Yeah.
And Cowboys are going to take this to the 2-minute warning.
Hard to say from the TV copy, but that looked like it could have been cover 2, and Schultz just got behind David underneath the safety over the top. The Bucs, when they run cover 3, which is kind of their staple defense, they've had some troubles this year with seam carry on slot receivers or tight ends, and that's where they can get into trouble. And those intermediate throws over the middle can gain a lot of chunk yardage for the opposition. The other thing that I was going to point out, I tweeted it, so you had mentioned that you thought that the Bucs should go for it on that 4th and 3 around midfield, right?
Yes.
So there's this great Twitter follow. I'll recommend it to Bucs fans who are listening to us or watching us. It's by Ben Baldwin, and it's a 4th down decision bot. It's a algorithm that he wrote, and for this one, so the Bucs punting, their probability to win the game was 11%. Okay, now if they went for it and succeeded, they got the first down, that win probability went up to 17%. Okay, so a 6-point bump.
Gotcha.
They went for it and failed to get the first down, their win probability fell to 9%, right? So, and they the bot projected their success percent at 51%, so basically a coin flip. Even in a coin flip situation there, you're giving up a potential 6 points of added win probability. The downside was only losing 2. So it's definitely somewhere where you should have gone for it. Of course, they didn't. They give the ball back to Dallas.
And Dallas
here we
is just
go
going to
again.
score anyway. Yeah.
Go.
Leo with the $2 super chat. Thanks, Leo. Says, this team will be so much better with a competent offensive coordinator. Yeah, Byron Leftwich isn't going to be back next season, and this game isn't helping his case anyway. Aaron also said, I tried to comment, LOL. First time super chat. Thanks, Aaron.
Well, Aaron, whatever you meant to say, throw it up there. I'm sure Matt can get it up. We definitely want to hear what you have to say, especially because you're giving us money to listen.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So please feel free to do so.
And Blueberry, feel free to give me more spit takes.
Yeah. Ooh, we should do that. Well, I guess I see the comments. But yeah, I'll
you
do
can
less
throw them
water.
up for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that could be fun.
First and 10, Dallas throws the screen to CD Lamb, who's been very quiet this game, but they haven't really needed him.
Nope. Picked up 3, maybe 4 yards on that bubble screen. Bucs did a pretty good job of sniffing that out, and Tampa Bay calls a timeout.
Yeah, all of a sudden they think they're going to get the ball back. How funny is that?
First 2 drives, Dak was 0 for 3. Since then, 11 of 11, 138 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's like me playing on all Madden. And the other way, the other team is 11 of 11.
Right.
Not me.
Yeah, all Madden stuff. Unreasonable Thing says, gee, adjustments. Joel says, Todd Bowles hates biscuits. The chat has been great tonight.
Yeah, they're electric. Not the Bucs offense, though.
Tortoise Johnny says, Brady going to the Raiders or the Dolphins? I think he's going to the Jets.
Well, I do think that gives us an opportunity. So Tortoise Johnny, Scott Reynolds had an amazing Fab Five this last Friday, where he really dove deep into the possibility of Brady leaving the Bucs next year. And I believe he said it's really, if he's not going to be with the Bucs next year, he's most likely going to be retired and in the booth with Bucs.
Yeah, that would be something. Well, we'd miss Greg Olson, but
yeah, he would no longer be their number one. He'd be their number two guy.
Teddy wondering if Jamel Dean is injured. He had an illness and was on some of the punt plays, but they haven't really used him on defense. GB 101, clown coach, clown defense. I mean, defense hasn't been great tonight, but all year long, if we're looking at the whole team, the defense hasn't been the issue.
Yeah. Hasn't been, it's an interesting defense. It hasn't been as good as some of the surface level stats would say, especially when you consider the quality of offenses that they've faced for most of the season. But it's certainly been the strength of this team, that's for sure. I'd say more around like a top 9 to 12 defense than what some may say a top 5 defense. Meanwhile, the offense, well, it depends. Your passing offense, when you're spreading it out and going no huddle, is like top 10. Every other part of the offense is like bottom 10.
2nd and 6 for Cowboys after the 2-minute warning, or after the timeout by the Bucs. Cowboys in shotgun. They're going to blitz Devin White, sort of. Nacho in pursuit. He gets to Prescott, forcing an errant throw. Saves the Bucs a timeout and sets up a 3rd and 6. And we know Bucs are great in no huddle.
Looks like, is that Jason Peters may have an injury for the Cowboys? So they're going to have to rotate their line. They'll take their left guard, Tyler Smith, who is a rookie. They're going to move him out to left tackle where Peters was. Connor McGovern, who they were using as a fullback, H-back, just kind of an extra offensive lineman. He'll slide into left guard there. Which has been kind of an interesting thing, how the Cowboys would kind of play their offensive line, because they really have 3 left tackles that they're trying to figure out where to put. So they have Tyron Smith, who's a perennial all-pro with injury concerns, who was going to start there at the beginning of the season. He got hurt. Tyler Smith, who's their left tackle of the future, who was playing left guard, moved over to left tackle. He got hurt, and they signed Jason Peters, who's about 87 years old, but still playing at a decent level. And they put him there. And I'll finish my thought after this play.
A lot of musical chairs in that situation you just played out. Prescott back to pass. He's scrambling. He's rushing. Is he going to get the first down? He is. Tackled by Sean Murphy Bunting, but too late. That's a first down for Tampa Bay. We also got a super chat from Leo. Thanks, Leo, for the $5 super chat. He said, Adam, I assume he's reporting, meaning Schefter. Adam Schefter reported that Tua will start next season. Also, Brady's not going to the West Coast. He's not going to be that far from all of his kids. In my opinion, he's back. Yeah, it does seem like it's going to be the case. Prescott throws over the middle. The ball is tipped. He goes for an incompletion. Nice hit by Devin White on Ezekiel Elliott.
Yep. Let's see who got that tip. Oh, this is from a play earlier. So just to kind of finish my thought there. So once Tyron Smith came back from his injury late in the season, they moved him to right tackle where he'd never played in his life, kept Peters at left tackle, and put Tyler Smith back in at left guard. So, as you said, lots of musical chairs there.
2 seconds, 1 second on the play clock.
I don't think they got it off.
I don't think they did either, but Dallas probably should call timeout.
Yep. Delay of game.
Wow. That's stupid.
That's awesome. The things you won't hear are on the ESPN.
Yeah, let's see Joe Buck say that. I don't think Aikman's coming up with
Actually, I could see Aikman doing something like that, especially with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
As much as people call him like a homer, he will take them to task. Oh,
Yeah.
what a catch.
Prescott over the middle. Damn. CD coming up big.
CeeDee Lamb's like top 3 to 5 in the NFL this year in targets at like over 140 catches. I think he had 107 yards.
Prescott again, this time to Gallup. First down, Dallas. Guess it was smart not using that timeout. Are the Bucs going to try to pull the Jaguars and make a big comeback?
I don't know. Right now, their defense isn't bend, don't break. It's bend, snap, crumble.
Yeah. Burst into flames.
Right? Don't talk about fires. I'm done dealing with
Oh,
fires.
yeah. I apologize. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh.
Brian Shaw says, Prescott has been terrible since his thumb injury, but of course goes off versus this defense. Prescott back to pass. Going to scramble again.
Anthony Nelson.
Throws it, and it's caught. Dalton Schultz again. Touchdown, Dallas. It's officially a blowout.
Yep.
18-0 Dallas.
It looks like they might be going for 2.
Interesting. Mark Fisher wants to know, why are we playing our defensive backs so far back? Yeah, they're taking everything underneath.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this play, just kind of a breakdown.
Mike Edwards just lost him.
Oh, my God, this kicker has the yips. Maher, misses again for the third time.
Chuck Knobloch over here.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones just sitting there going, he ain't going to be with us tomorrow.
Yeah. Wow, what an all-time just... Hey, listen, all right, this is a nice little subplot in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, man. It is now 18-0.
Jamie, as a Cowboys fan, what do you think of this kicker? Jesus. She's advocating for his death over here.
Jeez. Well, it'd be nice to live bet the next extra point whether or not he's going to make it if the Cowboys score again. If you are a fan of gambling and you're in the Tampa Bay area, you should check out the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that car and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens. Put my last $40 on the table. Next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it. Right.
Anybody can win. It's Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
Never know when you can win big over at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, Florida. Get to some comments in just a moment. After I finish off this tweet. All righty.
Perfect amount of time to let me be petty on Twitter.
I like it. Tyler Bester says, blowout. Bucs should have never been here. Vomit. Glad I didn't pay to watch. Laughing, crying. Eater17 wants to know, Josh, where's your boy JTS?
He's had a couple of pressures, Eater.
Bucs with 26 seconds to go.
Donovan Smith.
Dump it off to Rashad White. He breaks a couple of tackles.
Oh, my God.
Not enough.
Seriously.
Should have never kicked it on 4th and 3. Bucs call their second timeout. They have 13 seconds. Brian says, coaches and Brady, adios. Birds 925 says, Devin is also a fool.
So as they show Aikman and Buck here, it's interesting because the two of them are basically like Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson over at PFF, where you have one gigantic human being and then a normal sized person right next to them. And it makes the normal sized person look like they are like tiny. And I've always thought that was funny because Joe Buck's like 6'1" in real life.
Yeah.
But Aikman's like 6'5", so it makes him look like a dwarf.
Bezad Kazami says, I still believe. He thinks the Bucs are going to come back.
Hey, after Jacksonville's comeback, you can't
right.
sit there.
That's Tom Brady.
Right. You can't say that they're like it's absolutely over. But
Brady completes a pass to Kate on. He gets to midfield. Timeout. Timeout. All right. They'll have one shot at a Hail Mary. Do you bring in Blaine Gabbert just to throw it deep?
I mean, I'd let Ryan Suckup like try a double kick.
Why not have Jake Camarda try?
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen is the Cowboys are going to intercept it in the end zone. Everyone's going to be like, oh, my God, Brady threw 2 picks in the game. It's like, oh, well, he really threw 1.
Right. Box score watchers. Love them.
Yeah. Well, we'll learn a lot about Brady's arm strength on this one. Actually, he's probably going to get decleated by Micah Parsons as he gets rid of the ball. And Dallas calls their timeout.
Ice the thrower?
Yeah. Robert Farmer wants to know, why is Jamel Dean only playing special teams? So he's been dealing with an illness, and apparently he's too sick to play defense and can only play special teams. I don't really know. Or the Bucs just opted to start Sean Murphy-Bunting over Jamel Dean. Eric Carlson says, crazy thought, maybe, just maybe, we run a play action.
I wouldn't do it right here. You don't have
right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's.
So they're going.
Oh my God! He can't even hit a wide open Mike Evans.
What are we doing?
It hasn't been a great game for a lot of people.
Well, they just took the field goal out of play.
Yeah. Well, they're going to run it here with Rashad White.
I wouldn't have been surprised.
And look, Brady almost gets hit. Yeah, there's no way he could have thrown it 50 yards like that. I mean, you gave Donovan Smith the one-on-one protection against Micah Parsons again.
Oh, wow.
Parsons might be hurt.
Yeah.
Which obviously extremely, extremely unfortunate.
Yeah. Everyone except Donovan Smith.
Yeah. Nice by the sideline reporter. Instantly getting a comment by Mike McCarthy. And that'll do it for the half, ladies and gentlemen. The Cowboys are beating up on the Buccaneers 18-0. 18-0 at halftime. Josh, we are going to give you a little break.
Awesome.
And we're going to bring on the Sly Guy, Adam Slavon.
Tell Adam I said great choice on the T.Y. Hilton underdog play.
Okay, he can actually hear you during this. So,
oh, that's right.
Yeah,
good job, Adam.
So I didn't mean to cut you off there, Josh, but see Josh a little bit. Adam, pretty brutal first half, huh?
Yeah, not a lot to that really was impressive for the Bucs.
Yeah,
but one of my unsung heroes, Mike Edwards, is the leading tackler with 9 tackles.
Yeah, a lot of that is because Cowboys are getting to the second and third level. I mean, we can kind of go through the first half. Both defenses started out great. Both forced 2 3-and-outs. But then the Cowboys really got it together. They really utilized Dalton Schultz. That was a guy that, we kind of said if it wasn't going to be CeeDee Lamb, Schultz would essentially be the other target in the passing game. But you really called it with T.Y. Hilton, man. T.Y. Hilton has been a factor in this game, like more so than CeeDee Lamb, really, except for the one big catch he had at the end.
Yeah, T.Y. Hilton, he's looked really good in the first half for the Cowboys. But for the Bucs defense, they haven't guarded the middle at all. Like the play to Schultz for the first touchdown, playing one safety back. Like all the defensive backs, I think you guys were pointing it out, they've been lining really far away from the wide receivers and the tight ends. They've just had so much space, like to run around.
Right. I mean, they could like camp out and have a picnic, like over in the middle of the field.
Stake down some tents and call it a day.
And I know, like in seasons, like last year specifically, Todd Bowles came under fire for having too soft, coverage, zone, not up at the line of scrimmage. And it was out of fear of the big play. And the Bucs this season, I don't think have been as bad of playing like very soft coverage, but it's very present today or tonight, I should say, that they're just, it's one thing to allow things underneath, but it's an 8-yard reception that goes for like 20 plus yards. And it's like, what are you doing in that type of situation? It's it hasn't been great for the Bucs. Vita Vea started out doing a really good job getting the sack. I think that was the Bucs' only sack of the game. They haven't gone to Dak Prescott. He's been able to scramble. He's been able to improv. I know Brady had the big improv play. That was fun. But there's been a lot of issues. The blitzes haven't worked. They haven't gone to Dak outside of that one big play. They haven't really rushed a lot of his throws.
Yeah, and the Cowboys have really controlled the time of possession in this game. I felt like the first half went by really fast just because the Cowboys were on offense for such an extended amount of time. And the last, they had that 15-play drive. It went 8.5 minutes. Their last touchdown drive. I think the Bucs defense is tired, but they also don't seem to have like a lot of the energy that they probably need. And if you want to switch focus and talk about the offense, just a lot of screen passes to Godwin. He had 6 catches. The next highest Bucs receiver had 2, and Godwin's only averaging 7.5 catches or 7.5 yards per catch. So just an anemic showing by the offense.
They had the one big drive where they got down to the goal line and then
threw that interception.
And, we don't exactly know what Tom was looking for on that play. Was he trying to just throw it out of the end zone? What exactly went on? But listen, Brady hasn't played well. Let's just be honest about it. And he hasn't gotten a lot of help. But he overthrew the second play of the game on offense for the Bucs. He overthrew Russell Gage. There was 15 yards down the field. It was too high. Gage, got a hand on it, but it was like, as high as he could possibly go.
Yeah.
Brady
that throw to Mike Evans to end that half. That was just
what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Wide open. And obviously
if he catches it and runs out of bounds, they have a better field position. That was just a really bad throw.
No, that was super odd. Evans only has 2 or 3 catches. He had 1 third down reception, which was nice. But, outside of that, Mike Evans hasn't really made a huge difference in this game. The force-fed screen passes to Godwin. Godwin's been all right. But, yeah, no Julio Jones, nothing with Russell Gage. The run game is crappy, as we kind of all expected. I think the most damning thing, Adam, is why are they leaving Donovan Smith with one-on-one matchups against Micah Parsons?
Makes no sense.
Even that last play on the Hail Mary, Brady couldn't even get the pass off because Donovan Smith is going one-on-one against Micah Parsons. The only thing that the Bucs might have going for them is Parsons got injured after the play, and he'll obviously have 10, 15 minutes to rest it before heading back out there, and the Bucs do get the ball to start the second half. But it's ridiculous. The only times the Bucs have had success moving the ball, it was when Micah Parsons would drop back in coverage. I think the Cowboys know that and are going to say, hey, they're just going to let Micah go one-on-one against Donovan. The Bucs may not complete another pass for the rest of the game. Like, it's truly, truly incredible. We talked about it. I've said it on our radio shows. We've talked about it on this podcast. Stubbornness. The Bucs' stubbornness on offense.
Yeah.
Not giving Donovan Smith any help. Not adjusting when things aren't working. Run the ball to the outside. Do an end around with Evan Tompkins. Do an end around with Julio Jones. They've done that from time to time. There is no creativity and just no adjustments.
It was 3rd and 13 play. What did they do? They're screen pass to Godwin. No chip blocks by Lenny or White, even having like a tight end move in motion to the left side. Brady hasn't made good throws, but Smith isn't doing any favors with the way he's been blocking. Brady doesn't have the time, but he's not executing either. So just not a lot of bad, not a lot of good.
Unreasonable thing saying it's lefty Matt. Come on. Yeah, sure, a lot of that is on Byron Leftwich. I'm not saying I'm not saying Byron Leftwich is not to blame. Listen, when you scored 0 points in a half, everyone's to blame.
Yep.
Donovan Smith, Tom Brady, Byron Leftwich, Todd Bowles, everyone deserves a lot of blame. No one is playing well. Now, with that said, we all know if the Bucs can cut it to a 10-point game in the fourth quarter, they will have an opportunity to win this game. We've seen this story before. It almost kind of makes me want to live bet the Bucs to win because they
Chargers, Jaguars. You never know.
Exactly. But this is a little bit different. This is I know the Cowboys choke all the time, but this is a veteran head coach with Mike McCarthy. This is a veteran quarterback with Dak Prescott. I don't see the Cowboys falling into the same situation that the Chargers did.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But there's a lot that needs to change in the second half.
And there's just not a lot. We've seen it all season for the Bucs. There's not a lot of optimism when they get to this point that they can really turn it around unless it's like a late game comeback. But down 18, down by this much, it doesn't look that great for them.
If I were to use one word to describe how the Bucs are playing, because they've played like this so many times, so I'm not even talking about this game. I guess I'm just talking about their season. I think aggravating is the right word. It's like you have it right in front of them. Certain things that they can change.
So much potential.
Exactly. The potential, the way that things aren't working, the fact that they were in the game, the fact that they're getting bailed out because the Cowboys kicker just can't hit the simplest of kicks. It's truly unbelievable. We're watching that unfold, and it's only going to be like the fourth or fifth story that people are going to talk about because the Bucs just have failed to score completely. But I guess I'll ask you, what concerns you more at the moment, the Bucs offense or the Bucs defense?
I would say both. As head coach Todd Bowles alluded to in a press conference a few weeks ago, it's really Bucs versus Bucs right now on both sides of the ball. The offense of the two, if you were to pick one, I would say is more concerning. Just the fact that they haven't given the defense a breather. The defense hasn't played well, but they've been on the field constantly. So for the Bucs, they get the ball back in the second half. They need points on the board, as simple as that. And Suckup needs to hit the extra point, make it 7. But the offense really just needs to execute. And giving the defense some time, I think it'll probably benefit them. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
I think it's at this point it's the offense. If they don't score, they're not going to win. And we've seen the defense; they are very able to adjust and actually, make differences, get turnovers, change the way that they've played. I guess the way I'm answering it is I have way more faith in the Bucs defense getting some stops, creating a big play than the offense putting together 3 drives in a row where they score a touchdown. All talk all the time wants to know, why isn't Jamel Dean playing? Dean is dealing with an illness. I guess that's made him capable of only participating in certain moments.
He was dealing with that against the Falcons, though, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. It's been going around the locker room a little bit. Julio Jones had it. Mike Evans. Been a while. Mike Evans. That cost him to miss last game. And then Jamel Dean tonight. But Sean Murphy-Bunting, I think, has played fine. I know there was the one catch that, I think it was Michael Gallup made that he had the tackle on. And then he kind of made a tackle on Dak Prescott after there was already first down. The Bucs aren't losing this game because Sean Murphy-Bunting is starting at corner.
Yeah, it extends a lot deeper than that.
But that's why Jamel Dean isn't playing, just to answer your question, all talk, all the time. Brevard Bucks says knee turnovers. That's probably one of the only things that's going to keep them in this game is if they can get a turnover.
Prescott, in the first half of this game, he has 15 completions. In week 1, he had 14. He was 14 of 29 before he left the game. That speaks to how efficient he's been.
Right. Yeah. No, that's a good little staff find right there. You're the Jonah Hill of this Moneyball podcast. Stan Glassman says they should have fired Leftwich earlier in the year. Offense could be playing better by now. True, but
they weren't going to.
Yeah, exactly. Final thoughts, Adam, before we start the third quarter?
Josh, yes, I have. He asked if I saw the movie.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
but thoughts heading into the second half, the offense needs to come out. They need to put points on the board. The defense needs to get some stops on Prescott and just cover the middle and force some incompletions, force some stops. But you never know with Brady. You can't count the Bucs out just yet. We've seen the Jags-Chargers game. You have Tom Brady, came back from 28-3. So there's still a little bit of hope, but they need to execute and get results.
Yeah, Brady's the king of comebacks, and if anyone's going to do it, it's him. And the way that this wild card weekend has gone, it wouldn't shock me either. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And let's get ready for the third quarter as we bring, Josh, you saw him on the screen, but Josh is back now. Josh, welcome back to the show.
I have a theory. Since we're going with this whole dodgeball theme, I don't think Byron Leftwich dodged the wrench.
Well, I thought you were going to say that the Bucs are going to advance to the next round because Dak Prescott got suspended for having beaver tranquilizer, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
I swear to God, if they run on first down here, I'm going to say bold move, Cotton.
All right. Bucs and shotgun. That probably doesn't mean anything, though. Oh, they're going to pass it. Brady looking. It's caught by Rachaad White for a short game, but he breaks a couple of tackles and makes something out of nothing.
There you go. Look at that.
The Bucs are moving in the right direction.
Now they can run it on second down, 2nd and 2, 2nd and 3.
And they're going no huddle.
Wow. and Brady throws it behind Gage.
Oh, Tom has not played well. There's no other way to say it.
Nope. I know we get accused at Pewter Report of being like his defenders, but we'll call it like we see it. And he has not played great tonight. Micah Parsons back out there, so whatever injury he had.
That's important to note for sure.
Yep.
And the Bucs go 3 now. Who would have thought it?
Chris Godwin couldn't handle that pass. Very catchable. You're a $20 million receiver. You should probably catch that ball.
We had a $5 super chat. I have lost it, though, in the sea of comments.
All positive, I'm sure.
I'll have to find it somewhere. It wasn't Leo. Well, Leo did super chat us, but that was from earlier. Let me see. I'll have time because they're probably going to go to commercial because the Bucs went 3 and out. A lot of great comments. See Christopher in there. Eater's always great. Kevin L. Leo. Blueberry with another one.
Just don't put blueberries up while I drink this.
Of course. Damn, where did that $5 super chat go? Eater says he's sick of the coaching.
You'll see some changes, Eater, but probably not all the changes you want to see.
Yeah. Wise or otherwise wants to know if Scotty Miller is activated. Scotty Miller is playing. Just a special teams role, but he's playing. Oh, where's the super chat? I am searching high and low for you. Because I care about your super chat.
Jason Peters will be out for the remainder of the game for the Cowboys.
Oh, wow.
So that line shift they made with, I believe it's McGovern at left guard, and then the rookie Tyler Smith moving over to left tackle. That'll be a permanent change for the rest of the game.
Oh, there we go. It was Aaron Perkins again. Thank you, Aaron, for another $5 super chat. Thank you for the another super chat is what I meant to say. What I tried to say was, it is like Brady agrees on the best plays to install, but Byron doesn't know how to organize them so they are effective. Yeah, that's true. I mean, sequencing has been a big thing for the Bucs this year, and when to call plays. So
it's not like the Arians offense is all of a sudden outdated and doesn't work. The offense itself has everything in it needs to be successful. But to Matt's point, the sequencing is so important. What to call, when to call it, how to play one off of the next, create counters to your tendencies. And did he catch that? Oh, my gosh.
Dalton Schultz having the game of his career.
Yeah. I really want to delete that Underdog article. Anyway, it's the sequencing. It's the fact that Byron has some very, very noticeable tells and tendencies that he goes to. Everybody can see it, and defenses can absolutely take advantage of it.
It is crazy, man. I mean, you can't blame like one person.
I sure try. No, it's. I mean, this entire game, it's been orchestra of bad from the Bucs. Just, I mean, lots of different places you could point the finger to, but not Levante David, who basically crashed that play by himself.
LVD. 3rd and 4. Can the Bucs get a stop? Probably not. Remember all the adrenaline people were going to have because Ryan Jensen was back?
Yeah, that's been sucked right out of the building.
They send a blitz. Prescott over the middle. It hits a wide open CeeDee Lamb. Thank you. And SMB is not happy. And again, who is happy right now? I mean, this is a blowout. This is a stinker of a game. Thank you. What's the most lopsided playoff performance? Maybe the Bucs can break that record.
Let's find out. I'll put it in the old Google machine.
Yeah, thanks. As there's a penalty on the play. It's holding on Will Golston. It always drives me crazy when a defensive player gets a holding penalty on a run play. Like, that's really tough to do.
All right. I do not think the Bucs are in danger of breaking the record.
Okay.
On January 15th, 2000, the Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Miami Dolphins 62-7.
Wow.
Yep. 55
happened in the 2000s.
Yeah.
So who's the court? Like Mark Brunell? As Tony Pollard runs up the middle, breaks a slew of tackles.
They don't even want to tackle him. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would have been Mark Brunell, quarterback the team. Trying to see. So right now it's an 18-point difference. So the 10th most lopsided win was a Tom Brady-led Patriots beat the Colts 45-7 on January 18th, 2015. So that would have been against Andrew Luck. So 38 points. So Dallas would have to score another 20 without the Bucs scoring.
Right.
For them, to even hit the number 10 spot. But as you mentioned, I don't think that the second part of that's in danger right now.
Oh, man. I mean, I obviously want the Bucs to come back, but I do want to see the saga with the Cowboys kicker.
Well, I mean, from where they're at, I mean, you could hope for a field goal here or a field goal attempt.
True.
It's basically at this point a point after try. Although if you're Dallas, if it's 4th and goal from like the 4, I think they're just going for it at this point. Don't even put that guy back out there.
Oh, Nacho's hurt, Dan. Nacho probably so for Bucs fans that may not know, last week, Pewter Report, we came up with a photo on social media. It was one of those like, which lunch table would you sit at? And it was a combination of 4 people per table, and it was made up of like Bucs players on offense, defense, historical Bucs players like Derek Brooks, etc. As the Cowboys run the 2 play actions. Prescott over the middle. Oh, it's caught by Gallup for a touchdown. Just
Carlton
out of the outstretched arms.
Davis. Wow. Davis. How do you miss that, man? You undercut the route. You had it. It's a route.
Yeah. A blowout.
I mean, and he stuck on the pivot so well. Undercut it.
Just missed it. Like, just missed it. Oh, it hit his hand.
Yep. I mean, played the route perfectly.
Yeah.
Just couldn't finish. Whew.
Oh, we lost Josh. He was so disgusted by the so disgusted by the play. He just said, you know what? I'm out. All right, at least we got the kicker saga. Come on, kick the extra point. Kick the extra point, damn it.
Don't know what happened there.
Josh, I was saying you were so disgusted by the play that you just upped and out.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I think Gallup was out of bounds, which would be a penalty.
Yeah, the play would not be disallowed at that point. I mean, he's toes in, and I don't think his heels were. It's hard to say with those white shoes on that white ends or trim.
God, they're just gonna go to commercial? Come on.
Can I be petty to you real quick?
Yeah, please.
Oh God, I feel bad for anybody who picked the Bucs to win this game.
That's fine. I mean, listen, I was kind of hedging my bets because I'm going to be in Phoenix, or I guess they're in Glendale, but Phoenix is pretty close. No, I'm going to be in Arizona the week of the Super Bowl for different reasons. And I'd be happy to both work and be in Arizona for other reasons. But when I booked the trip at the time, I was like, Gabber's their starting quarterback. Brady was still retired. I was like, this is not going to coincide.
Yeah, because then when you go to do your taxes, all of that becomes work expenditures that you can write off.
Yeah.
Ooh, buddy.
This might take the cake as the shittiest game that we've done.
I know, right? We've built to this crescendo.
Yes, we have.
Is what it is. Yeah. God. Between
an all-time Bucs performance for all the wrong reasons.
Right. Between me on the game days with you being just some real shit shows from the team, and the fact that it seems like every time I attend a game, it's embarrassing. I don't think Scott's going to let me anywhere near live Tampa Bay Bucs coverage next year.
That's a good point.
I'm going to get a pink slip in the mail.
Should make for a fun Pewter post-game show. It will be myself and Scott Reynolds. Scott will be live from the stadium, which will probably sound the same as it does in Raymond James Stadium right now as it will be when Scott's there after everyone files out. I can't imagine it being anything more than a pin drop at the moment at Raymond James Stadium. They are still looking to review this as if it isn't late enough on a work day or work night. Well, people had off today. Happy MLK Day. And thank you to Martin Luther King Jr. for all he's done for civil rights and activism. But people have to work tomorrow.
Right there. Okay. Seems clear as day to me. He was out. Just give him another play. They'll figure out a way to score. We move this thing along.
Exactly. Yeah, just keep it moving.
Oh, nope. They have called it a touchdown.
Wow. All right, at least we got the kicker saga. Maher. Missed. Can he do another one? Come on. Miss it.
It's the highlight of our night at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
And it's up.
He missed it again! Maher! Misses again.
Oh, my God.
It is so sad that this is the most thrilling thing of the game.
And Jerry Jones is like, can I cut him right now? Right now. And was that allowed? Call the commish.
This is exhilarating. Wow.
Unbelievable. You got to feel for the guy, too. All right. Well, that means that the Bucs are only down by 3 scores.
Yeah, there you go.
Touchdown, 2-point conversion. Touchdown, 2-point conversion. Touchdown, 2-point conversion. So, got them right where they want them. So I tweeted out my predictions for like the entire playoffs last week. And I did have Tampa Bay losing this game. And obviously, many of our loyal readers and listeners and viewers and Bucs fans in general came for my mentions. One guy in particular decided to tell me that there was no way the Bucs could lose. No way. And that anything to the contrary means I was a complete idiot. I have since tweeted at him, just, quote, tweeting some of his comments and asking him for his input. He has not responded.
Oh, what a coward. And
now
the Bucs won it because time is on their side. It's not like the season's on the line or anything.
Oh my God. Bold move, Cotton. And Brady throws at Trayvon Diggs' feet. 3rd and 9. Todd Bowles said they got to get better on 3rd down.
Yeah.
Completely forgot about the 2 that preceded it. I am at my most cynical on these.
I mean, why not? They played like crap all year long, and I don't know, they kind of get what they deserve.
100%. 100%. But I did make a New Year's resolution to be less cynical. So
how's that going?
So well. And it looks like a Chris Godwin fumble.
I thought he was down.
Yeah, we'll see.
We're being honest. Tom Brady makes a tackling attempt. Brady tried to pull a Mac Jones.
Yes, he did.
Oh!
And there's the flag for it.
Brady pulled the Mac Jones. I mean, he talks a lot of soccer on his podcast. He went for a dive. I truly thought Godwin was down, if we're being honest.
It's going to be interesting. And Godwin looks like he may be shaken up. I think they're probably going to end up giving the Bucs the ball back, but then applying the penalty for Brady's obvious tripping attempt.
Brady be tripping, man. Literally.
All right, so here's the catch by Godwin.
Yeah, I mean, his back's
down
on the ground.
Yeah, he's down. So they should overturn that. Godwin's hurt. That's going to be excellent for the Bucs' chances to come back. Right? The butt's down. Yeah. So should be the Bucs' ball.
Well, unless the ball... I mean, he was down the whole time.
Yeah, so right now... I still think the butt was down.
Yeah.
The problem is that they have to have overwhelming evidence to overturn the call, and the call on the field is Dallas's ball. Then you'll have to deal with what? So that'll give the Bucs a 1st down if they get the overturn, but then they're going to have to deal with the penalty on Brady, which will be what, a 15-yarder, which then puts them at 1st and 25.
Oh, my God.
1st and 25, Byron will run the ball out of shotgun for 3 yards. 2nd and 22, bubble screen to Gage because Godwin's a little shaken up. That'll get him 8. 3rd and 14. All right, we got to execute because we got to be better on 3rd downs.
This is bad. We have 112 comments that have not been read yet.
Jesus.
Buck Squad says, what a shit show. When it's after hours, we can cuss like this. Not go overboard, but TT wants to know if anybody fired yet. No. MJRVI, referring to Chris Godwin, said he's down. What the F? Randy Douglas with a great comment. Just when you think they hit rock bottom, they find a better shovel. I like that. The other Pewter Report, Joshua, says Godwin been the main guy getting hit this game. Only Bucs fan says 3rd and 14 means screen. Buck squad, please get rid of Leftwich. Horham Choi says Mike Evans busy jogging around. TT also in all caps says, when is the clown car going to pull up and take this coaching staff away? Tony says Jameis Godwin. Justin Newland, not even the Cannons. Warren G. Has Godwin fumbled in the last 4 games? He's fumbled in the last 2.
He fumbled in Carolina. He fumbled in, was it Arizona? I don't know.
He fumbled against the Falcons.
He did? So maybe he didn't in Arizona. I can't remember.
Byron Leftwich says SR going to be seething at this game. Can't wait for the pod. Thank you, Byron Leftwich. Should make for a good Pewter post-game show. Francisco Guzman says, I believe this will be Brady's worst loss in the playoffs. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bucs.
So what happened with the penalty?
Maybe they forced it after the first, like they said the first down and then did it after.
I don't know. Yeah.
Brady over the middle, caught by Julio Jones. Look at that. Julio's in the game. Ant with the 199 super chat. Thanks, Ant. I think you're at the game right now. If you are, appreciate you also watching us. He says, I came to the worst Tom Brady game of all time. Well, thanks for the super chat. Hopefully they make a big comeback. Wait, Josh, can you have a glass of water real quick?
Sure.
We have a message from the Byron Leftwich, who just said, I just fired myself, y'all.
No logic. No logic.
Brady's looking. Parsons after him. We got a good one from Carlene Pizzulo. Day off, Lenny.
All right. So
Francisco says sad team.
Bailey Adams. I got to wait till the commercial to do this because we're going to need that kind of time for it. Yeah. And the Bucs are an up-tempo offense, so 2nd and 10.
Blueberry says LMAO, Josh is drunk or something. I don't think you're drunk. Oh, Brady almost just threw a pick. I don't think you're drunk. You're just laughing and having a good time.
Yeah, I actually, Blueberry, I am not, since this is a work event for me. This is non-alcoholic beverage in my cup, but I'd rather be drunk right now.
I mean, Scott has drinks on the show.
That is true. That is
not
true.
all the time, but you know.
And we are sponsored by an alcoholic beverage company.
Also true. Please drink responsibly. Mark Fisher says numerous invisible improvements to come. Brady moving around in the pocket, throws over the middle to Noah. Literally, the Cowboys had the closest guy in coverage. DSG Carlos with a very reasonable comment. My liver is going to die after this game.
I hope it doesn't, Carlos.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't either. Can't blame you. Horham Choi, come on. What are receivers doing? What is anybody doing?
Yeah. That does look like Evans ran the wrong route at the top of his stem.
Well, Tom Brady definitely isn't going to retire now. This is definitely not going to be his last game.
This is what he wants to go out on. Camarda with the punt. Turpin.
Hey, Zion McCollum with a nice tackle. Special teams has been the one thing going for the Bucs. Right? The Cowboys can't hit a field goal to save an extra point to save their life. And Giovanni Bernard and Zion McCollum made the 2 big plays on special teams.
Yep. All right, so I'll get to this. So Bailey Adams in our group chat, he texted a screenshot of the official accounting of that Godwin non-fumble, and it's like book report. And I just thought it was funny. Tom Brady passed short middle to Godwin to the Tampa Bay 29 for 9 yards. Fumbles recovered by Dallas. Whole bunch more. Ryan Jensen got the unnecessary roughness call. Replay official reviewed the runner was not down by contact ruling and the play was reversed. So it's Tom Brady pass short middle to Godwin to the Tampa Bay 29 for 9 yards. Penalty on Tampa Bay Ryan Jensen, unnecessary roughness for 14 yards enforced between downs. That's a lot.
Yeah, that really is. You can never go wrong, though, if you have a lot of Celsius energy drinks in portion, but 1 or 2 a day. Celsius energy drinks, of course, the official sponsor of the Pewter GameDay show and the Pewter Report podcast. There's 7 essential vitamins. It's the healthy version of an energy drink, 0 sugar or preservatives, so you don't have that post-energy drink crash. There's a variety of flavors from the Arctic peach and tropical vibes. You also got the kiwi guava, a lot of awesome flavors. So check out Celsius energy drinks, which drinks they have in store for you. I'll put up that picture of the variety of flavors that they have. There you go. And then if you want to find out where to get a Celsius, go to the store locator, punch in your address, and it'll let you know the closest location where you can buy a Celsius at your closest bodega and other stores. And then when you know you love Celsius and you want more of it, you want to have more Celsius in the Bucs score points, get them in bulk. Do the subscribe and save at Amazon. Get the variety pack, because variety is the spice of life, and have it sent to your house or apartment every week, every month, every quarter, whatever it is. Just make sure you're drinking Celsius energy drinks, the official sponsor of the Pewter Report podcast. 1st and 10 for Dallas coming out of the break. 8:09 remaining in the third quarter of this tiresome game.
Zeke runs into the line and still comes up with 4 or 5 yards.
Krishnamurthy Rajarm. I'm just going to call you KR. Appreciate the comment. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Wants to know, can you comment on JTS?
So first half, I saw him at the 2 to 3 pressures. He's pretty solid in run support. This last play here, he unfortunately just couldn't wrap up on Zeke, and that's kind of been his issue all year. And the reason why he only has 4 sacks instead of close to 10 is just a problem wrapping up. It's something he's going to have to get better at in the offseason. I'm encouraged by his development over the first 2 years of his professional career, especially coming out as a very raw prospect who missed his last year of college. He misses Shaq Barrett, though, as does the entire team.
Yeah. They pitch it out to the outside to Zeke, gets a small gain. We have a $4.99 super chat from JMO0505. JMO says, fire coaching staff, cut Smith, trade Evans, let older players go and rebuild. You have great building blocks with Wirfs, Winfield, Davis, and Godwin. Well, I understand it's ugly right now, but ultimately, if Tom Brady decides to return, you're not going to rebuild with Tom Brady as your quarterback. If the Bucs do decide to go the rebuilding mode, sure, maybe some of those things. I think it'd be really tough to trade Mike Evans from an emotional standpoint, but you can't think with emotions. You got to do what's best for the team. I'm not advocating that they trade Mike Evans, but I don't know. I think a lot of things have to be on the table if the Bucs do decide to go to a rebuild mode, which again, I'm not saying that they are going to do, especially with this really crappy division.
Yeah, the problem with a rebuild is you're assuming there's no Brady because he's not going to be there for a rebuild, and you're picking in the 20s. You're not going to get a quarterback there that you can rebuild with.
Exactly.
So without that quarterback, it's hard to do that without wasting, the the cheap years of all those people that you just talked about. Winfield's going to have to get paid next offseason. Wirfs, they'll get the 5th-year option.
Yes.
But pretty soon those guys aren't going to be cheap anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not really in a rebuild with them anymore, unless Light hits on a bunch more draft picks. JTS continues to develop like I think he will. And Logan, why am I forgetting his name? He hasn't been on the field all night. Logan Hall.
Logan Hall, yeah.
Logan Hall has to make a giant jump because he has not looked good at all this season.
Yeah, early in the year I thought he was okay, but not a lot of playing time anymore. Yeah, it's just a masterclass by the Cowboys,
Oh, yeah.
Doing it on offense, have been great on defense. I mean, you really only had the one drive where the Bucs moved it down the field.
I mean, Dak's done a good job of getting out of some pressure situations because the Bucs haven't been able to contain him all night, which gives the receivers extra time. I mean, Kellen Moore's done a great job of scheming them open, but they get even more time against these soft zones. You can find holes with the extra time that he's used to get out of the pressure.
Prescott back to pass, drops it off to Tony Pollard. He gets tackled for a short gain by Anthony Nelson. We have a very nice super chat by Byron Turner, a $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Byron, and thank you for these very kind comments. Says, just dropped in to say the MVPs of this season are you guys, the PR staff. This is the end of the GOAT era. You deserved a better send-off, Tom. Byron, thank you for calling us the MVPs. The real MVPs are everyone in the chat and in the comments section, especially those that super chat. I don't know if it's the end of the era, though, for Tom Brady. This will obviously leave a very bad taste in his mouth, but I still think we see TB12.
Yeah, if I had to put odds on it, I think it's probably 60-40 he comes back.
Comes back at all or to the Bucs?
I think comes back at all, and of those, I would say probably 85% that it's Tampa Bay.
Dalton G, a $1.99 super chat. On a positive note, no more suffering. That is very true.
On another positive note, the Bucs defense got to stop, and we're going to see a different special teamer for Dallas, one who does make his kick.
Okay, we have a super chat from Horam Choi. Thank you so much, Horam. I do not know what currency this is, but it's 30,000 of it, which I'm not sure what the currency. Please let us know what the currency is. But thank you so much for the super chat, Horam. Says, first ever super chat from me, ... Sadly, in a losing effort. Go Bucs. Horam, you've been in this chat all season long for all of the game days. Can't thank you enough for your participation, and thank you so much for the super chat.
So that is I believe that's Korean, the won.
Cool. That's awesome. That's a new one for Pewter Report. I don't know if we had a won super chat yet.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get the exchange rate there. 30,000.
We're breaking records on the Pewter Report podcast and the Pewter GameDay show.
That's like a $24 super chat.
That's awesome. Thank you, Horam.
Let's go, Horam.
Yeah. That's all. That's great.
We absolutely appreciate it.
Yeah, Horam then said that is Korean won worth $25. Thank you, man. That's
amazing.
That's great. Thank you so much.
All right. So it was a good punt by Dallas's punter, Brian Anger, I believe former Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Yeah.
Brian Anger. And, the Bucs offense, which has looked absolutely unstoppable tonight, this just has to go like 95 yards.
Yeah, no problem at all whatsoever. This offense, let me tell you, it needs to be rejuvenated. Let's hear from Age Rejuvenation.
As we age, our hormones decrease, both for men and women.
I was tired all the time, had no sex drive.
I was groggy.
I felt like I was 80 years old because everything hurt.
I came to Age Rejuvenation because I was tired all the time.
Bioidentical hormones has really made such an impact in people's lives.
I actually enjoy shopping now.
Got all my energy back.
Mind is sharp.
I feel like I'm 18 again.
It was perfect for me.
Get with Age Rejuvenation. Do it now. Don't wait.
Call Age Rejuvenation today.
Better, feel better, have better sex using Age Rejuvenation. See how it can help you. It's helped John Gilmore. It's helped Scott Reynolds. They both talk about it a ton. You have a lot of different therapies that can help you out. Testosterone therapy, peptide, and stem cell therapy as well. Lose weight, look great, have better sex. It's helped a lot of people, and it can help you too. So go to agerejuvenation.com and start helping yourself. 1st and 10 for the Bucs, deep in their own territory, and they run it on 1st down because they have all the time in the world, down 3 touchdowns.
Oh, all right. I've got something for the chat.
Okay, not in the chat, but I will answer too.
This game ends, as it looks like it will, with a Bucs embarrassing loss. Does Todd Bowles go into the post-game press conference and do like one of those like really corporate kind of Byron Leftwich is no longer with the organization? Like doesn't even let him get out of the locker room for just letting him go.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like, we're going to make some changes next season, but I don't think he's going to say we're flat out going to fire Byron Leftwich right then and there. I agree with Jay had something, just said embarrassing with 1,000 exclamation points. Like, how are you still running it up the middle on, 1st down?
Dan Quinn will never see it coming.
The play reaction says, going to be refreshing Twitter so hard tomorrow for news of firing Byron. Oh, we got a super chat from Bill F. Thank you, Bill, for the super chat. For real, in a crappy season, listening to you guys on the live streams has been amazing, hilarious, and on rare occasion, exhilarating. Thank you so much for the super chat, Bill. Thank you. Oh my God, there was almost a 6-6 in the end zone. And thank you for the very nice words. Glad we could bring some enjoyment to you and everybody in the chats. You guys are awesome to talk to on pretty much a regular basis. I mean, we do the podcast 4 times a week. We do the game day show every single weekend. So yeah, it's truly been great interacting with you guys. And the Bucs got a 1st down, so maybe that's a good sign of things to come. So once again, appreciate the super chat from Bill F.
Literally the only good thing on this team right now, well, this offense, is Rachaad White.
Yeah.
I would be trying to put the ball in his hands as much as possible.
He's the only guy that's done anything.
Yeah. Everyone else has been an abject.
A little bit of Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Throw over the middle to Chris Godwin.
There you go. Can you give me the lotto numbers, please?
11, 0, 6, 9.
There you go.
6.
And 11 for Micah Parsons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. 1, 4.
2, 9.
1, 7. 1, 2. Hey, Russell Gage makes a catch. Look at that. Gibbernish says Godwin is taking a beating. Yes, he is.
Yep.
1 TD, 1 INT at a time.
I think he may be the better PR Joshua.
No, that's close. I don't want to bash PR Joshua. PR Joshua's great. There's plenty of PR Joshuas to go around.
I like it.
And they're all unique in their own way and special.
Man, this up-tempo offense is starting to move the ball.
Play action. Russell Gage.
Nowhere to go.
Okay, all right. Goes up the field. I thought they were going to run a trick play there.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was about to pass it.
Because that also worked.
QB Lenny.
Yeah. I like this idea by Farouk Kawab. Best case scenario, Leftwich ends up in New Orleans. Leftwich and Jameis together? Woo! They were together before in 2019.
Yeah. You know who I think is going to become the offensive coordinator in New Orleans. I think Lombardi gets canned in Los Angeles with the Chargers. And I could see him going back to New Orleans with Dennis Allen.
Yeah.
Because there's no way he survives if Brandon Staley wants to keep his job.
Byron Turner with the $1.99 super chat. Dan Quinn's revenge fantasy. Obviously, Dan Quinn was the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons when Tom Brady went 28-3 on them.
So does Quinn orchestrate like allowing the Bucs to move down to get a field goal and then rip off 2 straight safeties? That'd be 28-3.
Yeah. Brady and shotgun on 2nd and 7. Throws over the middle. Not the way.
What a play. What a play.
Why is there no urgency? Good question. Wow. Oh, my God. We have a positive comment by Unreasonable Things. Thanks for introducing me to Celsius, gents. ... Arctic Vibe, F the world. And Mike Evans gets a first down, lays a nice shoulder into Trevon Diggs.
There's some
Bucs are in, getting close to the red zone territory. Well, glad that you like Celsius, Unreasonable Things. And Arctic Vibe is one of my favorites, probably my favorite Celsius energy drink. So glad that you really enjoy that. Happy for you, Unreasonable Things.
All right, let's see if we can push the envelope with him. Unreasonable Things. Can you give us one positive thing you've seen about the Bucs this year at all?
Brady going down the field, looking for Julio. It's caught. Was he in bounds? It's caught.
It's caught.
A touchdown. Julio Jones. And Tom Brady, not doing an impersonation of Antoine Winfield Jr., puts up the 2 and says, let's go for 2. Also, Unreasonable Things clarifying that FTW that he wrote meant for the win. I thought it meant F the world, which, let's be honest, Unreasonable Things would probably be more likely what you would say. But thank you for the clarification.
All right. If this stands, is this the beginning of the comeback?
It has to be.
Right?
Last play of the third quarter?
Right? Now you're only down by 2 scores.
They have to get all 3 though. And
right.
Let's see. They fake the pitch. Brady looking for Evans.
on
Now
the
throws
pitch.
over the middle. Nobody home. Not even remotely close. No one even had a chance to get their hands on it. It's 24-6. Bucs do not get shut out.
But still down by 3 touchdowns. Well, they would have to score 3 touchdowns to make this work.
Actually, just put 4th quarter because that's what it is.
I guess they could do touchdown, point after touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a field goal to tie.
Jeff H says, going for 2 when we suck at him. I mean, it's a 3-possession game at that point, so they did make the right decision.
Yeah, Jeff H. I mean, that's you absolutely go for that. There's no downside to it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk a little bit about our friends over at Pin Chasers. Let's talk about how underrated Pin Chasers is, especially the food. I mean, you see the pizza, the nachos, the chicken tendies, all awesome food. They got brunch on the weekends, which is like a pretty nice little caveat that you don't get at most bowling alleys. They have locations in East Pasco, Zephyr Hills, Midtown, and Veterans. They have one pretty close to the Advent Health Training Center where the Bucs have their practice facility. If you want to book your kid's birthday party there, they obviously have the bowling lanes, but they also have an arcade area. So the kids can play some video games. They can do some bowling. For the adults that are going there, they also have a bar with plenty of options for beer, liquor, and wine. So a little bit something for everybody. As we said earlier, if you go to pinchasers.net, you could see what deals they have for you. That includes all-you-can-eat pizza, all-you-can bowl, and dollar beers. If you want to book a outing for your office or a group of friends or whatever, Pinchasers is a really good spot to do it. So for a fun night out with friends and family, go to pinchasers.net and see what deal that they have, because they have a lot of deals. So pinchasers.net. Enjoy yourself. Have a good time. Brian Shaw says, just send Byron to the locker room.
To the moon, Brian.
Jay, Brady only coming back if Gronk does. I would not count on Gronk coming back. Jay breaks football. Gronk quit on us. No, he didn't. He retired after the season.
Right. He didn't know the team anything.
Yeah. Francisco Guzman. If the defense had gotten some stops earlier, who knows? I think, again, there's
whole
plenty.
teams played bad.
Yeah, exactly. Byron Leftwich says, my phone is on for all head coaching needy teams.
Here's one, Matt. This game has featured 5 touchdowns.
Oh, my God. Oh, so, what's his name? Jake
Camarda with
making
another
a
tackle. Yeah. 5 touchdowns. No extra points.
Yeah, that's crazy. There had to be a sick prop bet on that. Damn, that would have been cool.
Bucs went, looks like 4 verts on that touchdown.
Julio. That's what they brought him in for.
Nice little
nice catch.
Yep. Great throw. Great catch. 18-point deficit. 14:55 to go.
Let's see how aggressive the Cowboys are. They start out with the screen. Nobody home for the Bucs.
Yeah,
it's like a first down, and they're at midfield. So,
yeah, Levante fell trying to cover that. Right there. Yep. Just fell down. And Dalton's like, yeah, that's the easiest block of my life.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, somebody went for his legs and didn't wrap up. And all of a sudden, Dallas is close to, what, midfield? Just what you wanted to happen right after a touchdown.
Yeah, of course. Well,
how they draw it up.
Now they run it with Zeke, as if they didn't know that the Cowboys were going to try to establish the run.
Yep. Little trap play. I think that was Pollard.
That was Tony. I like to do an impression of Carmelo, like yelling for Tony. Tony!
Oh my gosh. That episode with Junior and Tony on the golf course, and of course,
Uncle June's in the muff.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's very little of it I could actually reference.
Yeah,
was amazing.
And he's talking in Mikey Palmisi's backswing like every single time. Down at the border, where the play. Oh, Uncle June, I told you to stop eating sushi. I love the show. My favorite show of all time.
Oh, it's been a blast to watch. And to get to share it with you through the text is phenomenal. Yeah. Although some of your reactions to like, how are you watching it right now? It has been amazing.
Yeah. Prescott hits a wide open Michael Gallup as he gallops his way for another big gain and a first down.
So just for like the synergy of it, I really want like Devin White to be able to like get just a really good hit on Michael Gallup. And because Devin loves horses, to do like his little horse giddy up.
Yeah. That would be great.
I think it brings it all together, right? Because it's like a personal dig, but at the same time, it's just him showing his love of horses.
Very true. Oh, man. I was about to say, as Tony Pollard rips off a 12-yard run, I was about to say, if the Bucs can kind of hold the Cowboys here, their kicker has sucked tonight, so, can't say that anything is guaranteed from the kicking position. But, I mean, he just ran for 12 yards like it's nothing.
All right, so I got to share this. Somebody sent it to me. So you are aware of Samir Ali of the Loose Cannons podcast, which Scott was just a guest on last week, I guess, technically. So he tweeted out, going for 2 there was a little odd, in my opinion, which is strange because it's very obvious you can turn a 4-score game into a 3-score game by getting 2 on 3 consecutive touchdowns. So somebody quote tweets him and goes, "Not a math guy," and I'm losing my mind over it.
Yeah, that's funny. We got a super chat from Ant, his second super chat of the game. This is a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Ant. Did Dean do something? Why is he not playing? He's the best cornerback on the team. Jamel Dean is dealing with an illness that I guess has flared up pretty badly. JTS in pursuit. Oh, man, they almost completed that pass. A nice pass break up by
Mike Edwards.
Mike Edwards.
Yeah. 3rd and 9. Here we go. Let's force the kick.
But yeah, Ant, that's why Jamel Dean has not played.
Matt, can you get a live bet in on whether Dallas, if they go for the field goal, whether he makes it or not?
That might be a little bit too quick of a live bet.
Oh, you can see he's jumping up and down. He wants that opportunity.
Yeah. They throw screens to Pollard. He's got blockers in front.
Not going to make it.
Levante makes the tackle.
Levante literally sat him down.
Are they going to go for it?
Sit down, kicker.
They are going to go for it. 4th and 4. Momentum.
Yep. Logan Hall is on the field.
Yeah.
Inside zone to his side. Nope.
They blitzed Devin White. Prescott has all day to throw.
Oh, Bucs
and
recovered.
it's even easier to throw when CeeDee Lamb is wide open. And we'll get another extra point situation.
Oh, here we go. No, then at this point, you got to expect they go for 2. If they go for it on 4th and 4, they're going to go for 2.
I don't know. Dak's on the sideline.
So it looks like Mike Edwards or Carlton Davis. Somebody had to carry him. It looks like Carlton was telling Mike, stay outside, stay outside.
Ooh.
And he did not stay outside.
Ah, the extra
Oh,
point.
he made it. He made it. There goes the most exciting part of our night.
I know.
Ah, damn. 31-6.
What a pathetic drive. Like, seriously.
All right. We're going to turn this around because I'm going to take another sip and you're going to find something that's going to make me probably destroy my computer.
Let's have at it. Let's have at it, Peter people. It's got a good comment we could put up.
Yeah, tell me when. So the great thing is for those of you in the chat, I can't see your comments unless Matt posts them. All right.
Yeah.
So he literally can just find that doozy and set me up. You got it?
No, well, it's a response to another comment.
All right, give me the first comment.
I don't know where the first comment was.
Just
but
tell me what it might have been.
I believe it was like fire Byron Leftwich tomorrow.
Okay.
And Shaggy said, no, they could fire Byron tonight.
I agree with that. Yes. I'm on board. I was saying press conference. Let's go. Todd Bowles walks out before anybody has a chance to ask a question. Byron Leftwich is no longer with this organization. Very Bruce Arians AB like, although I don't want to equate Byron Leftwich's poor performance at his job with AB's poor performance at life.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good way to preface that. Rods03, imagine getting absolutely destroyed by Mike McCarthy, LMAO. That's a good one.
McCarthy's got with Dan Quinn coaching your defense and Kellen Moore coordinating your offense, that's a pretty sweet gig.
Joshua Porter said, I'm done. Let's go Jacksonville.
Yeah, state of Florida is about to go 1 for 2 on this weekend.
Jade,
1 for 3.
Jade Hoisington, BK commercial got to be coming in soon to rub salt in the wound.
At BK, you can have it your way.
Whatever the last part is. Yeah, a lot of fire this person, fire that person.
That word is triggering me this week.
Byron Turner says, send Nikita Kucherov out for the press conference drunk to fire lefty.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I made reference a couple times. So for the people in the chat. So in my other world, I had to deal with a store that literally caught on fire earlier this week. And I've been trying to get it back up and running. So hence the references to fire.
Yeah, sorry you had to deal with that.
Yeah, luckily nobody was hurt. And they caught the guy who did it. So.
Oh, a guy set the place ablaze?
Legitimately, it was arson. Yeah.
Holy crap. That's wild.
Yep. So set a storage room that buttressed up against our store on fire. So I got a call at about 11 o'clock at night saying it's impacted your door. You're probably not going to be able to open for a while.
Damn. Second and 3, Brady and shotgun. Up, they tried a stupid screen, and shockingly, to nobody, it didn't work.
Michael Irvin up in the press box.
Yeah, they keep showing him.
Oh, everybody's holding hands. We're so happy. Dallas finally wins a playoff game. First time in, I don't know, since Michael Irvin was playing.
He's dabbing up everybody. Brady on third down. I mean, some of these catches Chris Godwin has made, they're nice, but they're not easy at all.
No, I mean, no yards after catch unless it's a screen. I just absolutely the dichotomy between this offense and how these receivers have to basically win contested catches every single time versus the wide open throws that Brock Purdy was able to execute for San Francisco on Saturday. It's just, it's night and day, the difference between the two.
It's like they're not even playing the same sport.
No, not at all.
Ooh, I wonder if I don't think Tony Pollard got
Shanahan's playing chess and Byron's playing with himself.
Oh, nice catch. Yeah, great catch by Mike Evans.
Yeah, that was probably a bridge too far. I apologize.
Yeah, again, after hours. It's all right.
So I was looking down. So the catch Mike made, they ruled it incomplete.
Oh, come on.
Looks like Bulls challenged.
Yeah, it was reversed. Come on, refs. Let's see. They score here 31-13. No, there's no way the Bucs come back. Ow.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 scores, even if they get the 2-point conversions on all 3 of the first 3 touchdowns they would have to make. Not to mention basically shutting Dallas down to complete 3 and out.
Right. Definitely would need an onside kick in there. Hey, Kate Otten gets involved.
Yep.
He gets a first down.
Wide open in the flat. There you go. First guy I've seen catch a ball with no Dallas defenders around him.
Yeah.
All night.
Bucs have only ran it 9 times.
God, 48 passes on a 45-year-old arm.
Yeah. Hey, he led the league in passing attempts. Yeah, Shaggy says, would need a defensive score or special team score to come back.
Sounds about right.
Randy Douglas wants to trade Bowles for D'Amico Ryans.
How in the world would San Francisco make that trade?
Brady throws over the middle, caught by Kate Otten. Makes a move, gets to the 2-yard line.
Every time you want that to happen in the first half, and it never happens till the second half.
Unreasonable things. Yeah, it's always too late when they get Kate Otten involved. Unreasonable Thing says, I would take Cliff Kingsbury at this point.
Unreasonable Things.
They go for the fade, and Julio's not even looking for the damn ball.
Unreasonable Things. I'm still looking for that one thing that you can say positive about the Bucs this year.
Who would be a good fit at offensive coordinator? John K. asked. Todd Monken, we've obviously talked about a lot. We will have a story on PewterReport.com. If the Bucs lose this game and Byron Leftwich is let go relatively soon, Unreasonable Things says I posted it twice. I must have missed that Unreasonable Things. We will have a story on PewterReport.com about potential head coaching candidates. Brady over the middle, ball is tipped and then tipped again. Incomplete. Sorry, Unreasonable Things. I think I missed your positive. Anything you said positive. Let's do what we did last game versus the Cowboys.
Okay. I wouldn't mind Scott Turner, who just got the boot in Washington. He was scapegoated, even though by bad quarterback play all season long. I think Scott Turner would be a good option. Bill O'Brien would be a good option. Todd Monken would be a good option.
Brady looking, gets sacked. And Unreasonable Thing said, that's Matt's fault. Posted it twice already. Suck up inside of 50 yards has been positive.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Unreasonable Things.
Yeah.
And honestly, Unreasonable Things, thank you for your support. You've been in here, I think, almost every Sunday.
Exactly.
And we do appreciate that.
A lot of guys, whether it's Unreasonable Things, as the Bucs go for it on 4th down, and Brady gets sacked again.
Got out of it.
Yeah. Horam in there, Josh Porter, Eaters in there all the time.
Yeah, PR
Tony,
PR Josh.
Yeah, PR Josh, Tony Saylor, MJRVI, Francisco. You've been in a lot. Common Sensei, of course. Can't forget you, as he says, poor blocking. Just a bad team.
Yep.
Well, at least we can start the off-season speculation. And just a reminder to everybody, we will have the Pewter post-game show, the Pewter Report podcast. That will be shortly after we speak to, well, I mean, we're not at the facility or the stadium. But after Todd Bowles and Tom Brady speak, Scott and I will go live. So probably after midnight, around that.
Long day.
Sad day, bad day.
Could be worse. Could be rainy.
Yeah. If it rains on Gasparilla, I'll be so sad.
I wish you sunny skies and all the fun.
Thank you. Ooh, let's talk a little bit. Speaking of like things that are fun or just really doing anything fun. One of those fun things could be going over to Walk-Ons, which we have the Pewter Tailgate show today at the Midtown locations. You can go to Midtown, you can go to Wesley Chapel. Awesome food, Cajun style, but they have all different types of food there. A ton of TVs if you want to watch the latest and greatest games that are going on. For example, the NFL playoffs next week, which the Bucs probably won't be involved in. Definitely go on Tuesdays as well. You know, if the Lightning have a game or if your favorite team is playing, because they have happy hour deals every day. But on Tuesday, it's happy hour every single hour of the day that they are open. Not just 4 to 7, from open to close. So you can get 22-ounce mugs of beer for the price of a regular beer. A lot of awesome appetizer and food options on sale. And same with the array of liquors and beers and alcohol and wine that you can choose over at Walk-Ons for the Midtown one. So check out Walk-Ons Sports Bistro. Awesome spot. A good place to go to. I go there a pretty fair amount. So if you're in the Tampa area, you might run into me. Cowboys run it on foist down. What says go Niners now since we are out? I will say Cowboys Niners is going to be a very fun game next Sunday. Oh, Byron Leftwich wants to know, is Walk-Ons hiring? We could put in a good word. Thank you, Byron Leftwich. We had Josh Freeman in last week's show on Monday. Josh Freeman asked if we could get him tickets.
Nice. I will say, if we're putting in a good word for Byron, I don't want him to be Expo out there calling the orders.
Yeah. I wouldn't ask him for a recommendation. He's like, this food is great. Like, this food is made in ways that you can't see it being made.
My burger's overcooked. Yeah, but it was cooked in ways you could.
All right. Our chefs are getting better. No, the food is very great at Walk-Ons. We're talking in hypotheticals.
Yes.
Dak going deep down the field, nobody home, and Carlton Davis still
drops another would-be interception. That was the turnover they needed. Well, I guess it would have worked just like a
arm punt.
Yeah. But it would have saved, 4 or 5 seconds.
Jonathan Fuentes says Byron Leftwich would always recommend the meatloaf.
That is actually, I'll just go ahead and say this. So Jonathan Fuentes, who just posted that comment, that is my best friend.
Oh, no kidding.
Yep.
That's awesome. What up, Jonathan? Thanks for watching / commenting and supporting your good pal, your best friend, Josh Capo.
A man of the world. He's literally been on almost every continent.
Josh, can you take a sip of water, please? We got one from Blueberry. Blueberry with a $2.98
Blueberry's
super
great.
chat. In quotation says, would you like the analytics on that burger?
Oh, Blueberry may be my new favorite person.
Yeah, Blueberry's up there. Thank you for the super chat, Blueberry.
Blueberry did the opposite of the Bucs tonight and showed up.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. A lot of great fans. Frank G as well. Imagine if Leftwich would have gone to the Jaguars. Yeah, we would have been robbed of a great comeback on Saturday.
To whoever said go Niners, yeah, it would be nice to see Shanny get it because he deserves it because he's flipping genius. But I am personally rooting for the Jags, and to see Trevor Lawrence potentially ascend into that echelon of quarterback with Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes.
Sorry, Brady's. Oh,
yep.
God. Yeah.
Just a comedy.
Right.
Everybody was so excited about Jensen coming back. Jensen has snap issues.
Yeah, right.
So, and we've seen it twice now, because that wasn't the first one that was a bit tough for Brady to handle. But to see Lawrence potentially ascend going up against all of those quarterbacks a year after he had to deal with Urban Meyer, I think is a fantastic storyline to follow.
Yeah, it's wild. We got a couple good comments about Byron Leftwich hypothetically working at walk-ons. We do have this comment as well from Ammons10. They'll fire Bowles, then promote Leftwich. ... You heard it here first.
That is a bold take.
Yeah. Bill F said, we don't do any of that analytics fancy football burger making. All buns, no meat, baby. Jonathan Bott said, Leftwich would recommend us order boiled chicken with 0 sauce or seasoning. Tony Saylor said Leftwich's food would give you the worst runs. A double entendre there. As
That's amazing.
That was great. Unreasonable Things keep saying Spicoli rules. We got a $5 super chat from Christopher Oxentine. Christopher's also someone that's always in the chats on game day. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Christopher, who says, Leftwich is so bad he would make Patrick Mahomes look like Brody Croyle. That's a throwback name right there.
Wow.
2nd and 1, pass goes incomplete. MJRVI said, get the clown music going. Ryan Shaw. So, guys, what time are the Bucs playing the 49ers on Sunday? Oh, you mean next season when they have them on the schedule? Good question. Right. Probably 4:15. Shaggy said, don't wake the kiddos. Talking about Josh.
Thank you, Shaggy. I have to remember that. Oh, my goodness. I don't have to worry about the oldest because he's upstairs, but the youngest is literally like right in the next room.
DSG Carlos said Leftwich's food will just straight up kill you on the spot. Man. Little player reaction said, this is the kind of content that you get from games like this. So okay with that. Thank you, the play reaction.
I don't see Aikman and Buck getting.
Oh my God. Russell Gage just forgot how to catch. That's like 2 plays in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Is he all right, though? He looks like he started to writhe in pain, and Brady's staring at him. Yeah. Looks like Russell Gage is in pain. That's unfortunate. I do feel bad. He's obviously dealing with some stuff. He got hurt last game, too. Ooh, he got hit in, like, the head and neck area.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, definitely rooting for a quick recovery for Russell Gage. NJRVI said, next season we're getting all 1 p.m. games and 2 London games. Possible. Well, not the London games. God bless you. Possible, not 2 London games, of course, but a lot of 1 p.m. games. JC says, Bucs fans can't be upset. The team went for it and won a Super Bowl. Most teams would kill for that. I do respect the silver lining that, they didn't win a Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. Tony says, I hate being right about Gage. Right, so Gage slipped and got his head taken off from behind. Gage is still down, unfortunately.
Yeah, it didn't look good. And then just kind of to Tony's point, I mean, I will say it sounds like I'm going to take the other side of that. I think when Gage has been healthy, he's been legitimately a very good receiver for the Bucs. He's somebody who I hope they keep next year. There is a chance that they cut him in a cap-saving move. But he generates more separation than most of the other Bucs receivers, and I would love to see him with an opportunity to play healthy.
Yeah, he was second on the team in receiving touchdowns this year.
Yeah.
With 5. Yeah, he's still on the ground.
Yeah, you can see almost everybody with a knee down, Brady over, and literally like standing over him. This looks like it's very serious.
Yeah. He was moving his leg before, which obviously is a better sign. Oh, man. They're bringing out a cart. Obviously, a situation no one wants to see. We don't know what his injury is, but obviously one of the first things you think of is the DeMar Hamlin situation from a couple of weeks ago. So,
yeah.
Definitely sending thoughts and prayers and positivity to him. To Russell. Well, DeMar Hamlin and Russell Gage as well. Let's get to a couple of other comments. Frank G, we need Arian's red marker for this game plan. Yeah. I mean, you could pretty much just put this game plan in the paper shredder. What else we got? Jonathan again. Will you be live streaming Leftwich cleaning out his office tonight? I like that. I don't think we'll have access to that.
Oh gosh. Now, if you want to see Jonathan like lose his mind,
yeah,
let's just talk about how terrible Penn State is.
Oh man, well,
I mean,
where do we start?
Donovan Smith would be a good place to start.
But Michael Parsons,
he will thank you for that.
But Chris Godwin fumbles a lot.
Yeah.
Bill O'Brien used to coach there, doesn't anymore. Find the entire coaching staff and hope you can get Bill O'Brien in here.
Penn State just wishes that they were Ohio State, Michigan, or Notre Dame.
Yeah, it's interesting to see them in the Rose Bowl this year because usually it's like the top Big Ten team, and it's like, oh, well, the other 2 Big Ten teams are in the college football playoff.
Oh, that's awesome. He's going to lose it.
Josh S. said, so 19th overall, talking about their draft pick. Yeah, they would probably get the top draft pick out of all the playoff teams because the Bucs are 8-9. I don't know if that's.
I
don't know how that works.
No, because I think because they're a division winner,
Oh, true.
I want to say it goes based off of seeding.
Yeah. So getting that crappy record even hurt them even more.
See.
Tony says, like taking another D lineman bust at 19.
Although if Jalen Carter is somehow there at 19, I'll risk the bust for him.
Okay, so they put Russell Gage on a stretcher, and they have moved him to the cart. So he's buckled in, and obviously being taken out as a lot of Bucs players go over, and I'm sure they're saying positive things to him. Obviously, again, very unfortunate to see, and just Jonathan, talking about you at Penn State says you shut your mouth.
Oh God! I mean, he does remember that I went to South Florida, so who the hell am I talking about?
What said we went from 13-1 and we're so close to the Super Bowl last year to now this. Jerome Anderson says, no disrespect to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but as a forever Buccaneer, Tampa Bay has a lot to improve in the offseason. And if they decide to bring Tom Brady back, you must improve the offensive line. And second priority is a pass rush in the book should be much better.
Well, I mean, next year the pass rush theoretically gets better with Shaq Barrett back, although I believe it was an Achilles injury, which
I'm not sold on Shaq Barrett
to return from.
To be honest with you,
but I do agree that pass rush should be a priority in terms of improving the depth, and then the offensive line. That was a lot of injuries this year, and a refusal to move to Nick Leverett.
And you're essentially getting like Ryan Jensen playing in this game, new addition, obviously for like next season with impact, and Leverett. Let's remember Aaron Stinney as well. Aaron Stinney, quite honestly, could have been the starter this year. We don't know. It's a competition,
right? But you think about what that line's going to look like next year. So Tristan Wirfs and Shaq Mason on the right side that's solid to amazing, right?
Yeah.
Benson back at center. Now you've got 3 fifths where you feel really good. Left guard will be a competition between Gedeke, maybe Hainsey, and Leverett. With Leverett, I would think coming in as the incumbent, you would hope out of those 3 somebody emerges as just an average left guard.
Mm-hmm.
The big opportunity is what are they going to do at left tackle, because this is going to be like the last memory people have of Donovan Smith, because I don't see them keeping him after this, and that looks like a touchdown to Cam Brate.
Yeah, Cam Brate gets a touchdown.
Make an appearance.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay,
touchdown Tampa Bay, Cam Brate. Hey, last week it was Kyle Rudolph. This week it's Cam Brate.
Right. So what, they just do the extra point, I would think, on this one. 31-13, onside kick.
Yeah, easy.
Brady magic. Just how the just how the NFL scripted it, because it's none of it's real. It's all
right.
All
Bucs are going for 2. Brady moves over to the right, looks for Mike Evans, and it's caught. 2-point conversion is completed for the Bucs. It's now 14-31.
17. All right. 2 touchdowns, 2-point afters, field goal.
And they have the 2-point conversion.
Yeah. 124 seconds.
We also have a super chat from Brian Jucic, who said, you gave me the pronunciation before. I think it's Jukic. Thank you, Brian. Brian Jukic for the $4.99 super chat. Says, love you guys. Thanks for a great year. Thanks, Tom. Got what you did for us. We will be back. We really need to start fresh, especially coaches praying for Gage. Brian, thank you for the nice words. Appreciate the sentiment for Russell Gage as well. They need a change at offensive coordinator. I don't totally know just yet about a fresh start, because if Brady comes back, that makes a big difference. We also have a super chat from Craven Something Scary. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. We will miss Brady. Guess he'll be a Raider now. I don't think that's going to be the case. As the ball is loose,
oh,
have to recover this. There's 15 Bucs around and one Dallas Cowboy. That has to be the Bucs ball. There was 5 Bucs.
Hope springs eternal, Matt.
Yep, and the Bucs recover. All right, was that Giovanni Bernard, special teams player of the game?
It might have been. Let's see. All right, so Brown fumbles. Otten knocks him off. Keith
I think
gets
Giovanni
in
Bernard
there.
got it.
Giovanni gets in there. Great
Nicely
job by
done.
Cade Otten. So Otten making sure that he cleared out Brown so that the rest of the hands team could pounce on it. Good job. Teddy with the $10 super chat.
Thank you, Teddy.
Season recap. Not as bad as people are making it seem. Just had horrible coaching, no offensive scheme, no O-line, no run game, no pass rush, drop passes and interceptions, and no chemistry. Besides that, we're good. Thumbs up.
That's one way to look at it, Tony.
Hope I read it the way you meant it, Teddy.
That was good.
All right. So here comes the Mike Evans bomb, right? Mike Evans bomb means 31-21. Let's just make it a 1-score game. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey, anything. I was gonna say anything can happen, but no, that's not going to be the case. Like as Warren G says, why are we prolonging this thing? Partially true. I totally get what you're saying there. One thing we wouldn't want to prolong is your opportunity to get over to the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa, Florida, which you'll probably have a little bit more time to do if the Bucs get eliminated, which looks like they will be eliminated tonight. So we are going to hear a message from Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa.
Just the way you like it. Me and my wife decided we'll have some fun. I was playing a 2-cent machine. 6 bets in, I hit a jackpot. $117,000.
Hi, my name is Tara, and I won over $500,000 playing slot. I do this full time, and I would not change it for the world.
I'm Gloria. I won over $2 million at Seminole Hard Rock Casino. I went and bought a bunch of jewelry.
My name is Mike, and I won over $350,000. I love playing baccarat because it hits different. When you pull in that car and you flip over that 9, beating that 8, can't miss.
I'm Jimmy. I won $500,000 in a slot tournament at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa. Even a blind squirrel can get a nut sometimes.
My name is Philip, and I won $215,000 on Blazing Sevens. Putting my last $40 on the table, next thing you know, bam, $215,000 jackpot. I hit that bad boy.
I didn't realize how much it would change my life.
You only live once. Have fun with it. Right.
Anybody can win at Seminole Hard Rock in Tampa.
You never know when you
almost called it.
I know, you almost did. I was about to say, you never know when you can win big at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Tampa. And the Bucs tried to go for a big play. The Tom Brady to Mike Evans connection. The ball goes off the fingertips of Mike Evans, and that would have been a quick score, a quick strike, and another onside kick coming up. But Tampa Bay did not score. I mean, they would still need to get 2 more onside kicks.
Right.
As Cade Otten makes a catch,
Get out of bounds.
Cannot get out of bounds.
Got the first down. I was just thinking about that Seminole Hard Rock Casino thing. There's that guy talking about you flip over that 9, beating that 8. And I'm like, that's Byron Leftwich talking about his offense.
Oh, my God.
One more point than the other team.
I know the game's over, but the over-under is at 45. Some people have 45 and a half. Other people have 45. I think I have 45 and a half. The game right now is at 45.
See, I have no way of winning because I parlayed the under with Bucs +3.
Right.
So in order for the Bucs +3 to hit, the under's getting blown out.
Oh, man. All right. I could use the score from the Bucs here. As Micah Parsons does a spin move And it's cleaned up by Dallas. J-Rad says Evans got to get that.
Yep, that was a good ball.
Off the fingertips. Man, Michael Parsons beat Tristan Wirfs on that play. That's when you know everything's going wrong.
Oh, and that's when you know he really is that dude.
Yeah, Shaggy says significant to some. That's usually what announcers would say before. It was such a bad thing to talk about the spread. Yeah, so just your typical 3rd and 18.
Yeah.
What do you think? Should the Bucs kick a field goal if they?
Are they even in Suckup's range?
No. They would have to get inside the 10 to be in Suckup's.
He's got to go.
Brady drops back. A wide open Julio Jones.
Doesn't get out of bounds.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the first down. Doesn't get more yards than if he had gone out of bounds.
Right. Bucs call their first timeout. Tony says, unreasonable if Brady isn't on Miami. Never come back. Deal. Unreasonable Things wants Bull says Bull should be fired tonight. I don't think that's going to happen.
Nope.
Dak Prescott, first Cowboys quarterback with 300 passing yards. I didn't see the rest of the stat in time. Brady thrown over the middle, too high for Julio, goes off his hands. And that's gonna do it.
Do it. Yep. It was first Dallas quarterback in a playoff game with over 300 yards passing and 4 touchdowns, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Nope.
Whew,
Mike McCarthy secures his job for 2023.
He does. Miguel Ramirez says goodbye, Tom. Yep, that's going to do it. Cowboys going to take a couple of knees, and that's the season for Tampa Bay. An 8-9 record, 8-10, including the playoff game. They won the NFC South, but a lot of questions, a lot of things changing going into the offseason as the Cowboys will have to take one more knee as the Bucs will finish their season with a loss at home at Raymond James Stadium. The Cowboys defeat the Buccaneers 31-14. Dallas will play in San Francisco the following week on Sunday. A big matchup there. Should be an exciting one. But that's it for the Bucs. As we said, a lot of questions going into this offseason. Will this be Tom Brady's last game in the NFL? Will it be his last game as a Buccaneer? Who's going to be back for the Bucs next season, both on offense and defense? A couple of contract years for a lot of significant players, a lot of important guys that we have a whole offseason to get into. So before we sign off, Josh, just any final thoughts about the season, this team, the game that went on?
For the talent they had, the results they produced was inexcusable. I think that's the best I can say.
Yeah, I think I like the way that you put it there. So that's going to do it for us. One last time, really want to thank everybody that has been with us from the first week, or even if you're just finding out about PewterReport.com and the Pewter Report podcast that we have going on 4 times a week. So many awesome people in the chat. You guys brought it every single week through the good and the bad. So can't thank you guys enough for all of your contributions, super chats, and just making a lot of comments and statements in the game week in and week out. We'll continue to have the Pewter Report podcast weekly during the week. We'll have one in a little bit tonight for the Pewter post-game show. We'll have a podcast tomorrow as well. So stay tuned to our social media for that for when we go live for tonight's show. Until then, for Josh Capo, I'm Matt Matera saying thank you, everybody, for watching. We will see you next time for another edition of the Pewter Game Day Show. Peace out.